Sweep you off your feet. Petite Kady Long, a celebrated chef about to be married to a wonderful man, felt she was the luckiest woman alive. But when she opened an antique flour tin and discovered an old photo of four strangers, she felt a mysterious empathy. Stranger still was the dizzy spell that next came over her. And now, legend.
Chapter 1. "I look like a chocolate meringue pie," Kady said, as she grimaced at her reflection in the tall three-sided mirror. With her dark hair and ivory skin above the absolute white of the frothy wedding dress, she did indeed remind herself of chocolate and whipped egg whites. Cocking her head to one side, she reconsidered. Or maybe a chicken dumpling. I can't decide which. From behind her, Debbie, who had been at cooking school with Kady, laughed softly, but Jane didn't. "I don't want to hear another word like that," Jane said sternly. "You hear me, Kady Long? Not one more word. You are absolutely gorgeous, and you full well know it." "Gregory certainly knows it," Debbie said, her eyes wide as she surveyed Kady in the mirror. As one of Kady's two bridesmaids, she'd flown to Virginia from Northern California the night before, and had only met Kady's fiancé this morning. She was still reeling from the experience. Gregory Norman was one terrific-looking man. His face and body all hard angles and planes, with dark hair and eyes that looked at a woman as though to say he'd very much like to make love to her. When he'd raised Debbie's fingertips to his beautiful lips and kissed them, Debbie's upper lip had broken into a sweat. "How can I walk down the aisle looking like this?" Kady asked, holding out what had to be 50 yards of heavy satin. "And look at these sleeves. They're bigger than I am. And the skirt." With horror in her eyes, she looked down at the acres of white satin, puddling about her, a pearl-encrusted border sparkling on the 7 or so inches of hem that bent into an overflow on the floor. "Any of these dresses can be altered," said the tall, thin saleswoman, who with her stiff stance let Kady know that she didn't appreciate having her bridal salon's wares denigrated. Kady hadn't meant to give offense. "It's not the dresses, it's me. Why can't the human body be like bread dough, so we could shape it however we want? Add a little here, take a little off there." "Kady," Jane warned. They had known each other all their lives, and she couldn't bear to hear Kady say anything derogatory about herself. She loved her too much to allow that. But Debbie giggled. "Or as stretchy as pizza dough," she said, looking at Kady in the mirror. "Then we could elongate what was too short and leave lumps where we wanted them." When Kady laughed, Debbie was quite pleased with herself. They had gone to culinary school in New York together, but Debbie had always been in awe of Kady. While other students were trying to learn techniques and how to blend flavors, Kady just seemed to know. She could look at a recipe and tell how it was going to taste. She could eat a meal she hadn't cooked, then later recreate it exactly. While other students were juggling recipe cards and trying to remember the difference between scones and biscuits, Kady threw things into a bowl, dumped them onto a sheet pan, put them into an oven, and they came out divine. Needless to say, at school, Kady was the darling of all the teachers and the envy of every student. Debbie had been flattered beyond all reasoning when Kady had asked her if she'd like to go to a movie, and thus started their friendship. Now, 5 years later, Both she and Kady were 30 years old. Debbie had married, had a couple of children, and her culinary talents were mostly directed toward peanut butter sandwiches and barbecued steaks on weekends. But that's not the way Kady's life had gone. After school, Kady had shocked and horrified all the other students and her teachers by accepting a job at a run-down steakhouse called Onions, located in Alexandria, Virginia. Her teachers had tried to persuade her to accept one of the many job offers she received from fabulous restaurants in New York, Los Angeles, San Francisco, and even Paris. But she turned them down flat. And everyone had said what a shame it was for someone with Kady's talent to waste herself in that nothing little steakhouse. But Kady had had the last laugh because she'd turned Onions into a 3-star restaurant. People came from all over the world to eat at her tables. If a diplomat, jet-setter, or even an in-the-know tourist visited the eastern seaboard, he made sure he went to Kady's place, as it was affectionately known. And what made the food world especially envious was that Kady had done it her way. She'd been determined to bring people to her food, not to the restaurant itself. Today, Onions was still in need of refurbishing. It was tiny, seating only 25 people at once, and it accepted no reservations. Nor did it have a menu. People came and stood in line and waited until the table was empty. Then they ate whatever Kady had decided to cook that night. Debbie would never forget the video on the 6 o'clock news that seemed to amuse Peter Jennings so much. In it was President Clinton waiting in line outside Onions, talking to the king of some African country, both of them surrounded by hungry tourists and locals, while Secret Servicemen looked on in wild-eyed fear, anticipating danger. Now, as Debbie looked at Kady in her wedding dress, she saw only her talented, pretty friend. Besides being an extraordinary cook, Kady had one of the most beautiful faces she'd ever seen. As far as Debbie knew, Kady had no idea how to apply mascara. But then, why should she when she had lashes that thick and that black? And long, thick hair so dark and shiny you could almost apply your lipstick in its reflection. Good diet, Kady always said, tongue-in-cheek, whenever anyone said she was pretty. Although her face was exceptionally pretty, Kady had what the fashion magazines described as a figure problem. Kady was about 5 feet 2 inches tall, had a size 12 top and bottom, and a size 4 waist. In school, she'd always worn her chef's coat, a long, double-breasted jacket that went almost to her knees, completely concealing her waist, so she looked like a pretty face set atop a burrito. It wasn't until a school Halloween party, when Kady had shown up dressed as a streetwalker, that anyone had seen her little waist, and had seen her exaggerated hourglass figure. After that night, several of the male students had made passes at Kady, but later, after she'd corrected their soufflés and crepes, they left her alone. "Gets them every time," Kady had whispered to Debbie, adding that she was waiting for a man she loved as much as she loved cooking. And now she'd found him. Gregory Norman was the drop-dead gorgeous son of the widow who owned Onions, the woman who had so very wisely hired Kady. It was rumored that when Kady refused to allow the President of the United States into her restaurant ahead of a family of tourists from Iowa, Mrs. Norman had had to be revived with smelling salts. But later, after Mrs. Norman received a handwritten note from the President thanking Mrs. Norman and Kady for such a wonderful meal, Mrs. Norman had in turn thanked Kady by paying the extravagant bill for the white truffles Kady had ordered without one complaint, nor even a sarcastic remark. It was said that keeping her mouth shut had probably taken 5 years off Mrs. Norman's life. "You can't wear that dress, that's for sure," Jane said in a no-nonsense way. "Actually, you can't be seen in any of these." As she spoke, she glared at the saleswoman, daring her to comment. "Come on, get out of that thing and let's go to lunch." "I've heard of a new place about 20 miles," Debbie began, but Jane halted her. "Don't even try. Our Kady will eat nowhere except at an American deli. No one else can cook food good enough for her. Isn't that right, Miss Picky?" Kady laughed as she struggled out of the voluminous dress. "Delis have good, simple food. It is what it is." "Ha! You just don't like anyone else's cooking, that's what. Come on, let's go." Debbie was bewildered at the way Jane bossed Kady around, for to her, Kady was a bit of a celebrity. At least she was in the food world, since she was always being mentioned in those heavenly food magazines. Food pornography, as Kady called them. Sinfully rich and sinfully delicious to our weight-conscious society. 20 minutes later, the 3 women were seated at tiny tables in a frantically busy deli, eating turkey breast sandwiches. "So," Jane said, "I feel a little guilty having arrived days earlier. So why don't you tell Debbie all about your fiancé? In fact, I forgot all about the love part of all this." At that, Kady rolled her eyes. Jane was an accountant, and for the last 2 days the finances of the restaurant and Kady's bank account had been Jane's #1 concern. "Yes, do tell me," Debbie encouraged. "Tell me all about Gregory. Kady, he really is the most beautiful of men. Is he a model?" "More important," Jane said with a secretive look. "How does he look with his face veiled?" "What?" Debbie asked, leaning forward, looking puzzled. "Since she was a child, Kady has—" Halting, Jane looked at her friend. "Stop sitting there looking like the cat that ate the canary and tell us all. Was it love at first sight?" "More like love at first bite," Kady said, smiling, her eyes dreamy as they always were when she thought of the man she loved. "As you know, Gregory is Mrs. Norman's only child, but he lives in Los Angeles, where he's a high-powered real estate agent. He buys and sells those $5 million houses for the movie stars, so he's pretty busy. He's only been back to Virginia once in the 5 years I've been here." After she said this, she glanced at Jane to make sure she'd heard. Financial solvency was what Jane considered a man's most important feature. "The one time he was here was the week I was in Ohio visiting my parents, so I missed meeting him." Kady smiled in memory. "But 6 months ago, early one Sunday morning, I was at the restaurant with my knives and—" At this, Jane gave a snort of laughter, and Debbie tittered. Kady never allowed anyone to touch her precious knives. She kept them sharp enough to split an eyelash lengthwise, and heaven help anyone who picked up one of her knives and used it to do something like, say, scrape a cutting board. "Okay," Kady said, smiling, then turned to Debbie. "My dear friend here has for years been trying to make me believe that there is life outside a kitchen. But I have told her that, due to something called hunger, life comes to the kitchen." She looked back at Jane. And it did. It came in the form of one Gregory Norman. "Some great form," Debbie said under her breath, making Kady smile. Anyway, as I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted, I was in the kitchen at the restaurant, and in walked Gregory. Right away, I knew who he was. Since Mrs. Norman has shown me at least 3.1 million photos of him and has told me everything about him from the time he was born. But I don't think he knew who I was. "Thought you were the scullery maid, did he?" Jane asked. "And what did you have on? Torn jeans and one of those shapeless coats of yours?" Of course. But Gregory didn't notice. He'd arrived from L.A. late the night before, and he'd been out jogging, so he was sweaty and very hungry. He asked if I knew if there was any cereal or something he could eat for breakfast. So I told him to sit down, and I'd make him something. After that, Kady took a big bite of her sandwich and looked as though she were planning to say no more. Debbie broke the silence. "Your pancakes?" "Actually, crepes, with strawberries." "Poor man," Jane said seriously. "He didn't have a chance." She leaned forward. "Kady, dear, I can fully understand that he fell in love with you. But are you in love with him? You aren't marrying him because he gushes over your food, are you?" "I haven't agreed to marry the other men who have eaten my food, then asked me to marry them, now have I?" Debbie laughed. "Have there been many?" Jane answered. "According to Mrs. Norman, there's one a night. Men from all over the world. What was it that Sultan offered you?" "Rubies. Mrs. Norman said she was glad he didn't offer me an herb farm, or she feared I might go with him." "What did Gregory offer you?" "Just himself," Kady said. "Jane, please stop worrying. I love Gregory very much." For a moment, Kady closed her eyes. "The last 6 months have been the best of my life. Gregory has courted me like something out of a novel, with flowers and candy and attention. He listens to all my ideas about onions. And he has told his mother that I'm to have carte blanche when it comes to buying ingredients. I didn't tell anyone, but in the months before Gregory returned, I was thinking about leaving onions and opening my own restaurant." "But now you're staying. So does that mean Gregory is going to leave L.A. and live here with you?" Jane asked. "Yes. We're buying a townhouse in Alexandria, one of those beautiful 3-story places with a garden. And Gregory is going to get into real estate here in Virginia. He won't make as much money as he did in L.A., but—" "It's love," Debbie said. "Any babies planned?" "As soon as possible," Kady said softly, then blushed and looked down at her coleslaw, which had too much fennel in it. "But how does he look in a face veil?" Jane asked again. "You must tell me," Debbie said, when Kady didn't answer right away. "What is this about a face veil?" "May I?" Jane asked. Then, when Kady nodded, she continued. Kady's widowed mother worked a couple of jobs, so Kady stayed with us most of the day, and she was like part of our family. She used to have—" She looked at Kady, one eyebrow raised. "Still does?" Kady nodded. "Anyway, all her life, Kady has had a dream about an Arabian prince." "I don't know who he is," Kady interrupted, looking at Debbie. "It's just a dream I have. It's nothing." "Nothing? Ha! You know what she did all the years she was growing up? She drew veils across the lower half of every man's photo she saw. My father used to threaten her within an inch of her life, because he'd opened Time magazine or Fortune, and if Kady had seen it first, she'd have blacked out the bottom half of each man's face. She carried black markers with her wherever she went." Jane leaned toward Debbie. "When she grew up, She put the markers in the case with her knives. She still does, Debbie said. At school, we all wondered what her black markers were for. Deveraux once said... She gave a look at Kady, then broke off. Go on, Kady said. I can bear it. Ever since he heard me say that he couldn't even fry a chicken, Deveraux hasn't exactly been my friend. What did he say about my markers? That you use them to write letters to the devil because that's the only way you could cook the way you do. Both Kady and Jane laughed. So tell me about the man with the veiled face, Debbie encouraged, and this time Jane nodded for Kady to tell her own story. It's nothing, really. When I was growing up, I was obsessed with finding this man. She looked at Jane. And now I think I have. Gregory looks very much like him. Him who? Debbie said, frustrated. Either tell me or I'll make you eat processed cheese. I never knew you had such a streak of cruelty, Kady said dryly. Then, okay. I have a recurring dream, and it's always the same. I'm standing in a desert, and there is a man sitting on a white horse, one of those beautiful Arabian horses. The man is wearing a robe of black wool. He's looking at me, but I can only see his eyes, because the lower half of his face is covered with a black cloth. For a moment, Kady's voice became soft as she thought of the dream man who had been such a compelling part of her life. He has unusual, almond-shaped eyes. The outer lids dip down just slightly, so they give him a look of sadness, as though he has seen more pain than a person should have seen. Abruptly, Kady came back to the present and smiled at Debbie. He never says anything, but I can tell that he wants something from me, and he's waiting for me to do something. Every time it frustrates me that I don't know what he wants. After a moment, he holds out his hand to me. It's a beautiful, strong hand, with long fingers and tanned skin. In spite of herself, Kady felt the power of the dream even as she told the story. If she'd had the dream only once or twice, she would have been able to forget about it. But there had never been a week since she was 9 years old that she hadn't had the dream. It was always exactly the same, with not the tiniest variation. Her voice grew so quiet that both Jane and Debbie had to lean forward to hear her. Always, I try to take his hand. More than anything in the world, I want to jump on that horse and ride away with him. I want to go wherever he is going, to be with him forever. But I can't. I can't reach his hand. I try to, but there's too much distance between us. After a while, his eyes show infinite sadness, and he withdraws his hand, then rides away. He rides as though he is part of the horse. After a long moment, he halts his horse, then turns back for just a second and looks at me as though he hopes I will change my mind and go with him. Each time I call out to him not to leave me, but he never seems to hear. He looks even sadder, then turns and rides away. Kady leaned back in her chair. And that's the end of the dream. Oh, Kady, Debbie said. That gives me goosebumps. And you think Gregory is your Arabian prince in real life? He's dark like him. And from the first moment, we were attracted to each other. And since he proposed marriage, I have been having the dream every other night. I think that's a sign, don't you? I think it's a sign that it's time for you to leave your life of food and men on white stallions and join the real world, Jane said. I never looked, Kady answered. What? I never looked under the horse to see if it was a stallion or not. Could be a mare, or maybe a gelding. But then how do you tell if it's been gelded? I'm sure that if people ate horse meat, then you would know, Jane said, making the other two women laugh. Debbie gave a great sigh. Kady, I think that may be the most romantic story I have ever heard. I definitely think you should marry your Arabian prince. What I want to know is what you are making poor Gregory wear to the wedding. A black robe? Kady and Debbie laughed. Then Kady said, My dear Gregory may wear as little or as much as he wants to the wedding. He isn't 30 pounds overweight. And neither are you, Jane snapped. Tell that to the woman selling wedding dresses. Jane started to reply, but then a busboy began to clean their table, broadly hinting that it was needed and they should leave. In a few minutes, the three women were back out on the streets of Alexandria. Jane looked at her watch. Debbie and I need to do some shopping at Tyson's Corner. So shall we meet you back at Onions at 5? Sure, Kady said hesitantly, then grimaced. I have a whole list of things I'm supposed to buy for the townhouse. Things that don't go into the kitchen. You mean like sheets and towels, that sort of thing? Yes, Kady said brightly, hoping Jane and Debbie would volunteer to help her with this incomprehensible task. But luck wasn't with her. Debbie and I have to pool our money and get you something nice for a wedding gift. And we can't do that with you around. Come on, don't look so glum. We'll help you look for sheets tomorrow. Isn't there a rather nice cookware shop in Alexandria? Debbie asked, thinking she'd much prefer to go cookware shopping with Kady than gift purchasing with Jane. I believe there is, Kady said, laughing. I never thought of that. Maybe I can find a way to occupy myself after all. It was obvious that she was joking and that she'd intended all along to visit the kitchenware shop. Come on, Jane said, taking Debbie's arm. No doubt poor Gregory will be sleeping on cookie sheets and drawing with waxed paper. Parchment paper, Debbie and Kady said in unison, a chef's inside joke that made Jane groan as she pulled Debbie away. Smiling, Kady watched her two friends go, then breathed a sigh of relief. It had been years since she'd seen Jane, and she'd forgotten by half how bossy she was. And she'd also forgotten how worshipful Debbie was. Looking about her at the beautiful fall sunshine, for a moment, Kady didn't quite know what to do with herself. She had hours of freedom, and that freedom had been given to her by her dear, darling Gregory. For all that Gregory was heavenly, so kind and so considerate, his mother was a Tartar. Mrs. Norman never took an afternoon off, so it never occurred to her that Kady should have time off either. But then, truthfully, Kady didn't have many interests outside the kitchen. On Sundays and Mondays, when Onions was closed, Kady was in the kitchen experimenting and perfecting recipes for the cookbook she was writing. So even though she'd lived in Alexandria for 5 years, she didn't know her way around very well. Of course, she knew where the best cookware shop was, and where to buy any produce imaginable, and who was the best butcher. But truthfully, where did one buy sheets? For that matter, where did one buy any of the things that Gregory said they'd need for their house? He'd said he'd leave all that up to her because he knew how important such things were to a woman. Kady had said, "Thank you," and hadn't told him she had no idea how to buy curtains and rugs. She had, however, spent a bit of time redesigning the kitchen of the townhouse into a 2-room masterpiece, with one area for baking and another for bone-burning, as the pastry cooks called the work of entree chefs. The 2 rooms, one L-shaped, the other U-shaped, met on either side of a big granite-topped table, where Kady could beat the heck out of a brioche dough and hurt nothing. There was open storage and closed storage, and... She trailed off, letting out a sigh. She had to stop thinking about cooking and kitchens and think about the problems at hand. What in the world was she going to wear to her own wedding? It was all well and good to be in love with a gorgeous man, but she didn't want to hear people say, "What's a hunk like him seeing a dumpling like her?" Debbie and Jane had been so nice to fly to Virginia to try on bridesmaids' dresses and help Kady choose her dress, when they needed to return in 6 weeks for the wedding itself. But the 3 of them weren't making any headway. Seeing herself in that mirror this morning had made Kady want to skip the whole thing. Couldn't she just wear her chef's coat to the wedding? It was white. While she was thinking, her legs carried her to a certain cookware shop that never failed to have something Kady could use. An hour later, she exited with a French tart cutter in the shape of an apple. It wasn't a wedding veil, but it would last longer, she told herself, then started toward the parking lot and her car. It was early yet, but there were always things to do at the restaurant, and, besides, Gregory might be there. Smiling, she began to walk, but stopped in front of an antique shop. In the window was an old copper mold in the shape of a rose. As though hypnotized, she opened the shop door, making the bell jangle. Reaching past an antique table and a cast-iron cat, she took the mold from the window, saw it was something she could afford, then looked around for a clerk to pay. There was no one in the shop. What if I were a thief? She thought. Then she heard voices in the back and went through a curtain into a storage room. Through an open doorway leading into a yard, she heard a woman's voice raised in annoyance and frustration. "What am I supposed to do with all of this? You know very well that I don't have room for even half of these things." "I thought you'd like them, that's all," said a man's voice. "I thought I was doing you a favor." "You could have called me and asked." "There wasn't time. I told you that." "Ah, the hell with it," the man said. Then came the sound of crunching gravel as he walked away. Kady stood still in the storeroom, waiting to see if anyone would enter, but no one did. So she looked out the door. In the service yard was a pickup truck, loaded high with dirty old trunks and boxes with tape around them. The tailgate was down, and on the ground were 6 more metal boxes and wooden crates. The whole mess looked as though it had been stored in a leaky barn for a couple of centuries. "Excuse me," Kady said. "I wonder if I could make a purchase?" Turning, the woman looked at Kady, but she didn't answer her. "Men," she said under her breath. "My husband was driving to a hardware store and saw a sign that said auction, so he stopped and saw that lot number 327 was miscellaneous unopened trunks, so he bought the whole lot, all of them. He didn't look or ask to find out how many there were. He just put up his hand and bought all of them for $123. And now what am I going to do with all of these? And from the looks of them, most are trash. I don't even have room to store half of them out of the rain." Kady didn't have an answer for her, and she did have to admit that the piles of crates and boxes didn't look very promising. Maybe unopened trunks was supposed to conjure the idea of hidden treasure, but she couldn't imagine any treasure inside these things. "Could I help you pull them inside?" "Oh, no. He'll be back, and he'll stack them up for me." With a sigh, the woman turned to Kady. "I'm sorry. You're a customer. You can see how upset I was, since it looks as though I left the front door unlocked. Could I help you with something?" As the woman had been talking, Kady had been looking at all the boxes. Sitting on the bed of the pickup, under 3 cobweb-covered crates, was an old metal box that had once contained flour. It was rusty in places, and the writing was hardly visible, but it was still good-looking in a craftsy way. She could envision the old box on top of the cabinets in her new kitchen. "How much for that box?" Kady asked, pointing. "The rusty one on the bottom?" the woman asked, obviously thinking Kady was an idiot. "I have X-ray vision, and I can see that that box is full of pirates' treasure." "In that case, you have to carry it. $10. "Done," Kady said, fishing $30 out of her wallet, 10 for the box and 20 for the rose-shaped mold. As the woman stuffed the money in her pocket, Kady pulled the box off the truck, then shook it. "There really is something in here." "All of them are full," the woman said in exasperation. "Whoever owned this stuff never threw away a piece of paper in his life. And the mice have been into most of them, as well as mildew and nasty crawly things. Go on, take the box. If there's something valuable inside there, it's yours. My guess is that it's still full of flour." "In that case, I shall make antique bread," Kady said, making the woman smile as she grabbed one side of the box and helped Kady pick it up. "Can you carry that? I can get my husband to." "No, thanks," Kady said, her forearms under the bottom of the box, which was bigger than she'd first thought. She could barely see over the top of it. "Maybe you wouldn't mind hooking that mold onto my handbag?" As the woman did so, she looked at Kady speculatively. "You know, I think I'll have a treasure sale on Saturday. I'll give these cases a good vacuum and sell them as contents unknown. At $10 each, I might make a profit yet." "If you do, your husband will take all the credit," Kady said, smiling from around the box. "And he'll never pass another auction without buying everything in sight." "I'm going to have to consider this one," she said, laughing as she led Kady around the shop to an alley. "Right through there is the street. Are you sure that isn't too heavy? It's nearly as big as you are. Maybe you should bring your car around." "No, it's fine," Kady said honestly, for her arms were strong from years of lifting copper pots full of stock and kneading huge mounds of bread dough. But as strong as she was, by the time she had walked the 3 blocks back to her car and put the tin box into the trunk, her arms were aching. Looking at the rusty old thing, she wondered what in the world had made her buy it. Gregory was moving some furniture from his house in Los Angeles to Alexandria, but he told her that he thought their townhouse needed federal furniture, not the big white Sun Country sofas and chairs he owned, so he planned to sell most of what he had. Closing the car trunk, she sighed. "Federal furniture," she said to no one. "Where's Dolly Madison when you need her?" As she got behind the wheel, she thought that for tomorrow night's dinner, she might do some experiments with rabbit and red wine. Something 18th century. Chapter 2. It was 11 p.m., and Kady was exceptionally tired as she entered her boring little furnished apartment. She'd chosen the place because it was close to Onions, and because she wouldn't have to buy furniture. For the life of her, she couldn't figure out what had been wrong with her tonight. In theory, everything had gone very well. Gregory had been at his most charming, and she appreciated the effort he'd made to entertain her friends. Even Jane had been impressed, telling Kady that her own husband felt no obligation to talk to her friends and, instead, often spent his days with his face behind a newspaper. As for Debbie, she was so starry-eyed from eating Kady's cooking and having a man who looked like Gregory pay attention to her that she could hardly speak. "You're tired," Gregory had said abruptly after Kady had suppressed her fifth yawn at the dinner table. "You've been on your feet all day. You should go home and rest." "I don't think freedom agrees with me," Kady said, smiling sleepily. "I should have spent today in the kitchen." Gregory turned dark eyes to the other two women. "Can either of you do anything with her? I have never seen anyone work as much as she does. She never takes time off, never does anything except work." As he spoke, he took Kady's hand and caressed it, then gave her a look guaranteed to melt her knickers. But when Kady gave another yawn, he laughed. "Come on, baby. You're going to ruin my reputation as a lady killer. What are Debbie and Jane going to think of me?" Kady laughed, as Gregory always seemed able to make her do. Turning to her woman friend, she smiled. "He really is the best man in the world. Very exciting and all that. It's just me. I don't know what's wrong with me tonight. I seem to be drained of all energy." "Probably from thinking about having to choose furniture," Gregory said as he stood, then pulled Kady's nearly limp body up out of the chair. He was quite a bit taller than she was, and his face was as sharply chiseled as hers was soft plains. Gregory turned to the other women, smiling. "I'll take her home, then return for whatever Kady's made for dessert." "Raspberries with kirsch, and—" She broke off when all three of them laughed, making her blush. "Okay, so I'm just tired, not dead." Holding on to Gregory's strong arm, Kady left the townhouse, and he walked her home, saying nothing, just keeping his arm protectively around her. At her door, he put his arms around her, then kissed her good night. But he didn't ask to be allowed to spend the night. "I can see that you're exhausted, so I'll leave you." Drawing back, he looked down at her. "Still want to marry me?" "Yes," she said, smiling, leaning her head against his hard chest. "Very much." She looked up at him. "Gregory, I really am hopeless at buying furniture. I don't have a clue about curtains and sheets and—" She broke off as he kissed her. "We'll hire someone. Don't spend another moment thinking about it. I have a deal going in L.A., and as soon as it's closed, we'll be able to afford anything." He kissed the tip of her nose. "All the copper pots you want." With her arms around his waist, she hugged him tightly. "I don't know what I've ever done to deserve a man like you. I feel so guilty that you're giving up your job in Los Angeles to live here with me." She looked up at him. "Are you sure you wouldn't want me to move there? I could open a restaurant there, and—" "My mother won't leave Onions, and you know that. It's the place she and Dad built together, so it's full of memories for her. And she's getting older. She may seem to have the energy of a teenager, but she hides a lot. It's easier for me to move here. Then all three of us can be together." He paused. "Unless you're unhappy here and want to leave. Is that the case?" Kady put her head back down on his chest. "No, I'm happy wherever you are. We'll stay here, run onions. I'll write my cookbooks, and we'll produce a dozen babies." Gregory laughed. "They'll certainly be well-fed little crumb crunchers, that's for sure." Putting his hands on her shoulders, he set her away from him. "Now, go to bed. Get some sleep. Tomorrow your friends are going to take you to a carpet store to look at rugs to buy for the house." "Oh, no," Kady said, clutching her stomach. "I can feel an attack of bubonic plague coming on. I think I must stay in the kitchen tomorrow and brew an herbal remedy." Laughing, Gregory used his key to open her apartment door, then pushed her inside. "If you don't behave, I'll hire a bridal consultant to organize you. You'll find yourself being asked to register for trash cans and monogrammed toilet seat covers." He laughed harder when Kady turned white at the very thought of such horror. Still laughing, he closed her apartment door, leaving her to get some sleep. So now Kady stood with her back to the door and looked about the pretty but bland apartment. She really was grateful that Gregory understood her total lack of talent in choosing furnishings. It wasn't that she didn't want a nice place to live. It was just that she had no idea, and, okay, no interest, in choosing chairs and such. "I am the luckiest woman on earth," she said aloud, as she had twice a day since she'd met Gregory. But oddly enough, as she stepped away from the door, her energy seemed to revive. As she felt the tiredness draining from her, she thought she might make herself some cocoa and read a book or see if there was a late-night movie on. But even as she thought it, her eyes drifted to the big tin box sitting smack in the center of her living room. She could scarcely allow herself to admit this, but, truthfully, all evening this rusty old box had been in the back of her mind. As she'd been deglazing a roasting pan, she'd thought, "I wonder what's inside that box." She absolutely refused to think that her tiredness had been an excuse to get away from the others and get back to the box and its hidden treasure. "Probably a rat's nest inside," she said aloud, as she went to her tiny kitchen to take a short, strong, offset spatula and an ice pick from a drawer. It was going to take some work to get the lid off the rusty box. 30 minutes later, she had finally scraped away enough rust to pry the lid off enough to get her fingers under it. Her tugging made her fingertips hurt, and she was thoroughly disgusted with herself for her frantic pulling and scraping. After all, just as the woman at the antique shop had said, the only treasure inside was probably flour, complete with the dead carcasses of weevils. With her fingertips jammed under one edge of the lid, Kady gave such a great pull that she went tumbling back across the room, the lid clattering to the floor. Pulling herself upright, she leaned over the box and peered inside, and saw yellowed tissue paper. On top was a tiny bouquet of dried, faded orange blossoms, obviously put there with loving hands and undisturbed for many years. Immediately, Kady knew that what was under the paper was something very special, and something very private. Sitting back on her heels, she looked at the flowers pinned to the paper so they hadn't been dislodged in all her frantic attempts to pry the lid off. For a long moment, Kady hesitated with indecision. Part of her cried out that she should replace the lid and never open the box again. Put it on top of her kitchen cabinet and look at the outside. Forget about the inside. Or, better yet, get rid of the box and forget she ever saw it. "You are being ridiculous, Kady Long," she said aloud. "Whoever put this in here has been dead a long, long time." Slowly, disgusted to see that her hands were trembling slightly, Kady unpinned the flowers, set them aside, then peeled back the tissue paper. Instantly, she knew what she was looking at. Folded carefully, untouched by light or air for many years, was a wedding dress. Perfect white satin, with a deep square neck edged in a white satin ruffle. Rhinestone buttons twinkled up at her. There was still a feeling in Kady that she should replace the lid on the box and close it forever. But having just today had such a dreadful experience in trying to find a wedding dress, and now seeing that the old flower tin she'd bought on impulse contained a wedding gown, she thought it was too extraordinary to let pass. Almost lovingly, she put her hands under the shoulders of the dress and lifted it out. It was heavy, since there seemed to be many yards of the beautiful white satin, all of it aged to the most perfect color of heavy cream. The bodice ended just below the waist, and below that was a skirt, smooth and straight in the front, then yards of fabric pulled to the back in a heavily ruched train that would extend 3 feet behind the wearer. Hand-knotted silk fringe graced the skirt and the top of the train. Below that were little pleats and the dearest handmade silk roses. Holding the dress up to the light, Kady marveled at it. Today, she must have tried on a dozen modern wedding dresses, but she'd seen nothing like this. Compared to this dress, the modern gowns were peasants' clothes, with no embellishment, no thought to the design. Mass-produced versus one of a kind. Kady couldn't seem to take her eyes off the dress. The long sleeves ended in buttoned cuffs, tiny piping around the edges. Then what had to be handmade lace spilled from the bottom edge. Shifting the dress in her hands, Kady glanced down into the box and caught her breath. "A veil," she breathed. Then, with reverence, she spread the gown across her sofa and knelt before the box. If a whisper could be made into fabric, then that was what she was looking at. Reaching toward the gossamer lace, she drew back, almost afraid to touch something as lovely as this. Then, taking a deep breath, she slid her hands under the lace. It was so light, it seemed to have no weight, no substance, as though it were woven of light and air. Standing, she let the lace drape over her arms, feeling the divine softness on her skin. It didn't take a costume historian to recognize this lace as handmade, the flower and vine pattern worked by tiny needles, and if Kady didn't miss her guess, it had been made with love. Very carefully, she spread the lace on her sofa, feeling that it was almost sacrilege to allow that fairy fabric to touch modern plastic-based upholstery fabric. Turning back to the box, she slowly and carefully began to empty it of the rest of its contents. It was as though she knew exactly what she was going to find inside it. Shoes, gloves, corset, petticoats of fine cotton, hose with embroidered garters, a button hook, more dried flowers. Reverently, she set each item aside as she returned to the box to look at the rest of the treasures. In the very bottom of the box was a satin case, sewn with white ribbon that was tied into a bow. As Kady lifted the case, her heart was pounding, because, by some instinct, she knew that what was inside this case was the key to why this beautiful dress had been stored away so long ago in such an ordinary old tin. As she lifted the case, she could tell that there was something heavy inside. Leaning back against the couch, she put the case on her lap and slowly pulled one end of the ribbon to untie it. Then even more slowly she lifted the top flap of the case, put her hand inside, and withdrew an old photograph. It was a tintype of a man, a woman, and 2 children. A very handsome family, all of them fair-haired with sweet, happy-looking faces. Kady couldn't help smiling at them. The man was very stern-looking, as though he was uncomfortable in the high, stiff collar he wore. Sitting to his left, his hand on her shoulder, was a small, pretty woman with an impish gleam in her eye, as though she found the whole idea of photography a great joke. Standing to her right, in front of the man, was a tall, handsome boy about 10 or 11 years old, with some of his father's sternness, as well as his mother's devilish gleam. On the woman's lap was a little girl of about 7, who was a beauty in the making. It was obvious that when she grew up, she was going to break some hearts. Turning the photo over, she found on the back was written the single word, Jordan. Carefully, Kady put the photo aside, then fished inside the case and pulled out a man's heavy gold watch. The watch was so big, it filled the palm of her hand. On the worn cover was the word, Jordan, and along one edge, just above the hinge, was a deep crease, as though the watch had been dropped onto something very hard. Or shot, Kady said, then wondered why she'd said that. Too many westerns on TV, she muttered. But as she ran her thumb along the crease, it did seem to have striations, as though it had been grazed by a bullet. Because of the deep indentation, the watch was difficult to open, but with persistence she managed to make the hinge work. Inside, the face of the watch was beautiful, with ornate Roman numerals and elaborate hands. On the left in the watch case was another photo, this time of the woman alone. There was no mistaking her, with her sparkling eyes and happy expression. Even in the photo, she looked like a woman in love and happy. Closing the watch, Kady smiled. What in the world had made her nervous, she wondered. Obviously, this was the wedding dress of a woman who had been very happy. She'd had a husband who loved her and 2 beautiful children. Smiling, Kady put the watch beside the photo, then looked to see if anything else was inside the case. She pulled out a pair of amethyst earrings, the purple stones glittering in the artificial electric light. Carefully, she laid the earrings on the silk of the case, leaned back against the couch, and looked at everything. On impulse, or maybe out of habit, she picked up the photo and placed the edge of her hand over the lower half of the man's face. No man with blonde hair was her Arabian prince. Gregory was that, she thought, smiling at the clothes piled around her, then thought, whatever am I going to do with all this? Shouldn't these things be in a museum? One second she was asking herself what she was going to do with all this. Then the next, she could envision herself walking down the aisle of her own wedding wearing this heavenly gown. With renewed energy, she leaped to her feet and picked up the dress, holding it at arm's length. This dress was different from modern dresses. It hadn't been made for a woman who was 5'8" tall and had miles of legs, no hips, no breasts, and a boyish waist. At this thought, Kady allowed herself a smile. There had been several men in her life who had made some extraordinarily pleasant comments about her hourglass figure. This would fit me, Kady said aloud, turning the dress to hold it against her and seeing that it was indeed the perfect length. Right away, she knew that the sensible thing to do would be to go to bed now. Then tomorrow she'd talk about this dress with Debbie and Jane. It was great that they were here and could give their opinions on something as serious as wearing a 100-year-old dress to a modern wedding. Kady had no idea about these things. Was it done? Would she be laughed out of the church? Even as she was thinking these very sensible thoughts, she was on her way to the bathroom, where she got into the shower and washed her hair. While she was conditioning it, then blow-drying it, she told herself that she couldn't wear a dress with a bustle to her wedding. It was really too outrageous to consider. As Kady stood in her robe before the mirror, she began to arrange her hair. At the restaurant, she pulled it back off her face and into a bun so it wouldn't fall into the food. She had never been very adventurous with her hair, nor actually very vain about her looks. But now she wanted to look her best. Using a comb, a round hairbrush, and about 3 pounds of hairpins, she managed to sweep her thick wavy hair into a high poof off her face, then allowed long dark curls to tumble down her back. When she'd finished, she looked in the mirror and gave a little smile. "Not bad," she said, as she touched up her eyes and lips with cosmetics. When she'd done what she could with her head, she went into the living room and began to puzzle together the wedding outfit. There seemed to be an outrageous number of undergarments, and it was difficult to figure out in what order they went on. She put on a pretty but shapeless cotton slip next to her skin, along with a big long pair of underpants. Bending, she pulled on the hose made of finely knit silk and fastened them just above the knee with garters embroidered with pink rosebuds. She thought she'd better get the shoes on now, because she guessed that once the long corset was on, she wouldn't be able to bend. Feeling like Cinderella, Kady slipped her feet into ankle-high, cream-colored kid-skin shoes that fit exactly, then used the button hook to fasten the little pearl buttons up the front. After she'd managed to buckle herself into the boned corset, which took a bit of breath-holding, she caught sight of herself in the mirror by the front door. "My goodness," she gasped. The corset had managed to shove her breasts practically under her chin, and looking at herself, she had to admit that corsets did have their advantages. There were a couple more cotton half-slips, and then a little camisole that seemed to fit on over the corset. By the time Kady got to the dress, she was wearing more clothes than she did when it snowed. Once the dress was on, she carefully avoided looking in the mirror until she was completely dressed. After putting on the earrings, with reverential hands, she picked up the lace veil and pinned it in place on her head. The lace was as light as a soufflé, reaching almost to her knees, concealing the long dark hair down her back but exposing it as well. Lace gloves went on last. When she was fully dressed, she turned and took a few steps toward the full-length mirror. As she moved, she wondered why the dress and the many undergarments didn't feel strange. The weight of all the clothes she had on should have felt burdensome, or at the very least constrictive, but somehow they didn't. Somehow the dress felt right. With her shoulders back, her head straight, and managing the train as though she'd been born wearing it, Kady walked to stand in front of the mirror. For a moment, she just looked at herself in silence, not smiling, not thinking really, just gazing. She wasn't the same person she usually saw, nor was she a 20th century woman playing dress-up in antique clothing. It was as though she looked the way she was meant to look. "Yes," she whispered. "This is what I will wear to my wedding." She didn't need to ask anyone's permission, for she knew without a doubt in the world that this was the dress she was meant to wear to her own wedding. Smiling slightly, she walked back to the couch and picked up the photo of the Jordan family. "Thank you," she said softly to the woman in the photo. For she knew that it had to have been her wedding dress, a dress she must have loved and stored carefully away so that another woman in another time could wear it. With the photo in one hand, Kady picked up the watch and unfastened the lid so she could see the second photo of the woman. "Thank you very, very much," Kady said, smiling at the whole family. "Thank you, Mrs. Jordan." As Kady held the two objects, and as she said the name Jordan, she suddenly felt dizzy. "Must be the corset," she said, as she sat down heavily on the sofa, the photo and watch falling to her lap. "I should get out of this dress. I should—" Trailing off, she felt her energy leave her, as though she were falling asleep. But at the same time, her weakness felt different. She felt that this dizziness was something she didn't want to give herself up to. At all costs, she thought, she must fight this. She must open her eyes. "I say, let's hang the bastard," she heard a man say. "Yeah, get rid of him once and for all. Hear that, Jordan? Make peace with your maker, 'cause these are your last moments alive." "No," Kady whispered weakly. "Don't hurt a Jordan. Such a nice dress. You shouldn't hurt one of them." For a moment, she almost succeeded in opening her eyes and sitting up. But then she heard another voice, a man's voice. "Help me, Kady. Help me." Kady could see only blackness inside her closed eyelids, but she knew that if her Arabian prince, the man she had seen in her dreams 1,000 times, had spoken, his voice would sound like this man's. "Yes," she said, and quit struggling to sit up. "Yes, I will help you." In the next second, Kady collapsed against the sofa, unaware of where she was or even who she was. Limply, her hand fell to her side as she gave herself up to the deep, swirling sensation that overtook her. Chapter 3. Kady opened her eyes to dazzling sunlight, then caught herself to keep from falling as a wave of dizziness overtook her. "Ow!" she said, covering her eyes against the glare, then looked at her palm, scraped bloody from where she'd fallen against a rock covered with a thorny bush. Feeling dizzy and weak, she leaned back against what she thought was a couch, only to meet more rock. It was several minutes before she could stop her head and body from spinning and squint against the sunlight to try to see where she was. Moments before, it had been night, and she had been in her apartment, but now she seemed to be standing in front of a pile of enormous boulders, with scruffy little oak trees trying to grow in the cracks, and it was the height of the day. With the back of her hand to her forehead, Kady stepped back into the shade, then sat down on the smallest rock. "If I close my eyes and count to 10, I will wake up," she said, then proceeded to count. But when she opened her eyes, the rocks were still there, as well as the sunlight, and she was still not in her apartment. There were aspen trees around her, blocking her from a long view of her surroundings, but a rocky, narrow path led down what could possibly be a mountain. It didn't take a degree in botany to know that this was not the lush greenery of Virginia. This was high mountain desert. Her head came up when in the distance she heard the high-pitched cry of a bird as it flew overhead. "I've been working too hard," Kady said, smoothing out the skirt of the wedding dress she was still wearing. "Working too much? And now I'm dreaming." When she tried to stand, she was again dizzy and had to steady herself against a boulder. The rock certainly felt as though it was real. "Very real," she said aloud. "Yes, indeed. This is the most vivid, most realistic dream anyone has ever had. And if I have any sense at all, I'll enjoy it. She looked about her. Yes, I'll observe everything. Then I'll have a wonderful story to tell Gregory. It wasn't easy to concentrate because the dizziness kept coming over her in waves, and it was difficult to take deep breaths while fastened in the corset. Kady thought of loosening her stays, but she feared that if she did, she'd never be able to stand upright. At the moment, whalebone was the only spine she seemed to have. I will not be frightened, she said to herself sternly. This is a dream, and as such I cannot be hurt. Not really, actually, truly hurt, she clarified. As she looked at the rocks, she saw something under a sparse little vine hanging down one sandstone side, so she pulled the vine aside. Petroglyphs, she said, running her lace-encased fingertip over the ancient symbols. Stick-figure men with bows and arrows hunted what looked to be elk. One man seemed to have fallen, while 3 others pursued more animals that were running away. As Kady touched the figures, suddenly it was as though, smack in the middle of the rocks, a doorway appeared. And through that open doorway she could see her apartment. There was her couch, her jeans and chef's coat flung across it, and on the floor was the old tin flower box the wedding dress had been in. Never in her life had Kady seen anything as enticing as the view of her own apartment. Without bothering to toss the train over her arm, she took the 2 steps toward the doorway. But as she reached the threshold, her foot paused in the air. She heard what sounded like a shot, loud and clear in the crisp air. Turning, she looked back toward the trees but could see nothing, so she turned again toward the doorway leading into her apartment. But this time, he was there. Her Arabian man on the white horse, his face and body hidden in great swaths of black. Kady drew in her breath sharply. Since she'd repeatedly seen this man almost all her life, he should have been familiar to her. But each appearance was always a wonder, and the sight of him always made her yearn for something she couldn't describe or explain. But this time, seeing him was different, for this time he seemed clearer, more real, as though he weren't a foggy dream, but an actual man before her. "Who are you?" she whispered. "What do you want of me?" He looked at her over the dark scarf covering the lower half of his face, and his eyes seemed to be full of sadness. "I am waiting for you," he whispered. It was the first time Kady had heard his voice, and it sent chills up her spine, made the hairs of her arms stand on end. "How?" she asked, leaning toward him, and her single word told it all. She wasn't hesitating about whether she would go to him or not, but only asking how she could find him. Raising his arm, he pointed with one long finger toward Kady, then raised his arm higher to point over her head. Quickly, she turned her head and once again looked toward the trees, but she saw nothing. When she looked back, he was still there, her empty apartment behind him, as though he were standing in front of a large photograph. It was in that moment that she knew he meant for her to go down that skinny little path and turn her back on all that her apartment represented. In that moment, Gregory flashed before her eyes, and she thought of the way he smiled at her, of how she felt when he held her. She thought of onions and her customers and Gregory's mother, and she thought of her wedding and Debbie and Jane. "No," she said without hesitation. "No thanks," then took a step toward her apartment. In that split instant, everything disappeared. The apartment, the Arabian man on the horse, all of it. Instead, there was just a rough-surfaced rock, and Kady was jammed against it as though she'd tried to walk straight through the stone. "No, no, no, no," she said as she turned her face away and leaned against the rock. This dream was too real, and if it was real, it was something she did not want. "I want to go home," she said, her mouth set in a firm line of stubbornness. "I'm not leaving here." Crossing her arms over her corseted chest, she decided she wasn't going to move, no matter what. But even as she said the words, something inside her made her want to go down that path. Once again, dizziness nearly overpowered her until she feared she'd lose consciousness. Bracing against a rock to steady herself, she waited for the compulsion to pass, but it merely lightened, refusing to leave her. Her head came up when the wind carried what seemed to be the sound of male voices. Kady tried to fight the feeling, but there seemed to be a force outside of her telling her that she had to go down that path, that she couldn't stay where she was, and she had to go now. Still dizzy, and seeming to grow dizzier by the second, Kady took a step toward the path, then halted as her foot encountered something. On the ground was the satin envelope, neatly retied, a lump showing that it contained the watch. When Kady bent to pick it up, she almost fainted, and it took several moments before she could stand upright. Another shot came, and this time it was as though her feet had a will of their own as she started to stumble down the path. Twice the path branched, and even though her mind was disoriented and hazy, her feet seemed to know which way to go. Clutching the envelope tightly, her train thrown over her arm, she hurried forward. Twice she seemed to black out, and each time she opened her eyes again, she found herself still half running down the mountainside. Once she left the path altogether and stumbled across rocks and fallen timber before she found another path that led down the mountainside. Abruptly, she stumbled out of the shady woods and into brilliant sunlight. Swaying, she leaned against a boulder and tried to clear her vision. Several feet below her was a scene out of a movie. On a horse, his hands tied behind his back, his head listing to one side as though he were unconscious, was a man with a rope about his neck, and the rope was tied above to a large branch of a tree. The man was about 10 seconds away from being hanged. Near him were 3 men on horses, guns strapped to their hips and smirks of delight on their faces. Kady didn't know who was in the right, who were the good guys and who the bad, but she didn't like the look on those men's faces. Frantically, she looked about for some way to stop this awful event before the poor man on the horse was left dangling. 1,000 thoughts ran through her head, but none of them seemed to be worth acting upon. Somehow, she doubted that she could walk up to the men and ask them to please stop. Nor did she think promises of cake and chocolate pudding would make them cut the unconscious man down. She hesitated for a few seconds, then nearly jumped out of her corset when she heard a hateful little laugh below her to the left. Turning, she saw that a man was standing there, a rifle across his folded arms, and he was grinning in anticipation of the gory sight he was about to see. Maybe it was the thousands of television shows Kady had seen, or all the violent movies, but she didn't seem to think at all. It was pure instinct that made her creep up behind the man, pick up a big rock, and bring it down on his head. Silently, the man crumpled to the ground, and Kady grabbed his rifle. Now what? She thought, looking at the thing. How do I fire it? What should I... She didn't have any more thoughts, because the rifle seemed to go off by itself, and the kick of it sent Kady slamming back into a deep crevice between 2 rocks, the man she'd hit on the head at her feet. Still holding the rifle, her eyes wide in astonishment, she peered through the shrubs at the men on the horses several feet away. There was a tree between her and them, and because of the angle, she realized, the men couldn't see her. But by the noise and confusion, she knew she had distracted them. Holding the rifle against her corseted belly, Kady pulled the trigger again, only to find that nothing happened. "Cock it," came a voice into her head, and she remembered seeing TV shows where men pulled down a lever on the bottom of the rifle, then fired. After a bit of fumbling, she managed to do this, then fired again. This time there was a yell of pain, and she knew to her horror that she had hit someone. The sound of horses' hooves plus 3 shots directed toward her location, made her leap behind the rocks and crawl into a tiny cave formed by fallen trees and little bushes. With her breath held in fear, Kady listened as the horses came thundering her way. "What about him?" one of the men yelled when they were so near Kady could feel the warmth of their horses. She could tell that him was the poor man they'd been about to hang. "Shoot the horse out from under him and let's get the hell out of here." It was all Kady could do to keep from yelling, "No!" But self-preservation made her stay where she was, trying to make herself as small as possible, holding the train of the wedding dress close to her body so they wouldn't see it. There was another shot. Then, to her horror, she saw the satin envelope on the path and prayed the men wouldn't see it. But they were gone as fast as they could pull the man she'd bashed onto a horse. Then all was quiet. Part of her wanted to run from her hiding place, but another part of her wanted to stay there until someone came to rescue her. But her concern for the man about to be hanged won over her own fear. After disentangling herself from the underbrush, she slung the train of her dress over her arm, grabbed the envelope, then took off running in his direction. As soon as she was in the sunlight, she saw that the man was still on his horse, still had the noose about his neck. The shot had obviously scared the animal as it had moved forward until the poor man in the saddle was stretched as far as his body could be. When Kady reached him, she knew that she could lose no time. Gently, she spoke to the horse, caressing its nose as she coaxed it to move backward a few steps and relieve some pressure on the man's neck. Once the animal was back, she put her hand on the man's leg and looked up at him. "Sir?" she said, but saw that he was unconscious, oblivious to everything. So how did she get him down? She wondered. The man was big, at least 6 feet tall and a couple of 100 pounds. His hands were tied, and he was dead to the world. And if that thick rope lashing his neck to a tree wasn't removed, he'd be even more dead very soon. "Mister," she called up, shaking him with her hand on his calf. There was no response from the man, but the horse turned its head and rolled its eyes at her, then moved 1 foot forward. If the horse became impatient and decided to walk away, he'd leave his passenger dangling, so Kady knew she had to act immediately. As quickly as she could, she divested herself of the heavy trained skirt, all the half-slips, the lovely veil, and the lace gloves, until she was wearing the long drawers, hose, and the nifty little boots which easily slipped into the stirrup beside the man's booted foot. With a great push, she propelled herself onto the back of the saddle behind the unconscious man. "Great," she said as soon as she was in place. The rope was still a foot above her head, and even if she'd had a knife, the rope was so thick it would have taken her an hour to cut it. What she needed was a pair of bolt cutters, or a saw-blade bread knife, she said, looking up at the rope. "You couldn't wake up and help me with this, could you?" she said to the man, her head against his back. But she received no reply. Leaning around the broad back of him, she looked down at the horse. "Look, I'm going to have to climb up to stand on this saddle. So I want you to hold very, very still. Got that? I'm no circus performer, so I don't want you chasing rabbits, or whatever it is horses chase. Understand me?" The horse turned to look up at her in a way that made Kady quite nervous. Using the man's body as though it were a ladder, she carefully and slowly climbed up until she was standing in the saddle behind him, leaning most of her body weight against his as she steadied herself as she reached for the rope. The horse shifted on its feet, and Kady would have fallen if she hadn't caught herself by throwing her arms around the man's neck. "Be still," she hissed to the horse, and it had the good sense to obey her. It wasn't easy to loosen the treacherous hangman's noose from around the man's neck. The rope seemed to have embedded itself in the man's skin, and only by much tugging and pulling was she finally able to free him. and the moment he was free, he collapsed back against Kady's legs, almost causing her to fall from the horse. Crouching, she clutched him tightly as he leaned into her, and she bore what seemed to be half of his 200 pounds on her own body. With great difficulty, somehow managing to keep herself as well as him from falling, she eased back down into the saddle, so she was sitting behind him. His head was leaning back beside her own, his eyes closed, his breathing not detectable. "Wake up," she said, then pulled one hand up to pat his cheek sharply. She didn't have the heart to slap him, but truthfully she didn't think any slap would revive him. "How do I get you to a doctor?" she asked the unconscious man in her arms. Then, instead of trying to revive him, she stroked his thick hair from out of his eyes. His hair was dark blonde, his skin was lightly tanned, and for the first time Kady noticed that he was one gorgeous hunk. "Not in the same class as Gregory," she said aloud. "But a woman could do worse." "Stop it," she reminded herself. "There are more important matters at hand than some guy who likes to spend his days playing cowboy." With superhuman effort, Kady pushed the man forward until he was leaning over the horse's neck. Then she fiddled with the rope that was binding his hands. It took longer than it should have, but she had no knife, so she had to undo the tight knot. At last, she had him untied, so, slowly, with her hands bracing him against falling, she got off the horse and onto the ground. But once she was down and looking up at him, he seemed as tall as a mountain and about the same breadth. Now, all she had to do was get the rifle, in case those horrible men returned, and the skirt of her dress, then get back onto the horse and ride to the nearest town and hospital. Simple. But the minute she reached for the rifle, she heard a sound behind her, then looked and saw to her horror that the big man was falling straight toward her. There wasn't much time, but she did what she could to prepare herself for the impact. Spreading her feet wide apart, she braced herself. But no bracing could prepare her for the impact of his heavy body tumbling down onto hers. He fell against her hard, sending her sprawling onto a bed of leaves and gravel that cut into her lightly clad legs. For a moment, Kady lay where she was, blinking up at the lacy underside of the cottonwood tree branches, but the need to breathe brought her back to the urgency of the situation. Every ounce of the man was draped across her like some great warm blanket, a blanket so heavy that she couldn't draw a breath. When pushing against his shoulders didn't budge him, she realized that she was not going to be able to move him. Using what strength she had left, she did her best to wiggle out from under him. When she had the upper half of herself free, she paused to take a few deep, delicious breaths, and then finally managed to get the bottom half of her out from under him. "Now what do I do with you?" Kady asked aloud, looking down at him, sleeping with all the innocence of a child. "Feed you," she said brightly, then hauled herself up and began to search his saddlebags for something to cook. Chapter 4. An hour later, Kady knew that she had done whatever she could to save the man. He seemed to be breathing all right now, but he hadn't regained consciousness. Since there was no way she could get him back onto the horse to get him to a hospital, she set about making a camp for the night. She had searched through the saddlebags for what could be cooked, but had found only beef jerky, a canteen of water, and a tin cup. After she'd covered the man with the single blanket, she built a fire, something she was quite good at since she'd done a great deal of outdoor grilling in her life. Within minutes, she'd boiled a concoction of the dried beef, wild mustard, and some very nice greens she'd found growing nearby. After cooling the broth so it wouldn't burn him, she put the man's head onto her lap and began to try to get the liquid down his sore throat. He'd fought her until she'd spoken quite sharply to him and told him she was going to tie his hands again if he didn't drink his broth and behave himself. Her stern voice seemed to have reached the little boy in him because he grimaced, but he drank. Afterward, Kady let him sleep while she sat on a boulder a few feet away and tried to think about what had happened to her in the last hours. She was certain she was no longer in Virginia, but she didn't know where she was now, and certainly not how she'd come to be there. Once again, she opened the satin envelope and looked at the photograph, for her instinct told her that that picture had something to do with what had happened to her. It didn't take much deducing to see that the injured man lying on the ground before her was the boy in the picture. Even with his eyes closed and years older, he was the same. He'd opened his eyes once while Kady was trying to get him to drink, and she'd seen that they were dark blue like sapphires. But of course it was impossible for this man to be the boy in the photo, because that picture was over 100 years old. If he were the boy in the photo, then that would mean that when she went through the rock, she'd done a bit of time manipulation, which, of course, was impossible. After a while, she went to the man and began to search through the pockets of his trousers. She found a half-dozen coins, no paper money, and the coins were all dated in the 1870s. There was a letter in the saddlebag dated July 1873, saying that Cole Jordan owed $20 for cattle. The initials on the saddle were C.J. Impossible, she thought, as she shoved the items back into the saddlebags. Better to stop thinking of this. The sun was going down, and it was growing cold, making Kady shiver in her corset and drawers. As she went to stir up the fire, the man began to thrash about and mumble something. Or at least he tried to say something, but his throat was too damaged to make much noise. As Kady leaned over him, she ran her hand over his forehead. "It's all right," she said softly. "I'm here, and you're safe. No one is going to hurt you anymore." She couldn't imagine how she could reassure him when the truth was she was quite frightened herself. What if those men who had been trying to hang him returned? What if they were the good guys, and this man was a murderer, and that was the reason they had been about to hang him? Maybe he'd done something really, truly horrible to cause men to try to lynch him without a trial. But as she stroked the blond man's forehead, he began to shiver. And even though she tucked the blanket tighter around him, he still trembled. So she did the only other thing she knew to do. She lay down beside him. Immediately, his strong arms encircled her, drawing her to him as he threw one big leg over her much smaller ones. At first, Kady started to protest, but then fatigue overtook her. She'd been awake for nearly 24 hours now. Even so, out of habit, she started to push the man away because she didn't like to sleep close to anyone. On the rare occasions when Gregory spent the night, they each kept to opposite sides of the bed. Kady always said things like, "If I rolled onto you in the night, I'd crush you." But with this man, there was no threat of crushing any part of him. In fact, Kady thought maybe he could even sleep comfortably under the horse. At that thought, she giggled, and the man, his face and warm breath near hers, smiled in his sleep. He said something, but she wasn't sure what the word was. However, it sounded like angel. Whatever the word was, Kady rested her head against the muscle of his arm and went to sleep. She awoke slowly to someone kissing her softly on the lips. And not yet fully awake, she smiled and kissed him back. His hand was running up her thigh, over her waist, and onto her breast. Sleepily, Kady moved her leg so his thigh was between hers. Then she moved forward to get closer to him. His kisses were so very nice. Not urgent or frantic, as though he had to do this quickly so he could get to work, but as though he had all the time in the world. His lips moved to her neck, and as she arched against him, he put his face into her breasts, which were pushed high above the corset. "Oh, yes," she murmured, trying to get closer to him. It was a noise from the horse that made her open her eyes for a moment, then close them. In the next second she opened them with a jolt. This most certainly wasn't her bedroom, and those trees with the snow-covered mountains in the background certainly weren't part of the Virginia landscape. And if this wasn't her bedroom and this wasn't Virginia, then it was quite likely that the man whose face was buried between her breasts wasn't Gregory. Arching her back in an attempt to pull away from him, she pushed at his shoulders, but his face was glued to her breasts, which for some reason were nearly fully exposed, and memory came flooding back to her. "Get your hands off of me!" she half shouted to the top of the man's blonde head. Instantly, he stopped kissing, but he took his time before lifting his head to look at her. What Kady saw was a man with the most innocent eyes she'd ever seen. "He's a choir boy," she thought. "A huge, gorgeous choir boy, as innocent as fresh asparagus tips. But oh, so deadly," she reminded herself as she remembered his lips on her skin. "You are beautiful," he said, then winced at the pain in his throat. Kady was glad that his wince kept him from seeing her look of shock, for his voice was the same rich, deep timbre she'd heard last night from her Arabian prince. No two men could look less alike, but they certainly did sound alike. "Would you mind releasing me?" she said, pushing at his shoulders since his hands were still on her body. "Yes," he gasped out. "My apologies. I thought you were—" He swallowed painfully. "I thought you were my every dream come true." At that, he gave her a little one-sided smile that almost made her slide back into his arms. But she controlled herself and rolled away from him, then stood, hands on hips, and looked down at him. But his look made her glance down at herself and become very aware of her dishabille. If a man had grown up surrounded by women who wore only long granny dresses, then suddenly saw a woman wearing a bikini, he'd probably wear the same expression as this man. By late 20th century standards, Kady was fully dressed, except maybe for her breasts, which were overflowing the top of the corset. But even that wouldn't have been shocking to a modern man. Now, why did I think that? She wondered. Why did I think this isn't a modern man? Quickly, she grabbed the petticoats and slipped them on, then the heavy satin bodice and the skirt, all while he watched her with unblinking eyes. To her chagrin, the beautiful skirt was dirty in places, and there was even a tear down one side from when she jumped between the boulders. When she was fully covered, the man was still looking up at her with wonder in his eyes, and Kady knew she'd never seen a man as appealing as this one. And in that moment she knew she had to get home to safety, and to Gregory. Once she was dressed, she straightened her shoulders and looked down at him, trying to look as stern and businesslike as possible. "Now that I have seen that you are all right, I shall leave you," she said, then turned on her heel and started back toward the rocks. All she had to do was find the rock with the petroglyphs and go back through them to her apartment. Now that she had done what she assumed she was supposed to do and saved this man's life, she was sure she could return. She had walked only a few yards when the man caught her by the arm. She hadn't heard him come up behind her. "I can't let you go," he said. "Who will take care of you?" "I will take care of myself. Would you please release me?" He put his hand to his throat, a frown on his brow as he tried to speak. You should have a doctor look at your throat, she said, starting to step around him. You can't leave, he rasped out. Where do you live? I'll take you home. There, she said, pointing toward the rocks. Just a short way from here. The man looked at the rocks, then back to her, a look of, "Are you crazy?" on his face. There are only mountains that way. No ranches or farms. Nothing but rocks and rattlesnakes. He took her arm again. I'll take you wherever you live. I live there, she said emphatically. Anyway, where I live or don't live is none of your business. Now please, go away. He blocked her path. Are you saying that you risked your life to save me? Stayed with me all night to reassure yourself of my safety? And now I'm just to ride away and leave you here alone in the mountains without another thought for you? Do I have that right? You have it exactly right. Again, she tried to step around him, but he swept her into his arms and carried her back to the campfire, and all Kady's struggling didn't make him falter. Release me or I'll scream. And who do you think will hear you? He set her down on a boulder, the one where she'd sat the day before and tried to sort out what had happened to her. Calm down, she told herself. She had to get away from this man and back to the doorway in the rock where she'd entered this foreign place. There was a part of Kady that knew she was alone with the man in the middle of who knew where, and yesterday someone had been about to hang him. He could very well be a rapist, murderer, escaped lunatic, or whatever, and she should tread lightly. But some instinct said that he would never harm her, and, if need be, he would protect her with his life. But whatever he was, whoever he was, didn't matter. Her only concern was that she needed to get away from him and get back to the opening. She looked about for something to distract him from standing there and glaring down at her. I'm rather hungry. What about you? If you find us something to eat, I'll cook it. Smiling at her in the way men do when they are sure they have won an argument, he said, That's an excellent idea. I'll find us a couple of rabbits. She smiled at him sweetly. Very good. Since she'd searched his saddlebags and his trousers pockets, she knew he had no gun. There's a rifle over there. To Kady's surprise, the man seemed to pale, and in a lightning motion he grabbed the rifle from where it lay, propped against a tree, and before Kady could take a breath, he'd slammed it against a rock and shattered it. What are you doing? She half screamed. What if those men who tried to kill you come back? When the rifle was in pieces on the ground, the man dropped the bit of barrel that remained in his hands as though it were something filthy. I don't like guns, he whispered harshly. Obviously. As she looked up at him, he seemed to sway on his feet. Are you all right? Sure, he said. But when he closed his eyes for a moment, Kady stood and pushed him toward the shade of the cottonwood tree, where he reluctantly sat down on the ground. In concern, she knelt beside him, her face close to his as she felt his forehead for fever, but found none. She smiled at him. I don't think hanging agrees with you, so I don't think you should try it again. He looked at her, his dark blue eyes intense. Who are you? And why are you out here at the hanging tree, miles from town, and wearing a wedding dress? I was in my apartment and trying on the dress because I'm supposed to be married in a few weeks, and I heard something, and she looked at him. You're not very good at lying. Thankfully, I haven't had much reason to learn how. Looking up, she scanned the rocks at the foot of the mountain. the place where she'd come down the path. You wouldn't know where there are any petroglyphs, would you? And who is that? You're... He hesitated, and there was a definite sneer on his rather perfect lips. The man you're planning to marry? Petroglyphs are pictures carved on rocks. These are little stick men chasing an elk. And the man I'm going to marry is named Gregory Norman, she said. Then, to her horror, she burst into tears. Instantly, strong arms were put around her, and her head was drawn to a hard, broad chest. I'm sorry, she said. I don't usually... Shh, sweetheart, you cry all you want, he said soothingly as he stroked her hair. Kady did cry, but not for long. But when she stopped and tried to pull away from him, he still held her close. It didn't take much pressure to make her remain in his arms, for it seemed that now that the immediate danger was over, she was frightened at what had happened to her. You want to tell me what misfortune has befallen you? I'm a good listener. I don't know, she said, her head against his chest. I really don't know what happened or where I am. And I don't know why those men were trying to hang you. Are you a good guy or a bad guy? As she said this, she looked up at him in question. A what? He asked, one eyebrow arched. Then he smiled and pushed her head back down to his chest. I'm a good guy, deacon of the church. I even sing in the choir every Sunday. Look. He drew up his leg, pulled up his trouser leg, then reached into the top of his boot and withdrew what looked like a small hunting knife. Embedded in the handle was a little medallion. He handed the knife to Kady, and she looked at the medallion. 1 year, she read, then saw that there was a Christian cross in the center. 1 year for what? 1 year at church service without missing once. He gave her that one-sided grin again. I even went when I had chicken pox and infected most of the kids in Sunday school. She laughed, as out of habit, she ran her hand over the blade of the knife, wondering if he had sharpened it himself. It wasn't a perfect job. She could do better, but she'd felt worse. So, if you're a paragon of virtue, then why were the men trying to hang you? Ever hear of greed? I do believe I have, she said, smiling. You have something they want? A few head of cattle and a piece of land. Ah, one of those. Millions of cattle and millions of acres? He laughed. Not quite. Last I heard, the Colorado Rockies weren't the best grazing land. Lifting her head, she looked around her. Is that where I am? Colorado? When she looked back at him, his eyes were intense as he spoke. You want to tell me what's going on? Why are you here? Who's abandoned you? Did this Gregory, he sneered the name, did he jilt you? Of course not, she said, starting to get up, but he pulled her back down. All right, I apologize. It's just that a man doesn't usually see a woman wandering about the mountains alone wearing a silk wedding dress. He lowered his eyes a bit, and a husky quality came into his voice. Especially not one as beautiful as you. Kady blushed. I'm not beautiful. I'm 30 pounds overweight, and I never pay any attention to how I look. Usually I have on baggy trousers and a dirty smock. I own 1 pair of black dress shoes and a half a dozen pair of sneakers. She stopped because the man was laughing at her. Do you find my situation amusing? She asked with some anger. What kind of men do you know that do not think you are the most beautiful of women? I've never seen a woman as pretty as you. Your face and your... He looked down at her, and when he raised his eyes, there was wonder in them. All of you is perfection. No man could be so blind as not to see you for the Aphrodite that you are. For a moment, She just stared at him with her eyes wide and her mouth in a little O. "I see," she finally managed to say. "Just so?" She moved away from him a bit. "I think I'd better go." Instantly, he was on his feet, offering his hand down to help her stand. "You must tell me where you want to go, and I will take you." As Kady looked up into those blue eyes, she felt herself sway toward him, but she forced herself to stand upright. "Get hold of yourself," she commanded. "What is wrong with you anyway? You're engaged to one man, dream about another, and now you seem to be thinking of ripping the clothes off a third. Is there a bus around here? Or an airport?" How she was going to pay for anything, since she hadn't a penny on her, couldn't concern her, but somehow the look of consternation on the man's face didn't surprise her. "What is an airport?" he asked, and for some reason she couldn't define, his query made Kady dizzy again. "No, don't touch me," she said when he made a move toward her. She had to take control of the situation. "Look, I appreciate all your old-world chivalry, and I thank you for your shoulder to cry on. But I must leave you now. I really do want to go home." "And not get involved here," she thought. "Nor do I want to find out why you don't know what an airport is." With as much dignity as she could muster, she looped her train over her arm and started toward the rocks that she knew held the path that led to the doorway back to Virginia. And back to Gregory. Chapter 5. He didn't follow her, and Kady wasn't sure whether she was glad or terrified. What if she couldn't find the opening? What if the cowboy left her alone in these mountains and she could never find her way out? Right now, she wasn't going to allow herself to give in to her emotions. But the question, "Why me?" was going through her head. Why had what appeared to be a supernatural thing happened to her? She was a very ordinary person, and all she wanted was what she had: her cooking, marriage to Gregory, and maybe a baby or two. Since the cowboy she'd saved was obviously the man in the photo, she knew that what had happened was meant to save him from hanging. But now that he was saved, why didn't she instantly return to Virginia and Gregory? She climbed the path as it wound higher and higher up the mountain, but she knew within minutes that she had no idea where the petroglyphs were. When she'd come down the mountain, she'd been dazed and dizzy. Not that she was a whole lot better now, she thought, since she hadn't eaten in many hours. "Roast potatoes," she said out loud to the rocks surrounding her. "Buttered corn and tiny squabs on toast. Rare roast beef, salmon from Scotland, strawberry tart, chocolate truffles." Mentally preparing a menu only made her feel worse as she trudged up the trail that seemed to branch off in many different directions at once. Her beautiful gown kept snagging on the bushes, but she took her time disentangling the fabric, since she still hoped to wear the dress to her wedding to Gregory. Maybe it would be her act of defiance to wear this dress after the dawning of it had forced her to go where she didn't want to go. She had no idea how long she walked, but with each step she took, she lost hope. She was never going to find the doorway to go home. She'd starve to death, or freeze, or be eaten by the unidentified animals she'd just heard cry out. Or maybe those men who were trying to hang the cowboy would return and... Kady sat down on a rock, feeling utterly and absolutely alone. Maybe this was her punishment for having lived such a wonderful, happy life. 30 years of nothing much going wrong. No dysfunctional childhood. No one who'd ever tried to thwart her career. The love of a beautiful man who treated her like a princess. With a burst of energy, she stood and beat her fists against the rocks in anger. "No, no, no, no," she shouted. "I won't give it up. I won't. Do you hear me? I won't give it up." Of course, there was no one to answer her, or even to hear her, and after a moment she slumped back down on the rock, her head in her hands, and began to cry. Maybe she'd not appreciated her life in Virginia enough, and that's why she'd lost it all. After a few minutes, her energy was spent, and she leaned back against the rocks and closed her eyes. Maybe if she concentrated, she'd wish herself back into her apartment, back into Gregory's arms. Maybe if... She fell asleep. Kady awoke slowly, more aware of her stomach than the rest of her body. Did she smell roasting meat? With her eyes still closed, she smiled. Chicken? No, of course not. That was the unmistakable fragrance of rabbit. Rabbit cooked in wine, or baked in a crust, or smothered in twice-whipped potatoes. Carrots. Tiny peas, fresh from the pods. Thyme, and a lot of pepper. "Oh," she said as she nearly fell off the rock, but a large hand kept her from falling. When she opened her eyes, she was at first disoriented, not knowing where she was. But then she looked into the dark blue eyes of the cowboy. "Hungry?" he asked, holding out his hat. The inside was lined with oak leaves, and on top were the cut-up pieces of rabbit. Kady was so hungry she grabbed a leg and thigh piece and began eating, barely noticing that the meat was cooked incorrectly. Too high a heat had been used, so the meat was dry outside and almost raw inside. It was minutes before she could look up from the bone that she'd eaten clean. With a smile, the man offered her another piece and his canteen full of water. "Find what you were looking for?" he asked, when she was on her third piece of meat. He was sitting on a rock across from her, lazily leaning back, his long legs sprawled out between them, his boots nearly touching her skirt. "No," she said, not wanting to meet his eyes. She didn't want to accept help from him, didn't want to be in his debt. Truthfully, she didn't want to get into trouble with him. He was very appealing. "You left something behind," he said, as he held up the satin pouch. Kady didn't answer him, but concentrated on the rabbit. "You want to explain why you're carrying a photo of my family and my father's watch?" "No," she said, not looking at him, but she could feel his eyes on her. "Who are you? And where do you live?" he asked softly. When she finished the third piece of rabbit, she looked up. "Elizabeth Kady Long," she said, "but people call me Kady." She was looking about for something to wipe her greasy hands on. The cowboy took a bandana from his pocket, wet it with the canteen, then bent toward her, took one of her hands, and began to wash it. Kady tried to pull away, but he wouldn't release her. "I can do that myself," she said, but he ignored her. Either she needed some assertiveness training, or this man needed a course in believing women were autonomous. When her hands were clean, he leaned back, so Kady started to get up. "You might as well stay there since there's no place to go. There's just mountains on 3 sides. Legend is that way, and Denver is a 2 days' ride past it." "Then I'd better start walking," she said, rising. But his leg blocked her path. "Get out of my way," she demanded. "Not until you give me some answers. Now listen, Miss Long. You saved my life, and I feel that I owe you. It's my responsibility to take care of you and see that you're safe." "How can I be safe with a man who is about to be hanged? Maybe those men will return and hang both of us." That's a possibility. And it's one of the reasons I would very much like to leave this place and get back to town. But I'm not going to leave without you. If you would tell me who takes care of you, I'd gladly take you to them. But I'm not going to ride off and leave you here alone. You can't even feed yourself." At that, Kady's eyes widened. Not able to feed herself was the very last thing she thought she'd ever hear anyone say of her. The accusation was so absurd that it caused her to smile, then give a bit of a laugh. "That's better," the man said. "Now why don't you sit back down and tell me what misfortune has left you wandering about the Rockies in a wedding dress?" Kady was tempted, very tempted. But she knew better than to turn her troubles over to this man. Some sixth sense made her refuse to tell him anything, because she didn't want her life involved with his. She just wanted to go home and never see this man again. "You're the boy in the photo?" she asked, trying to divert his attention. Maybe if she could get some answers from him, she'd find out why she was here. "Yes," he said, his jaw stiff, as though he didn't want to speak of that. His attitude made Kady curious. "Is this your mother's wedding dress?" she asked softly. "I don't know. I wasn't at her wedding." In spite of her dilemma, Kady laughed, and the man smiled back. "I bet your sister grew into a real beauty." The man didn't say anything for a while, then slowly withdrew the photo from the envelope. "No one will ever know. She was killed when she was 7 years old." Kady drew in her breath sharply. "I'm sorry. She looked down at the dress and remembered how she'd thought that the woman in the photo looked so happy. "Your mother—" "Dead, too," the man said coldly, then looked up at Kady, his eyes hard, still full of misery after all these years. "This photo was the last one taken. Just days later there was a robbery at a bank in Legend, and as the thieves rode out of town, all the good citizens of Legend opened fire." As Kady watched, his lips curled into a sneer. "When the smoke cleared, my sister and my best friend were dead. My father and grandfather rode out after the robbers. 2 days later, they too were dead. My mother died the next year of grief." For a moment, Kady could only look at him in stunned silence. "I am so sorry," she managed to whisper. "That's why you hate guns, isn't it?" she said, and the man nodded curtly. Kady knew that this tragedy had something to do with why she was here. But that thought made her even more determined to return to her apartment, to go back through the rock and get out of whatever entanglement there was here. Standing, she walked to the edge of the path, then looked back at him. "I need to find the petroglyphs," she said softly. "Do you know where they are?" "There are lots of Indian carvings in these mountains," he answered. "You could hunt the rest of your life and not find them all." "But I must find them," she said passionately. "You don't understand. You understand nothing." "I'm willing to try to understand if you'll just tell me what is so important about a bunch of Indian carvings." Kady's hands were in fists at her side. She was not going to start crying again. "I was born in 1966, she said fiercely. "But that would make you only 7 years old," he said, puzzled. "Not 1866, 1966. As she looked at him, several emotions played across his handsome face, a face tanned by the sun and years spent out of doors. "I see," he said at last. "I see that you don't believe me," Kady said, her mouth tight. "Not that I expect you to believe me." She glared at him. "What are you thinking? That I escaped from an insane asylum? Are you thinking of locking me up so I can't harm anyone? Are you—" You're not very good at reading thoughts, are you? I was thinking that no matter when you were born, right now you need someone to take care of you. You need food and shelter, and something else to wear. I think you should marry me, and I'll—" At that, Kady began to laugh. Men are always the same, aren't they? Their solution for everything is to go to bed with them. A night of fabulous sex will make all the woman's problems go away. The man was frowning, his eyes almost angry. If sex was all I was after, I could have taken that from you before now. There's no one here strong enough to stop me. That statement wiped the smile off Kady's face. She turned away from him and took a step down the path. But she hadn't gone far when his voice stopped her. "I'll take you into town," he said, and she could tell by his tone that she had hurt his feelings. Her mother had told her to never laugh at a man's proposal of marriage, no matter how ludicrous she found it. She turned back. He was still sprawled on the rock, his eyes on his father's watch, winding it, acting as though nothing had happened, but she could tell that she had offended him. "I apologize," she said, moving to stand near him. "You have been nothing but kind to me, and I owe you. It's just that—" Abruptly, he stood, and the size of him made her stop talking. He towered over her 5 feet 2 inches, and, besides, something about a corseted dress made a woman feel ultra-feminine. "No, Miss Long, it is I who owes you." He didn't look at her while he spoke. "I cannot in good conscience leave you here in the mountains alone, so I will take you into Legend. There, I'm sure you can find employment and a place to live, and you can come back here to search for your Indian pictures whenever possible. Is that acceptable to you?" "Yes," she said hesitantly. It was perfect, but somehow his suggestion made her feel as though she'd lost something. A friend, perhaps? "Would you care to follow me, Miss Long?" he asked coolly, making Kady wince. She very much wanted to make amends for having been so nasty about his marriage proposal, even if it had been made out of a sense of duty. "Mr. Jordan," she began, but broke off when he looked at her sharply, making her realize that she hadn't asked him his name. "The name Cole Jordan is written on— She didn't want him to know that she'd been snooping through his belongings. The look he was giving her made her face flush, and she felt about 2 inches high. "You have the advantage of me, as you seem to know a great deal about me, while all I know of you is your name." His mouth curled into a tiny smile. "And your birth date, of course." That smug little smile erased Kady's guilt. "Since I did save your life, I guess the least you can do is give me a ride into town." She took a deep breath and looked up at him. "Look, Mr. Jordan, I think we should make things clear between us. Whether you believe that I'm from another time or another town makes no difference. The truth is that I am engaged to marry a man I care for very much, and I'm not going to marry someone else just to get a roof over my head. Where I come from, women take care of themselves, and as it happens, I happen to be a cook, so I can get a job just about anywhere, any year. So please, forgive me. I didn't mean to offend you, and I would like to keep you as my friend, but nothing more." As she made this speech, he'd stood there watching her, his face unreadable. But then he gave a slow smile that made her think she should get as far away from him as possible. She was engaged, but she was also human. "All right, Miss Long, we'll be friends," he said, holding out his hand for her to shake. In an instant he seemed to change from being overly concerned to being just what she wanted, a friend. In silence, she followed him down the mountain and back to camp. thus giving Kady time to think. It's best not to dwell on the horror of the situation and to look at it as an adventure, she told herself. Since she didn't seem able to return to her home right away, she should do what this man suggested and get a job, a place to live, and as Mr. Jordan said, spend her weekends searching for the petroglyphs that would show her the opening in the rock. And while she was looking, she'd get involved with no one, because without a doubt there was a reason why she'd been sent here. It was just that she didn't care what that reason was and had no intention of getting involved with it. By the time they reached the camp, she was feeling much better. She was not going to allow this thing to defeat her. "Perhaps you'd like to get yourself onto the horse," Cole said politely. "I wouldn't like to interfere with your independence." When he turned around, Kady made a little face at his back, then turned to look at the horse. She'd already climbed onto its back when she saved that ungrateful, unappreciative, overbearing, etc. man's life. However, the first time she'd climbed onto the horse, she'd been wearing many fewer pounds of clothing. Mounting a horse while wearing 10 pounds of satin, complete with a train, was for an expert, which Kady was not. As she heaved herself up repeatedly, then repeatedly fell back to the ground, Cole busied himself in destroying evidence of the camp. When he was finished, he leaned against the cottonwood tree, produced a knife, and began to trim his nails. "All right," she said, not looking at him. "Maybe I would like some help." "I wouldn't want to interfere. There's no hurry." Turning, she looked at him, her eyes narrowed. "Exactly why were those men trying to hang you?" She saw him try to hide a smile. Then, slowly, as though he had all the time in the world, he resheathed his knife in his belt and moseyed over to her. For moments, he stood looking down at her in puzzlement. "I don't want to presume on our friendship, but am I allowed to touch you?" Kady glared at him, then raised her arms for him to lift her. He did so, setting her down in the saddle with a teeth-jarring thump. Kady grabbed the pommel to steady herself while he mounted behind her. She was in the awkward side-saddle position and felt that she might fall off any second. If the voluminous skirt hadn't been trapping her legs, she would have slung one of them over the horse's neck. After he'd mounted behind her, Cole's arms encircled her as he took the reins, but he kept his arms at a respectful distance. However, his big, strong body was pressed close to hers, and she had an urge to lean back against him. To distract herself, she decided to talk. "What's this town of legend like?" "Like most any mining town." "I've never seen a mining town in my life." "Oh, yes. I forgot for a moment. You've only seen... Exactly what is it that you have seen in... What year would it be now in your world?" 1996, she said tightly. "And I'd appreciate it if you didn't laugh at me. A choir boy like you couldn't survive in my world." "Choir boy?" he asked, and she could feel his amusement. "Tell me, has the world invented new crimes besides murder and war?" "No. People have just refined them. In my time, we have illegal drugs and atomic bombs and food critics. We have automobiles that travel at fantastic speeds and crash into each other, and serial killers and air pollution. And we have men who..." She cut off because she didn't want to think of the things that she heard daily on the news. "Mine is a very fast world." "And you want to go back to it?" "Except for a few horse thieves, my world's a pretty boring place." "Right. You just have lynching parties, and smallpox, and typhoid fever, and cholera, and outdoor plumbing." You seem to know a lot about us. I've watched a lot of television. And what is television? As they'd been riding, Kady had leaned back against him and was now feeling rather comfortable. As she looked about her at the incredible, breathtaking Colorado mountains, she couldn't seem to remember exactly what television was. She'd never seen the Rockies before, and she'd had no idea they were so beautiful. Maybe she and Gregory could open a restaurant here. Maybe they could persuade his mother to leave Onions and come here. "Pretty, isn't it?" he said softly, reading her mind. "Beautiful," she answered. "I grew up in Ohio, went to school in New York, and have worked in Virginia. I've never seen this." He didn't answer, but she could feel that he was pleased that she liked the countryside. Truthfully, why were those men trying to hang you? The motion of the horse and the strength of the man supporting her were making her feel so safe that she was becoming sleepy. "They tried to take some of my cattle, and I protested." "Do you have many cows?" He hesitated before answering. "Very few. I told you, the Rockies aren't the best grazing land." "Then do you work in a mine?" "No." One of those silent cowboys, she thought with a sigh, and missed Gregory. He was always willing to talk about his business or listen to Kady's stories of what had happened in the restaurant. "What's this Grover like?" Cole said, and there was a definite sneer in his voice. Kady was sure that wanting a man to be jealous wasn't psychologically correct, but it did feel good. She'd always been too busy learning to cook to spend much time with men. Before Gregory, she'd had surprisingly few dates. "I don't know anyone named Grover," she said with exaggerated innocence. "I can't imagine who you mean." "The one you're planning to marry." "Ooh, Gregory. Well, he's absolutely gorgeous. Very black hair, dark eyes, honey-colored skin, and—" "Any brains?" Cole asked tightly. "A degree from the University of Virginia, in business, which he's very good at. Buys and sells land in California. He's almost rich, actually, and he's bought me a 3-story townhouse in Alexandria. Oh," she said, when the horse stepped into a hole and Kady nearly went tumbling. But Cole's arms caught her and kept holding her. "And what about you?" she asked sweetly. "No wife or fiancé? What about a girlfriend?" "None," he said. "Just me and Manuel, my old cook." "And is he a very good cook?" "If you like beans and chili so hot it can blister your tongue. You wouldn't like to work for me, would you? I could pay you." He cut himself off. "Nah, you want to be independent, have your own job. Tell me, are all women 100 years from now like you?" It was obvious that he was laughing at her and had no belief that she had ever seen the 20th century. "Most of them. We have careers and earn as much money as the men. Women can do anything, you know." At that, he snorted. "So who takes care of the kids?" Kady opened her mouth to answer, but she thought a discussion of daycare and nannies might not make the point she wanted to. Having children is a choice, and the children are taken care of. Unfortunately, some rather horrible images of child abuse that she'd seen on the 6 o'clock news flashed before her eyes. "But if the women work all day, who—" "Is that the town of legend?" she asked, changing the subject. "No, it's a rock formation." "Isn't that amazing? That it looks just like—" "If you are from another time, not that you are, why are you here? And where did you get the picture of my family and my father's watch? We thought they were lost." "Who is we?" My grandmother and me. She's the only relative I have left." He shifted his arms around her, making them just a bit tighter. "You do have an amazing ability to change the subject. What were you doing with my family's photo?" "I bought an old flour tin, and when I opened it, this dress was in it, and on the bottom of the tin was the packet containing the photo and the watch." When she said no more, he said, "Then what happened?" "I don't know," Kady said quietly, not wanting to think of those horrible minutes when she wavered between two worlds. She still expected to wake up any minute and be back in her apartment. No matter what time it was, she'd call Gregory and tell him she loved him, and... "Come on," Cole said softly. "Don't turn coward on me now. You're a little Miss Independent, remember? You can do everything all by yourself. Are you afraid to tell me what happened?" His tone said he was making fun of her. "I can take care of myself if that's what you mean," she said angrily. He was chuckling. "There, that's better." For a few moments they were silent. "Why did you ask me to marry you?" Kady asked. He didn't answer right away. "To protect you. Because I owe you. I wouldn't be alive right now if it weren't for you. You know, I think old Harwood thought you were a ghost coming out of the mountains in that white dress." "I thought you were unconscious. How did you see anything?" "I was saving my strength." Twisting around in the saddle, she glared up at him. "If you were awake, then you could have helped me save you." "Mm-hmm," was all he'd say, and Kady could see the smile he was trying to suppress. She turned back around. "You could have crushed me when you fell off that horse." Instead of answering, he smoothed a curl back from her face and tucked it behind her ear. Somehow, the simple touch of putting her hair behind her ears was more intimate than anything else he had done, and Kady frowned at it. Yes, it was definitely better to get away from this man. Chapter 6. The town of Legend wasn't what she'd expected. Maybe it was her innate cynicism, but she'd expected filth and saloons. As a kid, she'd believed the beautiful movie sets that showed pretty little houses with white picket fences. But as an adult, she'd realized that the women in those cowboy shows had spent 3 hours having their hair and makeup done, and the streets were swept daily by the crew. But as she rode into the town on the horse in front of Cole, she had to change her mind, for Legend looked like something Walt Disney had created. It was clean and neat, and the people were all nicely dressed and bustling about with smiles on their faces. They rode down one street that Cole told her was named Eternity Road, then took a left down a well-maintained, wide road named Kendall Avenue. They passed clean, tidy shops, a hotel, a freight depot, livery stable, and a huge ice cream parlor that looked like something from a Judy Garland movie. She saw only one saloon, and it looked like a place you could take the kids on Saturday night. Between the buildings were vacant lots, some of them rather prettily landscaped. What further astonished her was that she didn't see a gun anywhere. Not a single man was carrying a firearm. In fact, for the most part, everyone looked clean and prosperous and absolutely peaceful. Maybe it had been Cole's story about the deaths of his family, but she'd expected Legend to be a little more, well, dangerous. "So much for the Wild West," she muttered, and remembered hearing that had been a myth. If so, then Legend was proof of that myth. "Where would you like me to drop you?" Cole asked. "Anywhere they need a cook," she answered. As she and Cole had passed by, all the townspeople had stopped what they were doing and looked at them. Was it the sight of her in the blindingly white dress? Or were they shocked at seeing a man and woman so close together in public? She wondered. From the looks of the picture-perfect town, the only sin in this place was staying up past 9 p.m. "How about the Palace Hotel?" he asked. Much to her chagrin, Cole's words made a feeling of panic run through Kady. She was going to be alone. Alone in a strange town, in even a strange time period for that matter. She knew nothing, really nothing. So how was she going to cope? For a second, she almost threw her arms around Cole's neck and begged him not to leave her alone. "Be strong, Kady," she told herself. "This will be fine," she said, taking a deep breath to keep her voice from shaking. He'd stopped before a plain board, 2-story hotel, probably the largest building in town. And like the other buildings, it was clean and tidy, with lace curtains at the windows. After Cole dismounted, he put up his arms to help Kady down, then stood for a while looking down at her. "Are you sure you don't want to change your mind? I could take care of you." For just a second, Kady swayed toward him, but she was too self-reliant to give in to her impulses. She'd always taken care of herself, so she couldn't very well start now at 30, depending on some man to take care of her. "I'm sure." She straightened her spine, then held out her hand to him. "Thank you, Mr. Jordan, for all that you have done for me, and I appreciate your concern." Cole took the hand she offered and solemnly clasped it. His face was grim. "I've never done anything like this. You are a woman under my care, and I can't just leave you without any protection. What if you can't get a job?" Kady's smile was smug. She had every confidence that all she had to do was cook for someone and she'd be hired. "Didn't you say that this was a mining town? It must be full of single men, and surely some of them will want to cook. Now, please go," she said, feeling her confidence returning. How could she not find a job? "All right," he said reluctantly. "But I want a favor from you." Warily, she said, "What?" "Tomorrow at 2 o'clock, I will meet you in front of the church. It's that way, near the end of this road. You can't miss it. I want you to show up there tomorrow and tell me that everything is all right with you so I can rest easy. Agreed?" Kady smiled up at him. "All right, it's a deal. I'll be there at 2 on the dot and tell you about my wonderful new job. And maybe I'll even have found someone who knows where the petroglyphs are." "That's a good idea," Cole said with a smile. "There are some old prospectors around here who know the mountains backwards and forwards. Maybe they'll remember the place." Still holding her hand, he gave it a squeeze. "Now, you behave yourself, and I wish you all the luck in the world." With a little tug on the brim of his hat, he turned and walked down the cleanly swept boardwalk. It would be hard to describe the depth of the emptiness Kady felt when she saw the back of Cole Jordan. She'd known him only a day, but he was the only person she knew in this town. "The only person I know in this century," she said, as she watched him pause near a group of boys. They were playing marbles in the dirt, and Cole interrupted to hand them something he pulled from inside his pocket. Since she knew what his pockets contained, she knew he wasn't giving them candy. What was he giving them then? "Money," she thought, as the kids looked into their palms, then took off running in the direction of the ice cream parlor that she knew was just around a bend in the road. "Choir boy," she said to herself, then tossed her train over her arm and went inside the hotel. Maybe she should have asked Cole to buy her a new dress, she thought. But no, a clean break from him was better. Inside, the hotel was just as she'd imagined, quietly busy, filled with well-dressed men and women walking sedately arm in arm. Through a doorway she could see an area filled with horsehair-covered furniture, a large Persian rug on the floor. To her left stood a high counter, with pigeonhole mailboxes behind it and a nice-looking young man writing in an enormous ledger. Smiling, she went to the clerk. "Could I see the manager? Or the person in charge of hiring people?" she asked politely. The man looked down at her white silk gown, then raised one eyebrow. Did he think she'd been stood up at her wedding? Kady wondered, feeling embarrassed. Number 1 on her agenda was to get a new dress. Maybe she could get an advance on her salary. 1 o'clock, Kady thought, looking up at the clock on the tower on top of the firehouse. 1 more hour to go before she was to meet Cole, and she could see the church from here. What was she going to tell him, she wondered. Would she have to go on to her knees to beg him to buy her a meal? At the mere thought of food, her stomach growled. Due to how little she had eaten since coming through the rock, she could pull her corset in another couple of inches. Turning from the firehouse, she started walking toward the church but had to stop. Not too fast, she told herself. Save your energy. Trying to keep her shoulders back and her pride intact, she walked slowly down the dusty road, doing her best to ignore the townspeople who passed her. Kady was sure that by now they knew all about her, how she'd arrogantly told the hotel manager that she was a better cook than anyone he'd ever had at his hotel. Just as arrogantly, he told her he didn't want any women in his kitchen, inciting the men to who knew what acts. He hadn't even considered giving Kady a job. So much for equal rights, she had told herself as she left the hotel. So the first place she'd tried had turned her down. So what? There was an entire town full of employment opportunities. She'd find something somewhere. But as night drew near and Kady still had no place to sleep, she began to give up hope that anyone would give her a job, and her despondency began to grow. When the cold Colorado night began to descend, she remembered with great fondness how Cole's warm body had held her during the night before. By nightfall, she'd tried nearly every shop in town. She'd even made her way out to the Tarek mine and begged a job there. To her great humiliation, when the mine manager told her that a woman who looked like her would cause riots among the men, she had burst into tears. For a moment, he'd looked as though he was going to relent, but he'd glanced at another man who'd shaken his head no, so the manager didn't give in. He did, however, say she could ride back to town on one of the wagons full of ore. As Kady walked to the wagon with the 2 men, she saw an open tent set up under the trees, with trestle tables inside, and the tables were covered with food. From the smell of it, everything was fried in the same grease that had been used to lubricate the wagon wheels. But at the moment, the smell of any food made Kady's mouth water. She forgot her pride. "Could I have something to eat?" she asked. And she could see by the manager's eyes that he was going to say yes. But the other man, his lieutenant, his evil wizard as Kady saw him, firmly took her arm and told her that a mining camp was no place for a lady. Before Kady could think of an appropriately nasty reply, he half lifted her onto a hard-board wagon seat and told the driver to go. Within minutes, she was back in town, and the driver let her out at the depot, where the silver ore would be weighed before being hauled down the mountain. Across from her was the laundry, so Kady went in and asked if they needed any help. She wasn't in the least surprised when they told her no. Across the street, behind the ice cream parlor, was a large park, with big cottonwood trees and grassy lawns. At one end was what looked like a sports field with bleachers set up. By the time she reached the sports field, night had fallen, and she was shivering. In the moonlight, she could see what looked to be a perfect little schoolhouse, with a bell tower on top of the building and a little porch on the front. Half staggering, both from hunger and exhaustion, Kady made her way to the building, and when she found the front door unlocked, she offered a prayer of thanks, then went inside. By comparison with the outside, the schoolhouse was a haven of warmth. In the little cloakroom, she found a couple of forgotten coats and what smelled like a horse blanket, put them on the floor, lay down on them, rolled them around her, and went to sleep. When she awoke the next morning, the sun was up, and it took her moments to remember where she was. When she did, she refused to allow herself to feel any self-pity. Her mother had told her that self-pity was a bottomless well, and once a person fell into it, you kept falling forever. Since there were no children clamoring to be let in the next morning, Kady assumed it was Saturday, or maybe Sunday. She could barely keep up with the year, much less the day of the week. She spent some time searching the schoolhouse for something she could wear. Maybe her dress, so unforgivably white in the brilliant mountain sun, was the reason she couldn't get a job. Or wasn't even given a chance to prove that she could do the job, she thought with some bitterness. As she was about to leave the schoolhouse, she saw a mirror on the far wall and went to look at herself, then nearly screamed in horror. This was the woman who the mine managers said would cause trouble among the men? Her hair, once clean and neatly pinned, was now dirty and as tangled as a cold dish of angel hair pasta. Her face had a black streak across one cheek. "Wonder how long that's been there," she said aloud as she rubbed at the dirt. As for her dress, it hardly resembled the beautiful creation she'd pulled out of the flour tin. One shoulder was torn at the seam, from when she'd caught it as she beat a hasty retreat from the sawmill. There was a black smudge covering one whole side of the skirt where she'd brushed it against a sooty stove in the newspaper office. A young man, with a pencil behind his ear, had aggressively asked her questions about her reasons for being in town and her relationship with Cole Jordan, and where did she live, and did she know anything about the recent robberies, and why was she asking questions around town, and was she one of the members of the gang, and who had stood her up at her wedding, and did her fiancé find out about her involvement with the robbers, and where did they bury the loot, and what... Kady had run from the office so fast she'd nearly knocked the stove over. Thank heaven it hadn't been lit, or she might have set herself on fire. "At least I would have been able to cook something," she muttered as she trudged down the street. After the cold night in the schoolhouse, she'd had no more luck the morning of the second day. She'd started knocking on the doors of houses. Once, she'd looked into the kind eyes of a gray-haired woman and asked her for something to eat. The woman's face had dissolved into pity, and Kady felt the woman had been about to speak when her husband appeared by her side, glared at Kady, and said, "We don't take kindly to beggars in this town," then shut the door in Kady's face. So now Kady was walking toward the church to meet Cole. What attitude should she take? That everything was fine and she needed no help? Should she keep her pride at all costs? Odd how pride fled when one's belly was involved. When she got back to the 20th century, maybe she'd write a book titled Time Travel, the New Weight Loss Plan. Dignity, she told herself as she walked along the road. She must keep her dignity. There was a long hill just behind the firehouse, crosswise of the road, with a short hedge running atop the ridge. As Kady walked up and over this hill, past the hedge, the town seemed to change. The part of legend that she'd seen was pretty, but on the other side of the hedge, the town seemed to blossom into heaven. The road forked right and left, and the church stood to the left. On the right was a perfect little building with a big porch and round-topped windows. A sign across the front said, "Legend Library." To the right of the library was a long dirt drive that led up a slight hill, and Kady had to blink twice at what she saw at the end of the drive. Unless she missed her guess, the beautiful white building with the distinctive dome top was a mosque. She'd certainly never heard of a mosque in the Old West, she thought, as she turned toward the church. Flowers grew beside the perfectly kept road, and the churchyard was a blanket of tiny blue blossoms amid the luxurious grass. Obviously, Legend's mines were prospering, if they could afford to keep public buildings in this state. As she neared the church, she could hear singing, and it made her smile. Perhaps the church people would have more pity on her situation. Perhaps she could talk to the pastor, and he could help her find employment. Why hadn't she thought of that before? Slowly, Kady climbed the steps of the church and sat down heavily in the shade of the porch overhang to wait for Cole. He would, of course, buy her a meal, she thought, then smiled at the prospect. She didn't have to wait long, for he rode up on his horse just minutes later, and the sight of him made Kady feel relief. He was her friend. He'd help her. "Am I late?" he asked anxiously. "I thought I was to meet you at 2. "No," she said, smiling, wishing with all her heart that her hair were clean and she had on something other than a filthy, torn wedding dress. "I'm early." He took his time dismounting, slowly came up the stairs, then hesitated as though deciding what to do. "I'm to rehearse my solo for the service tomorrow. The pastor is leaving town for a couple of weeks, so we need music to fill up the time. After a couple of songs for me, they'll be begging for his return." He was grinning at her, not a care in the world, as though he didn't see what a mess she was. He took a step toward the door, then turned back and sat down on the step beside her. "Are you all right?" Part of Kady wanted to say that yes, everything was grand, but her stomach growled so she couldn't lie. "No, nothing is all right." He took her dirty hand in his big, warm, clean one. "Want to tell me about it? How's your new job?" "I have no job," she said passionately. But when he glanced at the half-open church door, she quietened. "No one would hire me. No one anywhere. Not in a public kitchen or private. I even applied at the laundry, and they turned me down, too." "Family-owned," he said, making her look at him in question. "The laundry is Mr. Simmons's, and he has 6 daughters, so he'd not want to pay an outsider." Kady looked at him hard. Was he missing the point? "I couldn't find any job anywhere," she said evenly. "No one would hire me." "Did you try the mines?" She blinked, then said in a steady, slow voice, as though explaining to an idiot, "I tried the Tarek mine, but I didn't go to the others because they were too far away. I'm on foot, and in this dress, it's a bit difficult to get around." "Ah, yes. Bet you the manager was nice, but his foreman sent you away." "Yes," she said, looking at him in wonder, since he still didn't seem to be understanding what her problem was. "Last month, the foreman's girlfriend in Denver married someone else, and he's, well, a bit off women at the moment. Doesn't want to see any of them." Cole put her hand back in her lap. "Rotten luck that you tried the Tarek first. I'm sure the Lily or the Amaryllis needs a cook. And what about the jail? It's a couple of miles out of town, on the way to Denver. But maybe they need someone." He glanced at the church door. "I have to go now. Thanks for coming. And I'm very glad to see you're all right." For a moment, Kady sat there in stunned silence. He couldn't be going to leave her just like that, could he? "Cole!" She hissed at him, making him turn back, his body half inside the church. Yes, Miss Long?" he whispered, so he wouldn't disturb the people singing in the church. "I am not all right," she said. "I'm not all right at all." Then, to her disgust, she began to cry. Turning her face away so he wouldn't see her, she looked back when he handed her a clean handkerchief. He had seated himself beside her and was waiting with a small frown on his face. No doubt he was annoyed that she was keeping him from choir practice. She was in danger of starving to death, and he was worried he'd be late for choir practice. "I don't mean to keep you here, but I need help," she said, the words foreign to her. Even in the kitchen, she refused to ask the men to lift the huge copper stockpots. She liked to do things by herself. "What can I do to help you?" he asked softly. "I can't find a job," she repeated. "No one needs a cook. No one will even give me a chance to prove that I can cook." He was silent. Kady blew her nose. "Aren't you going to say anything?" "I don't know what to say. You've made it clear that you don't want me to protect you, so there's nothing I can do. I can't very well force someone to give you a job now, can I? It's not as though I own the town." He chuckled at this thought. "But couldn't you put in a good word? If I did that later, you would hate me. You'd think I'd interfered in something that was none of my business, and you'd hate me. Miss Long, I value your friendship too much to do anything to jeopardize it." He patted her hand, glanced toward the church door, and looked as though he was going to leave again. Kady grabbed his arm. "I wouldn't hate you no matter what. You've lived in this town all your life, and—" "Actually, I came here when I was 4. "That doesn't matter," she gasped, then took a breath to calm herself. "All I'm asking is that you talk to some people." He looked at her in sympathy. "The problem is that there are 10 people for every job. When we needed a new school teacher, every man's wife and half the daughters in this town wanted the job. The town council had a devil of a time choosing just one person. It's the silver, you see. Legend is fairly rich in silver, and everyone wants to be here in hopes of striking it rich." His face lit up. "I could take you to Denver. Maybe there you'd find—" "No, I can't leave here because I must find the rocks where I came through. If I'm ever to get back, that's the way." Turning away, he looked out toward the lovely lawn in front of the church. "Ah, yes, Guilford." "Gregory," Kady said. "The name of the man I love is Gregory." Cole kept his face turned away, but she could see a tiny smile playing at the corner of his lips, as though what she'd said were a great joke. But none of this was a joke to Kady, she thought, as once again she buried her face in her hands. "You have to help me. I'm hungry. I haven't had anything to eat in—" She broke off because Cole let out a rather loud belch. "I do beg your pardon," he said, his hand to his mouth. "Beans. It's the only thing Manuel knows how to cook. It's beans for breakfast, beans for lunch, beans for supper, beans and—" "I can cook something besides beans," Kady said brightly, looking up at him with pleading eyes. "I can cook anything." Cole looked at her with the eyes of a man explaining the very simplest concepts of life. "You are an independent, self-supporting woman, and I respect that. I know you take a great deal of pride in being able to care for yourself with the help of no one else on earth, so how could I—" "Cut it out," she snapped. "You don't need to make me grovel. So, you were right. At least you were right in this time and this place." "Is that an apology? A full apology or half of one?" "It's all you're going to get, so be thankful for it." Cole gave her a little grin. "Stop gloating, and take me out and buy me the biggest meal this town has to offer. It'll be my final meal before I become your food slave." He arched an eyebrow. "As opposed to what other kind of slave?" "Just feed me and let's go." But Cole didn't move, and his face lost its teasing look. "Kady, I can't give you a job." "Because I said—" Taking both her hands in his, he looked into her eyes. "You may have noticed that Legend isn't like other mining towns." "No, that's right. You said you'd never been to a mining town, so you'll just have to trust me that it is different. Other towns have a lawlessness about them that we don't allow here in Legend." She didn't understand. "It's illegal for me to cook for you?" "No, of course not. It's just where I live." At that, she looked at him. He was clean, and the blue cotton shirt he had on had been ironed within an inch of its life. Somehow, she couldn't imagine Cole Jordan living in a shack. "I live in a place out of town, that way," he said, nodding toward the east. "There are no other houses near me, and, well, Miss Long, it just wouldn't look right for you and me to live there alone with just old Manuel and a few ranch hands for chaperones." His eyes showed sadness. "After choir practice, I can take you out for a meal, but I really don't know what else I can do. I can't force anyone to hire a cook they don't need. I'd give you all the money I have, but the whole town would know in a minute, and, well, your reputation would suffer." His voice lowered. "This is a town full of men, and if you were taking money from me, they might think you were a different kind of woman than what you really are." Kady had a vision of drunken cowboys liquored up after a trail drive, tearing down the door to her cheap hotel room and... She shook her head to clear it. "Too many movies, Elizabeth Kady," she heard her mother's voice saying in her head. Cole pressed her hands in his. "I really don't know how to help you." He glanced at the door to the church. "I must go now. After choir practice, we can talk more. Maybe I can persuade someone to take you in. Some people in town owe me favors, so maybe—" Kady's grimace made him cut off. "Charity," she said under her breath, and imagined how uncomfortable it would be to live as an unwanted guest in a stranger's house. It was at that moment that Kady changed her attitude. Extraordinary problems called for extraordinary solutions. As Gregory's handsome face flashed before her eyes, she thought how his mysterious dark looks were such a contrast to Cole's blue-eyed blondness, Cole's open and guileless face. She loved Gregory, loved him very much, but he wasn't here. He wasn't even born yet, and she wouldn't be doing him any favor if she kept her pride and starved to death before she could get back to him. After taking a deep breath to give herself courage, she straightened her shoulders and looked into Cole's candid blue eyes. "Is your marriage proposal still open?" she asked, and instantly she could see the shock on his face. "You're engaged to marry someone else." "Desperate times call for desperate measures." Cole gave her a look that said, "Thanks a lot." "You know what I mean." He looked down at her hands, still resting in his. "I offered marriage in the heat of the moment. I felt grateful to you for saving me, but now I wonder what people would say. I'm afraid they'll—" "Why, you low-down, lying bastard!" she said, snatching her hands from his. "Here I am, starving, mind you, and all you can think of is what this overly manicured little town will say. Let me tell you, Mr. Jordan, that this town isn't worth thinking about. They'd let a lone woman starve to death before they'd sully their pristine reputations." She was so angry she forgot about her hunger and exhaustion and stood, which allowed her to look down at him. "Right now, I wish I hadn't saved that overly muscled neck of yours. And when I'm found dead in some alley, my death is going to be on your head." With that utterly magnificent riposte, she grabbed her train, slung it over her arm, and started down the stairs. Unfortunately for her self-esteem, she tripped over Cole's big feet and went tumbling forward. But he caught her in his arms and pulled her back to sit on his lap. Kady was so angry she wouldn't look at him, but held herself as rigid as possible. "I guess I do owe you a favor." "No one has to marry me as a favor," she said through clenched teeth. "And put me down before one of your legendary saints sees us together." Her play on the town's name made him smile. "Too late," he said, his smile widening. Kady rolled her head back to look up at the entire choir of Legend Colorado as they jammed themselves together in the doorway to stare in open fascination at her and Cole. "I'm afraid that now I have no other choice except to marry you," he said. "Now that I have—" "So help me, if you say that you've ruined my reputation, I'll throw up on you." For a moment, Cole looked at her half in amusement, half in shock. Then he glanced up at the choir, still staring as though they were natives seeing their first peep show. "If you will excuse us, Miss Long and I need to discuss a few matters in private." When the spectators were gone, Cole looked back at Kady, opened his mouth to speak, but instead looked down at her. The way she was positioned in his arms made the tops of her breasts push up out of the dress until they were nearly popping out of the neckline. And the tight dress showed off every curve of Kady's lush figure. She might be thought to have a weight problem in the late 20th century, but she'd already been in this century long enough to know that here a woman was supposed to look like a woman. "Touch me and you die," she hissed, her nose a quarter inch from his. For a moment, he just looked at her. Then, with a sigh of reluctance, he slowly set her back on the porch step beside him. "You are right," he said after a while. "I do owe you. I owe you my life. And I did offer to marry you, so I must—" He stopped when he saw Kady's tight-lipped glare. "I would be honored to marry you," he said solemnly. "Honored and pleased. And I want you to know that I respect your unusual circumstances. So, you are under no obligation to perform your wifely duties. Unless you want to, that is," he added. Kady hadn't really thought that far ahead. Right now she wanted a meal, a bath, and a bed in that order. Her anger at this man was taking the last of her energy. Kady drew a deep breath, but no matter how much she tried to calm herself, her voice still came out with a nervous tremor. "Yes," she said in a tiny voice. "Pardon? I couldn't hear you." She glared at him. "I can't quite put my finger on it, but there is something about you that I truly dislike. Only starvation would make me marry you." He gave her a smug little smile. "Maybe I could find another man to take care of you. I'm sure someone somewhere would be willing to marry you." She ignored his snide remark, refusing to think of what might befall her if she found herself married to a man who didn't own a badge for continuous church attendance. "I want to remind you that you owe me," she said levelly. "I saved your life, and as for my wifely duties, if you try to force me to do anything I don't want to, I'll—" The voice that cut her off was angry. "I do not force women or harm them in any way," he said, his jaw clenched. "I am marrying you as a necessary way of protecting you. It is, as you say, I owe you. Now, if you are through disparaging my character, would you like to go into the church and get married, or not?" he asked. "You are free to leave if you don't want to marry me." Kady knew she'd been put in her place. Maybe she was making more of this than there was. He told her he thought she was beautiful, but that had obviously not sent him into uncontrollable lust. As he'd said, he could have forced her when they were alone near the hanging tree. But he hadn't. A wave of guilt overtook Kady. "Marriage is very serious, and you must know that I will go back to my home the very second I can," she said. "Aren't you involved with some girl you'd rather marry? Maybe some woman is going to be furious when she finds out that a man she thought was hers has—" "Pretty much all the women in this town are in love with me," he said solemnly. "Even the married ones want to widow themselves so they can marry me. Women follow me down the street like so many baby ducks. I have to change my sleeping place every night to foil their attempts to find me because they seduce me all—" Kady grabbed his arm. "Shut up, and let's get this over with. The sooner this is done, the sooner I can get something to eat." "After you," Cole said, smiling at her and pushing the door to the church open wider. "Mrs. Jordan," he said under his breath. Chapter 7. Kady awoke because her scalp was itching furiously, and there was something constricting her breathing. When she opened her eyes, it took her a moment to focus on the ceiling, which was constructed of closely set posts. Idly, she wondered when her landlord had redecorated and why he'd decided to give the rustic look to an apartment in Alexandria, Virginia. Turning her head, she looked about the place as she rubbed her eyes and tried to clear what seemed to be pounds of crusty sleep from them. A cabin, she thought. A mountain cabin. One room, very clean, all homemade furniture, blue calico curtains on the windows. Abruptly, Kady sat up as memory came flooding back to her. She was no longer in Virginia, but in the mountains of Colorado, and the year was 1873. For a moment she buried her face in her hands and remembered all that had happened in the last few days, especially what had happened yesterday. Cole Jordan, a man she hardly knew, had escorted her into a church that was nearly crushed under the weight of the flowers that adorned it. Kady's eyes had widened as she looked at the lilies and roses and great swags of wild flowers that hung from every conceivable surface. "There's a wedding later today," Cole had said, smiling down at her dirty face. "Or maybe the flowers are for us." "Then they should all be dead," she said quietly, not meaning for him to hear, but he did, and she felt bad for the hurt on his face. It really was nice of him to help her in this way. It was just that this wasn't what she'd hoped for her marriage. She'd wanted her friends there, Jane and Debbie, and she'd wanted to look beautiful, not as though she'd spent the night in a coal bin. As she walked down the aisle, she glanced up at Cole, saw the way the sunlight glanced off his blonde hair, and she nearly ran out the back of the church. She'd wanted to walk down the aisle with Gregory, with the man she loved, and not this stranger. A minister was standing at the head of the church, under a lovely arch of greenery and tiny white flowers. Had this been someone else's wedding, Kady would have marveled at how beautiful everything was. The choir was singing, but she could hardly hear them. At her wedding to Gregory, she had planned to have a soprano from the New York Opera Company sing. She hadn't been aware when the minister had started the service, so she wasn't aware when he stopped it. She was only aware when she felt the eyes of everyone in the church on her. Still holding her arm tightly as though, if he let her go, she'd flee, Cole handed Kady his handkerchief. She had no idea when she started crying. Not the great wrenching, noisy sobs that she could feel inside her body, just hot tears slowly running down her cheeks in a steady stream. "Don't mind me. I always cry at weddings," she said to the minister. Then, after a confirming look at Cole, he continued. Somewhere during the short ceremony, Kady said what she was supposed to, so eventually she heard the words that declared she was now married to this man. Bracing herself, she expected him to kiss her. He had that right now, didn't he? But Cole didn't kiss her. Instead, he accepted the congratulations of the choir members, never letting go of Kady's arm, and after a while, he led her out of the church onto the porch. There, they were pelted with rice as the people wished Cole and his bride the best of luck and happiness forever. They also hoped the two of them would have 100 children. Amid all the laughter of friends, no one seemed to notice that Kady didn't say a word. Cole helped her onto his horse. Then, still fending off pelting rice, he led them past the church, then took a left and followed a deep creek until they came to a cluster of log buildings. To their right was a large opening in the side of a mountain that could only be one of legend's silver mines. "The Lily Mine," Cole said, the first words he'd said to her since their marriage, if that loveless ceremony could be called that. Cole dismounted, talked to a couple of men for a moment, then turned to help Kady down. He led her to a small white tent, and inside was a little table covered with a white cloth, a broken and mended ceramic vase of wildflowers in the center. "We'll bring you some food in a minute," one of the men who'd followed them in said. "You just tell us anything you need, Mrs. Jordan, and we'll do our best to get it for you." It was the name that nearly did Kady in. She'd so looked forward to being called Mrs. Norman, but instead she had been given this stranger's name. "Thank you," she said, but the tears running down her cheeks increased in volume. "Well, yes. Well, I'll leave you two alone," the man said, backing out of the tent nervously. As Cole held a chair for her, Kady nearly fell down onto it. She'd sold herself for a plate of mush, she thought, her head on her hands. Reaching across the table, Cole took one of her hands. "I'm not as bad as you seem to think," he said softly. "Honest." She forced a little smile. "I know. I'm being horribly ungrateful, and I apologize. If you'd appeared in my time, I don't think I would have taken your predicament to heart the way you have mine. I wouldn't have made the personal sacrifice that you have. I do thank you." "Good," he said, smiling. "Now, what do you want for a wedding gift?" "Soap," she said without hesitation. "And a hot bath." "Wise choice," he answered seriously, making Kady give a tiny bit of a smile. She started to say more, but the tent flap was pulled back, and in came the food, great quantities of it, all of it set on the table until it nearly collapsed under the weight. Kady lost no time digging in, reaching into each dish with her fork, not bothering with putting it on the chipped plate that had been set before her. Cole also ate, but he was more interested in watching Kady. "You like our Colorado cooking?" he asked. "I would like to see the man's skillet," she said, mouth full. "His skillet?" "I figure the cook has a skillet big enough to fry a whole sheep, head, hooves, and all, and he half filled the skillet with lard, then cooked all of this food in the grease." Cole blinked at her. "How else do you cook?" So much information filled Kady's head that she could form no words. She just kept eating, one vegetable, one meat, indistinguishable from another. Even the baking powder biscuits had been fried in the grease. But now she was so hungry she'd have to worry about her arteries later. After Kady had eaten all she could hold, she was overcome with sleepiness. Yawning, she said, "How far away is your house?" "Not far," he said in a way that, had she been less tired, would have annoyed Kady. He said it as though the location of his house was secret, something mysterious. Kady didn't meet his eyes because she didn't want him to see what she'd already figured out. Cole was embarrassed that he was a poor cowboy, probably with only a horse and a half a dozen cows to his name. His clean clothes to the contrary, she wondered if the place he lived in was any better than a shack. "It's all right," she said softly. "It doesn't matter where I live. I won't be here long anyway." He'd smiled at her, then tucked a curl of her hair behind her ear. "Where we live," he said, then withdrew his hand when Kady pulled away from him, a look of fear on her face. Cole turned away, but not before she'd seen the look of hurt on his face. He didn't think this was going to be a real marriage, did he? She thought. He couldn't. Not after all the things she'd said. Not after... "Ready to leave?" he asked, pulling back her chair. At least his manners are nice, she thought as she followed him out to the horse. Outside, the stars were overhead, and the night was quite cool, and when she was mounted in front of him, the position felt almost familiar. It seemed quite natural to lean back against his solid form, and feeling his strong arms around her, she fell asleep. That was the last she remembered until she awoke this morning in the bed, looking up at the cabin ceiling. As her memory came back to her, she peeled the pile of blankets and quilts back to see that she was in her underwear, what she'd stripped down to when she'd first seen Cole. It didn't take a great detective to see that the space next to her, the side between her and the door, was indented from a larger, heavier form having slept there. Rolling out of bed, Kady knew that she had to stop looking at the past, what could have been, and start looking toward the future. She had to do whatever she could to get back home. Flung over the back of a pine chair was the wedding dress that had caused all her problems, and for a moment she grabbed the torn, dirty garment, then raised her hand to fling it into the stone fireplace where a nice little fire burned cheerfully. But something held her back. Maybe it was the belief that it had been Cole's mother's dress that stopped her. Neither his mother nor he deserved to have such disrespect paid to a dress that had been meant for happiness. There was a wooden chest against one wall, so Kady went to it, lifted the lid, meaning to put the dirty dress in there out of sight. But as she put the gown in one end of the chest, she saw what looked like boys' clothes. Shirts, worn trousers, underwear, even boots and socks. Kady was sure that nothing in the world had ever pleased her as much as the sight of those clean, soft clothes. Now, if she could only find a bar of soap and a stream, she'd be clean for the first time in days. But search as she might, she could find no soap. She did find an interesting heap of food supplies that she wanted to explore later, but what she wanted most, soap, was nowhere to be had. "So much for wedding gifts," she said as she went toward the cabin door, still wearing the underwear, the boy's clothes over her arm. For just a second, her hand on the door latch, she thought that maybe the door would be locked. When the latch lifted easily, she told herself her fears were ridiculous. Cole Jordan was a very nice man who sang in the church choir. He wasn't a monster who imprisoned women. The outhouse was in the back of the house, up a little hill, or more correctly, further up the mountainside. Inside, Kady was intrigued to see a rope attached to one wall, a big blue calico bow tied to it. The rope went out through a knothole in the back of the sturdy little building. When she left the outhouse, she walked around to the back and saw that the rope led into the trees. There were blue bows tied every few feet along the rope. Curious, Kady followed the line, wondering where it would lead. Had Cole planned an ambush? A sexual tryst in the woods, maybe? With every step she took, she became a bit more cautious, hesitating now and then, looking about her in case he should pounce from behind a tree. They were married now, so he would think he had every right to do what he wanted to her, wouldn't he? When Kady came to the end of the rope, she stood and stared, not believing what she was seeing. She'd always heard that Colorado had hot springs, and this divine little pool before her was obviously one of them. Steam rose from the warm water. Around the stone sides of the little pool were bunches of wildflowers and what had to be, oh, deliciousness, at least 6 bars of soap. And there were 3 blue towels stacked on a rock just outside the pool. Tears came to Kady's eyes. Cole Jordan really was the very nicest man, she thought, as her hands tore at the fastenings of the clothing she wore. It flashed through her mind that he might be spying on her, but at the moment she didn't care. When she unhooked the corset and it fell to her feet, Kady breathed a great sigh of relief, then took so many deep breaths of the thin mountain air that she felt dizzy. The other clothes quickly followed, and when she was naked, she cautiously stuck one toe into the pool. The water temperature was perfect. Never in her life had Kady enjoyed a bath as much as this one. The water was fed by an underground spring, so it was replenished constantly. She lathered her body and her hair, sliding down under the water to rinse. She probably spent at least an hour in the pool, until her skin was shriveled and her hair was squeaky clean. Reluctantly, she emerged and grabbed a towel to wrap around her naked body. When a comb fell from the first towel, she wasn't in the least surprised, as Cole seemed to have thought of everything. By the time she got back to the cabin, she was a new woman. The boys' clothes fit her quite well, if she belted them tightly so the pants wouldn't fall down, and rolled up the cuffs so they didn't drag the ground. She was a bit large-busted to go without a bra, but she wasn't about to put that corset back on. She half expected to see Cole in the cabin, but there was no sign of him, so Kady set about organizing the food supplies. There wasn't much variety: flour, beans, bacon, potatoes, dried fruit, dried peas. "How do I make bread with no yeast?" she asked aloud, then gave a cry of delight when she pulled the plug of a small keg and found it was full of beer. "Biga," she said, giving the Italian name to the yeasty mixture that could be used to make bread. She could have used the potatoes to make the yeast, but beer would be quicker. Under the bags of flour was a crock full of butter and a basket of eggs. Within minutes, Kady had food started. She mixed the beer with the flour to make a mixture that would form yeast, scoured the enamel coffee pot with sand, and used it for clarifying the butter so it would keep longer. After drawing water from a huge barrel in the corner of the room, she put the beans in an iron pot to soak. She had to make her own baking powder from soda and cream of tartar before mixing a batch of biscuits. Climbing on the bed, she pulled an Indian pot from a shelf high on the wall and was glad to see that the inside of it was glazed. She set the dried fruits to soaking in the pot. Only when these things were done did she make herself an omelet. She hadn't done much cooking in an open fireplace, but she always loved to try new equipment and new foods, so she enjoyed the heat on her face. There was an iron spider, a sort of Dutch oven on legs, resting at the side of the hearth, and after cleaning it and smearing it with butterfat, Kady set the biscuits to bake in the coals. When they were done, she removed them, then made a cobbler from the dried peaches. By now, hours had passed, and Cole still hadn't returned. Kady had no watch, but she could tell from the sun coming through the windows that it was late afternoon. He hadn't put her in this cabin, then gone off and left her, had he? She wondered, then told herself that could not be possible. When another half hour or so went by and still there was no sign of Cole, she removed the eggs from the basket and filled it with what she'd cooked so far. She'd found a bottle of vinegar, so now if she could just find something to pickle, she thought, she'd make condiments to go with whatever game she could find. With the basket over her arm, a blanket about her shoulders, and feeling a bit like Little Red Riding Hood, she set off into the forest to look for the big bad wolf. At this thought she gave a little laugh, then told herself that this was definitely the wrong attitude. She had to remember that her one goal in life was to get out of this place. She didn't have time to make bread and pickles, didn't have time to wander about the woods smelling clean, pure air that had never known the fumes of the diesel engine. Coal wasn't difficult to find. Just a few feet from the cabin, down a sharp incline, was a wide, deep stream. He was standing in it, naked from the waist up, a fishing rod in his hand, and concentrating on what he was doing. The sight of him nearly took Kady's breath away. He was one beautiful man. His upper body was sculpted with muscle over broad shoulders and a deep chest, all of it tapering to a waist that couldn't be more than 32 inches. "Ever done any fishing?" he asked softly, not turning, but showing Kady that he'd known all along that she was there. "I'm more familiar with what to do with them after they're caught," she said, trying to sound as though she wasn't affected by the sight of him. With her eyes averted, she went down the hill to stand on a flat, grassy spot by the stream, then spread the blanket and put the basket down. When she looked back up at Cole, she couldn't control her involuntary gasp. What she hadn't seen from up the hill was that there were at least half a dozen ugly round scars on his torso that had to have been made by bullets. As though he didn't know what could have caused Kady's gasp, he looked down at his chest, then back up at her. "Hand me my shirt and I'll put it on," he said, looking at her in question. "No, that's all right." "I didn't mean to stare," she said, turning away. But she couldn't contain herself and turned back abruptly. "Who did that to you? Those men who tried to hang you?" Cole was looking at the water, pulling on his fishing line, but she could see by his little smile that he was pleased by her concern. "No, it happened when I was a kid. When my sister and friend were shot, so was I." He hesitated. "I made it. They didn't," he said softly. Looking at the scars, Kady didn't want to think of the pain he must have gone through to recover from wounds like those. "I've been told that kisses heal all wounds," he said, and when she looked at his face, she saw that he was teasing her, his eyes sparkling. "Doesn't look like they've done any good so far," she said, turning away from him. "I figured the kisses were never from the right woman." He'd left the water and walked up behind her. "What's in the basket?" He was standing too close, so she stepped away. "Just bacon and biscuits and—" her voice lowered, "a peach cobbler." "Oh?" He stepped close to her again. "Washed your hair, didn't you? Like the soap I got for you?" "Very nice." She turned on him, glaring. "Get on that side of the blanket and don't come near me." For some reason, this declaration made him laugh as he walked to the stream and pulled out a long string of trout. "I shall smoke them," Kady thought, then corrected herself. She was going home and wouldn't have time to smoke fish. "Build a fire. I'll go get a skillet and some wild onions I saw, and we'll have lunch." "Yes, ma'am," she heard him say as she raced up the hill, grabbing the onions as she went. What a cooking challenge, she thought as she ran. Here she didn't have every ingredient known in the world at her fingertips, as she did in Virginia. No lemongrass, no star anise, not even any olive oil. "Wonder if I could make," she thought, then made herself stop. She wasn't going to be here long enough to make anything. "Be firm, Kady," she told herself. "You must demand that Cole take you to the rocks tomorrow. And if he refuses, you must go by yourself." Even as she thought this, she realized that she didn't know the way back to town, much less the way to a bunch of carved rocks. By the time she got back with the skillet, Cole had the fire going and was lounging on the blanket, eating what looked to be his third buttered biscuit. Right away she noticed that he hadn't bothered to clean the fish, But that was all right, as Kady had her own way of cleaning and deboning trout. "What do you need?" he asked when, minutes later, she had the fish in her hands and had glanced back up the hill toward the cabin as though dreading the necessary climb. "A knife?" "What blade?" She smiled at his question. Considering the lazy way he was lounging, it was very nice of him to offer to return to the cabin and get a knife for her. Not that she'd seen anything there except a rusty old paring knife. "An 8-inch boning knife, long thin blade," she said, smiling smugly. Let him try to find that. A second later, a knife with a long thin blade twanged as it stuck in the ground inches from her hand. Startled, she looked up at him, silently questioning where it had come from. Cole looked away, his smile telling her that he expected her to ask. But Kady would have died before she pleaded for information. "Thanks," she said, then set about boning the fish and slicing the potatoes. Working in a restaurant for so many years had taught her to be fast and efficient. Within minutes, she set a skillet before him that was filled with sautéed potatoes flavored with wild onions and perfectly cooked trout, touched with a splash of vinegar and raisins on top. The look Cole gave her when he bit into the fish was all the praise Kady needed. Sitting down on the blanket, as far from him as she could get, she pulled her knees up to her chest and hugged them. It was one thing to cook for the president, a man who was used to excellent food, but it was another to cook for a man who was used to a monotonous, bland diet. Cole had looked at her food as though it were ambrosia, fit only for gods. She sat in silence, watching the clear, unpolluted water, while Cole gave the ultimate tribute to a cook by cleaning his plate. When the skillet was empty, he set it down and stared at her profile. "I never tasted anything like that," he said, awe in his voice. Kady just smiled, then nudged the basket toward him. "Have room for peach cobbler?" Cole took his time on the cobbler, and when he was finished, he leaned back on his elbows and stared at the creek. "If I hadn't already married you, I'd ask for your hand now," he said, his seriousness making Kady laugh. As she busied herself with cleaning the skillet and handing Cole a jar full of the crystal-clear creek water, she said, "What time do we leave in the morning to go find the rock where I came through?" When Cole didn't answer, Kady tightened her lips, then went to sit on the blanket by him, preparing herself for a fight. She knew without words being spoken that he didn't want her to go. "Kady," he began, "I like you. I've never met a woman whose company I enjoy as much as yours. You have a wonderful sense of humor. You're smart. You're beautiful. And this." He waved his hand at the basket as though her cooking were indescribable. "I've never met anyone like you. Please stay here with me for just a few days. Then I'll help you get back. I swear that I'll do whatever I can to help you go anywhere you want. I'll move heaven and earth to get you back. Just give me these few days. 3 days. That's all I ask." Kady knew she couldn't do that. The temptation of a man who says he likes your sense of humor and thinks you're smart would be too much for any woman to resist. She loved Gregory, but with each passing hour he seemed to be further away. She didn't want to stay here in this time of no medical facilities, of no bathrooms, of no Gregory. "I can't," she said softly. "Gregory might be looking for me." "You don't know that he is. Maybe you could stay here 6 months or 10 years, a lifetime even, then step through that rock and you'd be standing in your house wearing that white dress and not a moment will have passed." It struck Kady odd that he hadn't asked her many questions about her statement that she was from another time period. He had never asked for verification, and she had no idea whether he still disbelieved her story or not. But he did seem to believe that if she could find the rocks, she would disappear. But I don't know that, do I? For all I know, Gregory will be frantic with worry now. There could be police looking for me. Then when you return, he'll be doubly glad to see you. Ha, Kady said. 300 women will have taken my place by then. You haven't seen what Gregory looks like. Even my bridesmaid, Debbie, who's married and has 3 children, has a crush on him. She just sits there and stares at him. What about you? I don't sit and stare at him, if that's what you mean. Sounds a bit as though you do. Are you afraid of him? Afraid of Gregory? She snapped. That's absurd. Gregory wouldn't hurt a fly. He's gentle and kind and sexy. She looked at Cole. He draped his shirt over his shoulders, but his washboard stomach was exposed and he was very appealing. Yes, she said fiercely. Gregory is very, very sexy, and I'm mad about him. She forced herself to calm. I don't want to spend 3 days alone with you or any other man. I want to go home to Gregory. Cole took a moment to answer. All right. I'll take you back in the morning, he said slowly, as he leaned toward her to remove a leaf that had fallen on the back of her hair. But as he neared her, Kady jumped as though he were going to hit her. I can't figure out what I've done to make you feel that you can't trust me, he snapped. The only way I'd trust you is if you were a eunuch, Kady muttered, brushing the leaf from her hair. For a moment, Cole made no reaction to her remark. Then, to her utter astonishment, she saw his eyes widen as his face turned pale. How did you find out? Who told you? Kady was confused. Who told me what? I don't know what you're talking about. Cole didn't say anything as he began to hastily, almost angrily, gather up the cooking gear, and Kady couldn't figure out what was wrong. I'm sorry, she said, watching him. I don't know what I said that's upset you so much. What is it that I'm supposed to have been told? Cole sat back on the blanket. It's not you. It's me, he said. I just can't bear it when women find out. I know you'll think this is horrible of me, but I like it when a beautiful woman like you pulls away from me in fear of what I might be seeking from her. I hate the way the girls in town feel so safe with me. They treat me like another girlfriend. Kady's eyes couldn't have widened any more. I don't know what you're talking about. How could a woman feel safe with a man who looks like you? Ironic, isn't it? He said, turning his head a bit toward her and raising one eyebrow. God's little joke. He made me grow to man's size, but he took away my manhood. You're... She tried to stop herself, but she couldn't help glancing down at the fork of his legs. Cole looked away from her. The bullets. These, he said, pointing to the 5 deep, ugly wounds that marred the upper half of his body. They hit the lower half of my body, too, he said softly. Kady sat back on the blanket hard. You mean you can't... Cole turned away so she couldn't see his face. Can't make children? No, I cannot. This is why I'm 33 and not married. The women who know won't have me. And the women who don't, well, it wouldn't be fair to them, would it? Women want babies, he said softly. Not all of the women in my world want babies. Turning, he glared at her. Well, all of them in this world do. Kady hesitated. She had, of course, read articles about what to do if a man is impotent. be understanding, kind, and gentle seemed to head the list. Are you just infertile, or are you, impotent as well? A quick look of confusion crossed his face. Then he said, everything, and took a deep breath. Kady, I know that when I brought you to this cabin, I did a wicked thing, and I'm sure I will be punished in heaven, but I couldn't help myself. I was hoping that I could talk you into spending 3 days with me, alone, just the two of us. Maybe it will make you hate me, but I thought of many arguments to try to persuade you. Even if you were 3 days late in getting back, would it be so bad to make the man who loves you frantic with worry? Wouldn't the homecoming be sweeter if you made him wait? You see, you are my only chance to have a honeymoon. I could find a woman who would marry me, but she'd hate me as soon as she found out the truth. But with you, because of your circumstances, I thought maybe you and I could, well, pretend that we were in love for a few days. A pretend honeymoon, so to speak. You wouldn't be angry with me because your future and whether you have children or not wouldn't depend on me. At the end of our honeymoon, you could return to the man you love, and no one would be hurt. Kady looked at him, seeing the sadness in his eyes. Was this why she'd been sent back? To give this lonely man 3 days of love? To give him something that he would not otherwise have? Who would her staying hurt, he'd asked. If she returned to Gregory, Cole would have been dead for over 100 years. Besides, if she went back to Virginia and said she'd had an affair with an impotent cowboy, who would believe her? She didn't know if what Cole had said, that she could go back through the rocks 10 years from now and no time would have passed, was true or not. But in the back of her mind she thought it might do Gregory a bit of good if he didn't know where she was for 3 whole days. Once, he'd laughingly told some people at a dinner party that he always knew where Kady was, in the kitchen at Onions. So what if she did spend 3 days alone with this harmless man? They could talk about their worlds. Maybe there was something he knew or she knew that could help each other's worlds. There had to be a reason why she'd been sent back in time, so shouldn't she at least make some effort to find out what it was before she returned? She took a deep breath. 3 days, she said. 3 days. Then the morning of the 4th, you take me back and help me find those rocks. It seemed that 1,000 expressions crossed Cole's handsome face, and every one of them was a form of ecstasy. "Oh, Kady," he whispered, "you have made me the happiest man in the world." Before she could think, he'd put his arms around her and pulled her to his bare chest as he rained kisses on the top of her head. The feeling that ran through Kady was so strong that she pushed away from him with much more force than was needed. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that," he said, releasing her. Kady could feel her heart beating in her throat. Part of her said that she shouldn't kiss him, but part of her remembered that in real life she was only engaged, not married. The rest of America seemed to be jumping into bed with 3 different men a night, so couldn't she kiss another man before she got married? Besides, it was only for 3 days, and Cole's condition made it impossible for her to be unfaithful to Gregory, didn't it? With determination, Kady put her hand behind Cole's head and pressed her lips to his. It wasn't much of a kiss, because in spite of being a modern woman and being engaged, she really wasn't too experienced in kissing. "We're on our honeymoon, remember?" With a beautifully tender smile on his face, Cole tucked a curl behind her ear. "You know, Mrs. Jordan, I think I may be falling in love with you." Kady put a finger to his lips. "Don't say that. Don't say or do anything to make me feel guilty about leaving you. If I think that my leaving will hurt you, I'll have to go now." "No," he said, pulling her close. 3 days. That's all I ask." Chapter 8. Cole rose early, quietly built up the fire in the fireplace, then pulled out a chair so he could settle down and watch Kady sleep. It truly astonished him how much he loved her. In fact, he couldn't seem to remember what his life had been like before he met her. And when he looked back at his life, he seemed to think of it all as waiting for Kady. Whatever he'd done, whomever he'd met, had been in preparation for that day when she leaped from between the boulders and hit one of Harwood's men on the head with a rock. At that moment, Cole had been strung to a tree, his neck stretched almost to the breaking point. But he was conscious enough that he could see her. Looking like an angel in a cloud of white silk, she'd leaped, brought the rock down on the man's head, then stood there for interminable seconds trying to figure out how to fire a rifle. When she'd hit the trigger by accident, the bullet had whizzed so close to Cole's ear that he'd felt its heat. Cole had been very thankful that his horse had remembered what he'd been taught and stood absolutely still. If the animal had moved by an inch, Cole would have died. The woman's shot sent Harwood and his men into turmoil as they tried to figure out who was shooting at them. Since the kick of the first shot had sent her hurtling back into the rocks, none of the murderers could see her. But Cole knew where to look. Barely able to stay conscious and opening his eyes only to slits, Cole watched as the woman tried to fire the rifle again. "Cock it, cock it, cock it," he'd repeated in his mind several dozen times. To his happiness, she pulled the lever down and fired again. This time she winged Harwood himself, and in an instant all the men were firing in the general direction of the rocks. Closing his eyes, Cole prayed that the woman wouldn't be found or hit by a stray bullet. He'd rather they finish the job of hanging him than find her. But Harwood and his men had no idea how many people were spying on them, so they shot in the general direction of Cole's horse, then rode away. Again, much to Cole's happiness, his horse stayed where it was, never flinching, even when a bullet grazed its neck. "Extra oats for you tonight, old boy," he thought. For the next several minutes, Cole moved in and out of consciousness, and each time he came back to the real world, he saw unbelievable sights. The first time, he saw that the woman was undressing, taking off her white wedding gown. The next time he came to, she was on the horse behind him, her breasts pressed into his back. It was then that he was sure he actually had died, and he was in heaven with this angel. The next time he woke, he was on the ground and she was under him. Smiling in perfect happiness, he allowed himself to fade back into unconsciousness. When next he awoke, he was sleeping with the woman in his arms. "You're an angel," he tried to say, but his throat hurt so much that not much of the words came out. Sunlight woke him again, and he found that she wasn't a dream, but a reality, and he quite naturally started kissing her. Within minutes, she had pulled away and started telling him some outlandish story about being from the future and how she was going to marry some other man and all sorts of bizarre information. All he could see for sure was that she didn't know where she lived, and some man had been stupid enough to let her out of his sight for 5 minutes. As far as Cole was concerned, finders, keepers. Had it been up to him, right then he would have swept her away to marry her and keep her forever. But little Elizabeth Kady Long had other ideas. First, she seemed to believe she was in love with another man. Cole had enough sense to know that when a woman believed she was in love with a man, no one could change her mind. At least, not without a lot of time and effort, both of which he planned to dedicate to this project. Maybe he'd been in an awkward position when he'd first seen her, what with a rope stretching his neck until he couldn't breathe. But he knew what he felt from that first moment. Kady was brave and good. She had risked her life to save a man she didn't know. As she'd said to Cole, she hadn't known if he was a bad guy or a good one, but she'd saved him and taken care of him just the same. Smiling, he thought of the way she spoke, with her odd phrasing and strange words and even stranger concepts. It was enough to make him believe she was from the future, as she said. Almost enough, anyway. Wherever she came from, it wasn't from anywhere he knew about, and he was sure there wasn't another woman like Kady in the state of Colorado. One minute she was fierce and strong, the next she was soft and innocent. But whatever she was, she kept herself locked inside a protective shell. It was as though she lived all by herself in the world because she was making sure that no one paid her way or took care of her. She seemed to think she needed to exist all by herself in the world. And she didn't allow Cole to get near her, no matter how hard he tried. He knew she must be frightened. After all, she was alone in a strange place. But she refused to ask for help or even to let him see how afraid she was. And she kept talking about this man named Gregory. Even when thinking of the name, Cole sneered. Kady didn't love this man. Maybe Cole wasn't an expert on love, since he'd only recently discovered it. But he knew enough to know that when Kady said the name, her voice didn't resonate with the feeling that he, Cole, had for Kady. Actually, she sounded more as though she were talking about a business partner than a man she planned to marry. Or maybe that was how Cole wanted to see the situation. Now, sitting in the cabin in the early morning half-light, he looked at Kady and knew that he'd never be able to hear love in her voice for any man except himself. She was his for all time. Minutes before he was to die, she had been sent to save him from death, save him from loneliness, save him from a life that had increasingly held little meaning for him. Since he was 9 years old, since that day in hell when the bank had been robbed and the townspeople of legend had opened fire, Cole had wondered why he had been spared. Just him and no one else. In 2 days, he'd lost his sister, his friend, his father, and his grandfather. The year after that, his mother had died. His grandmother had said she couldn't bear the sight of legend, so she'd moved to Denver. Cole had begged his grandmother, his only living relative, to be allowed to stay in the mountain town. He couldn't abide the city. His grandmother, Ruth, had a soft heart, so she'd allowed her grandson to stay with people she trusted in his beloved legend. For all that the people he'd stayed with had been good to him, the emptiness he'd felt at losing his family had never been filled. Smiling, he looked at Kady, sleeping like the angel she was, half buried under the pile of covers on the hard bed. She was so innocent as she seemed to think he was. And as far as he could tell, she believed everything he told her. It was difficult to comprehend, but she had even believed his story about being a eunuch. His lie had been spur of the moment, the word triggering childhood memories. For days after he'd been shot, no one knew whether he was going to live or die. Cole had taken advantage of the worry he saw in everyone's eyes to get answers to all the grown-up secrets he and Tarek had tried to figure out on their own. One of his questions was, what was a eunuch? His grandmother had said it was a man who couldn't make babies, and no women wanted to marry such a man. So now, years later, when Kady mentioned the word in jest, Cole had seized on it to concoct a rather marvelous lie. And Kady had believed him. She'd believed him and agreed to stay with him. In amazement, Cole had watched her eyes soften, and he could feel her heart melting. Maybe Cole should feel guilty for telling such a great whopping lie, but he'd do anything to gain time with Kady. He'd even thought about throwing himself over a cliff, hoping to break a bone or two so she'd stay and nurse him. Maybe if he was wounded and she thought he was helpless, she wouldn't jump every time he got near her. So now, what was he to do with this time, he wondered. By lies and trickery, more lies than she could possibly know, he had made her agree to spend 3 days alone with him. He'd also managed to get her married to him. That thought made him smile. Planning the strategy that led to that marriage had taken some work on his part, but it had been worth it. Kady was now his, even if she didn't know it yet. All he had to do now was erase from her mind all thoughts of this man she thought she loved and show her that she actually loved Cole and no one else. He just had to figure out how to do that. Cole had once heard a man say that all you had to do was whisper a few sweet words to a woman, then kiss her on the neck in just the right spot, and she was yours. But Kady had that shell around her that kept him outside, and he didn't think all the neck kisses in the world were going to make her love him. Now, looking at her, he wondered what this Gregory had done to get past her shell. Then, abruptly, understanding lit Cole's face. What if this Gregory hadn't penetrated Kady's shell? What if that's what she liked so much about him? Maybe this Gregory asked nothing of her except that she cook a few meals, maybe smile at his friends, and probably he also wanted her to leave him alone. Cole didn't know for sure, but he guessed Kady wouldn't be the kind of wife who asked too many questions about where a man had been last night. If all this was true, what did old Gregory want from Kady besides her accommodating nature? If all the man wanted was to not be questioned, why had he asked Kady to marry him? Cole had no idea what the answer was, but he thought he'd do his best in these next few days to find out. And he'd do whatever he had to do to get close to her. He'd lie all that he needed to. He'd continue telling her that he had no idea where those petroglyphs were. He'd tell her he didn't even remember the tree where the men were trying to hang him if he needed to. He'd tell her anything that was necessary in order to keep her with him until she told him that she didn't want to leave. Quietly, Cole went to the bed and knelt beside it, stroking her hair gently until she began to awaken. He'd stayed outside last night while she was getting ready for bed, even giving her time to fall asleep. When he'd returned, in the darkness, he'd stripped down to his underwear and crawled in beside her. She had snuggled next to him like a warm puppy, and he'd pulled her close to him, a smile on his face. "I love you, Kady," he'd whispered just before he fell asleep. "I love you, and I have waited for you forever." Kady awoke slowly, smiling from some unremembered dream. And when she saw Cole's handsome face, with those beautiful lips of his, she smiled even more broadly. He was sitting on the floor beside the bed, and maybe she should have felt nervous at his nearness, but instead she just felt comfortable. "Good morning," she whispered, closing her eyes again. She wasn't sure where she was, but it smelled as good as freshly baked bread, and the blankets were so warm they seemed to be tempting her to stay forever. Just as she felt herself drifting back into sleep, she heard the man say, "Did you ever ride a spotted pony when you were a kid?" Turning to look at him, she smiled again. Then she spent so much time thinking that he had such lovely long eyelashes that it was a while before she responded to his earnest-sounding question. "My mother and I didn't have the time or the money to do such frivolous," she began, then stopped. "Actually, I did ride a spotted pony. When I was 5, one of the children who lived near me had a birthday party with a hired pony. All the children rode the pony, and we had our pictures taken on it." "You were wearing a red dress," Cole said softly, playing with the curls of her hair, twisting them about his long fingers. "Yes," Kady answered. "How in the world did you guess?" "I didn't guess. I knew." Raising his eyes, he looked at her, and when he spoke, his breath was warm on her cheek. "When I was a boy, up until I was 9, I used to have a dream about a little girl wearing a red dress and riding a black and white spotted pony. She never said anything, but she was always laughing, and I felt that she was my friend." What happened to her?" Kady asked, now fully awake, her mind full of her own recurring dream. "Nothing. She disappeared right after the shooting when I was a kid. Or at least it seemed that way to me. I remember being delirious with fever and telling my mother that the little girl had gone away. But now I think the ending of the dream had to do with all the people who died that day." When Kady looked very sad, he smiled and kissed her nose. "That was all a very long time ago. 24 years to be precise, but I still remember that little girl who used to smile at me. You remind me of her, and since you did ride a spotted pony, I'm sure you actually were that little girl." Kady had to bite her tongue to keep from telling him about her own lifelong recurring dream. She'd like to tell him that Gregory was the man whom she'd seen in her dreams so many times, but she had an idea Cole would see the lie in her eyes. But at least Gregory was closer to being the man of her dreams than this blonde-haired, blue-eyed man was. Standing, Cole took her hand from under the covers and tugged on it. "Come on, get up, lazy bones," he said. "We have things to do." Kady allowed herself a final, luxurious closing of her eyes, then tentatively stuck a toe out from under the blanket. "Tell me if I get close to the floor," she said. "Come on, and I'll fry you up some flapjacks." "Using lard?" she asked innocently. "Using bear grease." "Oh? And what did you do with the rest of the bear?" Cole had been looking down at her, quietly and calmly, but in the next second his voice lowered and he growled, "I ate his spirit and became him." Making his big hands into claws, Cole leaped on Kady and attempted to devour her neck with his teeth. Kady was squealing with laughter, fighting him, telling him to get off, while his bare claw hands clutched at her, easily holding her, then releasing her. "Ah, now, here's a tasty bit of flesh," he growled, his hand taking firm hold of her breast. "Cole!" she yelped, pushing at him, but not exactly with any strength. But when he opened his mouth and pointed his head downward, she saw where he was going. Kady was fairly strong from all those years of dealing with 25-pound roasts and copper pots big enough to boil a hogshead of soup. Thrusting her hips upward, she caught him by surprise and sent him rolling until he landed against the wall with a thud. The look of surprise on his face was worth everything as Kady tossed the blanket over him and made a leap for freedom. But he caught her arm and pulled her back into the bed, where he threw a leg and an arm over her to pin her into place, then lowered his face as though to kiss her. With another great upward thrust and a twist, Kady wiggled out from under him, falling to the floor at the head of the bed. Another roll, and she was on her feet, running to stand in front of the fireplace, where she grabbed a poker and waved it like a sword. "Touch me again, Sir Bear, and I'll take your hide and use it for a floor mat." Sitting up, Cole's face feigned anguish as he clasped both hands over his heart and fell back onto the bed. "I am killed. You have murdered me. I am no more." Kady replaced the poker into the holder by the side of the fireplace. "Oh, well," she said loudly, "if my bear is dead, I shall have more pancakes for myself." Cole didn't move. "Made with butter." He still didn't move. With apples and cinnamon on them. Cole opened one eye. I think my heart has begun to beat again. To survive such a slaying, I must be immortal. He raised himself onto his elbow and looked at her. Immortals don't eat, she said. Then I am definitely of this earth, he answered, getting out of bed and heading toward Kady, but she sidestepped him. Go out and get firewood so I can cook, she said as sternly as she could manage, for he had removed his shirt in order to put on woolen underwear. Only after he'd left the cabin could she let out her pent-up breath. Odd, she thought, remembering the mock battle with Cole. For all that he said he couldn't make love, it didn't feel as though he was a man who had been emasculated. Not that she knew what such a man would be like. Instead, it was almost as though Cole needed... The thought made her laugh out loud. A teacher, she thought. It was almost as though Cole needed a teacher. You're getting fanciful, Kady, she told herself. Then put her thoughts into the familiar routine of cooking. Then, checking on her biga, seeing that it was bubbling nicely, she started planning what she would do that day. She'd wander about the mountainside and refresh her knowledge of edible wild plants. Then she'd... What are you doing? She asked Cole, who'd come back to the cabin with a load of wood and was now filling a canvas bag with things like matches and a canvas tarpaulin. I thought we might go see some Indian ruins a few miles from here, he said. It'll take a day there and a day back. We're going camping? That seemed to strike him as amusing. Yes, camping. Under the stars, just you and me. Anything special you want to take? A chaperone? Cole gave her a one-sided grin that made her turn back toward the fireplace to hide her nervousness. He's harmless, she told herself, trying to remember the awful story he'd told her yesterday. And besides, in 3 days she'd be back to Gregory and true safety. It seemed that everything was ready for the trip within minutes. Since there were no nylon tents to pack, no propane stoves, no bags of dehydrated trail mix, everything seemed to fit easily into one heavy canvas bag that Cole hefted onto his strong back. To Kady's amazement, he already had a bow and a quiver of arrows slung across one shoulder. Knives, Kady said, as they stepped onto the porch, a small pack on her back with a basket tied to it. You don't need those rusty things from the cabin, he said, echoing her own sentiments about the knives. I have knives with me. Ready? As Kady pulled the cabin door shut, for a moment she searched for a way to lock it, then turned and smiled at him. No lock. No locks, he said in amusement at the very idea of locking the door to a cabin in the mountains. Cole led them up a winding trail that he said had been made by elk. After an hour, he paused, told her to be still, then pulled his bow from his back, fitted it with an arrow, and prepared to shoot a beautiful deer. After a second's disbelief, with a great leap, Kady fell against him, sending the arrow soaring into the trees. Why the hell did you do that? Cole demanded. You made me miss him. We could have eaten for weeks off that one deer. A flood of words came from Kady as she told him that in her time there wasn't much game left because hunters had killed so many animals over the centuries. Cole listened in silence, then re-shouldered his pack and bow. I don't think I would like your time very much, Kady heard him say as he began walking again. A few hours later, he stopped and asked her permission to shoot a rabbit. You haven't killed all of them off, have you? Kady didn't like his insinuation that she personally had rid the world of game, but she told him rabbits were all right. Within seconds, he had shot 2 arrows and brought down 2 rabbits. As he retrieved his arrows, Kady asked him to give her a knife. Then she field-dressed the rabbits in the blink of an eye. When Cole insisted that he was going to cook them, Kady headed toward a little stream, saying she'd find them a salad. Minutes later, she returned with a basket filled with watercress, wild sorrel, prickly lettuce, and a couple of violets. Without oil, the best she could do for a dressing was to chop a few ground cherries on top. When she presented Cole with this lovely salad with its different colors of green, various-sized leaves, topped with the tiny purple violets and red cherries, she was quite proud of herself. But Cole wouldn't touch it. He acted as though eating anything but meat would destroy his internal organs. After a few comments about his immature taste buds, Kady happily ate all the salad by herself. Cole wouldn't allow her to help him with the cooking. "Don't you know that a man is supposed to wait on his wife on their honeymoon?" he asked, as he handed her a delicious quarter of roast rabbit. "I'm not used to being waited on at all," Kady answered, "by anyone." "What about Garvin? Doesn't he bring you gifts? Shower you with every bauble a woman could want?" "Of course he does," Kady snapped. "Gregory has bought me a house in Alexandria, plus all the furniture in it. He's rich, and he's generous." "He must have a few vices. How is he at the gaming tables?" She smiled sweetly. "Gregory does not gamble, drink, or do drugs. He's a hard-working, clean-living man, and he loves me very much." "How could any man not love you? I just want to make sure that my wife is going to be taken care of, that's all. So tell me, how did this man make all his money?" "I'm not your wife. Not really, anyway. Gregory makes his money from buying and selling land, and from the restaurant," she said. "People like my cooking, and they pay for it." "Is he planning to retire and live off you?" he asked, with eyes full of false innocence. "Certainly not. He's thinking of running for mayor of Alexandria and eventually becoming governor. Then, who knows, maybe president." Cole opened his mouth to speak again, but Kady interrupted him. "Why don't we talk about you? How did you make your fortune? Why is there a mosque in legend? And are you sure those men were trying to hang you because of some cows? Maybe you said something so awful to those nice men that you deserve to be hanged." Cole turned away, but Kady could see his mouth curve into a bit of a smile, and she couldn't help smiling herself. "You ready to go?" he asked, standing, kicking dirt over the fire he'd built. As he helped her on with her small pack, he kissed her cheek. "I am a bit jealous of this Gwen." "Oh, I hadn't noticed." His eyes were twinkling as he said, "I never want you to leave me, Kady. Never." With a frown, Kady turned away from him. She shouldn't have agreed to these days, she thought. Maybe her body was safe with him, but her heart wasn't. There was something so old-fashioned and protective about this man that he appealed to something she'd never known was inside her. He was like a grown-up boy, someone who hadn't yet been beaten down by the world. "Stop it, Kady," she told herself. Her mother had told her, if you allow a man into your life, choose him carefully. Gregory was a carefully chosen man, perfect in every way. And Cole Jordan was about as imperfect as a man could be, and she hadn't chosen him. Fate had. Chapter 9. Maybe it was because Kady was contemplating her life so intensely that she didn't pay attention to her feet. She had paused on the trail to take a deep drink of water from a canteen, and to tell herself that she had to keep her eyes off various parts of Cole's extraordinary anatomy as he walked in front of her. When she started walking again, she slipped a bit, and the next moment she was sliding down the mountainside on her back, rocks flying all around her as she raised her arms to protect her face. When she hit the bottom, she stayed where she was, trying to assess if anything was hurt. But she seemed to be all in one piece, just bruised a bit. Lifting her head, she looked back up the mountain and was shocked to see how far she had slid. Far above, she could see Cole's form, looking tiny, the late afternoon sun behind him. She raised her arm to wave to signal that she was all right, but she dropped her arm again when a sharp twinge went up her elbow. With a sigh, she looked up the hill. Now she was going to have to climb all the way back up that very steep slope. In the next second, Kady twisted about as she heard Cole coming down the mountainside. She'd never seen anyone move as he did. He was completely heedless of his own safety as he ran straight downward, staying on his feet even as rocks and sharp bushes tore at him. Kady wanted to yell that if he slid down as she had, he'd have an easier time of it, but she could tell that he'd never hear her. He seemed to reach her within seconds, grabbing her in his arms with the fierceness of the bear he had imitated. Kady could tell by the whiteness of his face that he was frightened. She could feel his body shaking. "I'm fine," she said. "I didn't hurt anything. He ran his hands over all of her body in a detached way as he checked for broken bones and looked for blood. Except for a raw place on her elbow and a couple of tender places on her right thigh, she was unhurt. She must have slid down on her pack, and the distance between her body and the gravel had protected her. But nothing had protected Cole. There was a bloody scratch on his cheek, a cut on his arm. His trousers were torn. "Lie still," he said, his voice low and full of fear. "I'll carry you back up. Then I'll run with you to the doctor, and—" "Cole," she said loudly, "I'm all right. I'm not hurt." She could tell by his face that he hadn't heard a word she'd said, so she pushed away from him and stood. When he still didn't stop looking worried, she jumped up and down a few times. That caused some pain to her bruised leg, but she'd have died before she let him see it. Cole didn't say a word as he stood, tossed her over his left shoulder, pack and all, then started the long climb back up to the top. After the first few minutes of his carrying her, Kady didn't bother trying to get Cole to listen to her assertion that she was unharmed. And when he reached the top and she saw how pale his face was, she didn't say anything except to suggest that they make camp and spend the night right where they were. Cole made no protest. Nor did he protest when she filled a canteen with water, then told him to remove his shirt so she could wash his wounds. Maybe it was because the sight of his broad, muscular back made her hands tremble, but she started talking about her world. As she washed, carefully removing tiny rocks from the cuts in Cole's arms and back, she told him about onions and about the president coming to eat. She also talked about Gregory and his mother. While she had Cole remove his trousers so she could tend to a bloody place on his thigh, she told him of the wonders of the 20th century. Maybe if she remembered every miraculous invention that the 20th century took for granted, she'd remember why she so desperately wanted to return. "There," she said at last, as she wrung out Cole's red bandana that she'd used as a washcloth. "You don't seem to be hurt fatally, but you'll be sore tomorrow. Coming down that hill like that was a really stupid thing to do. I waved at you and told you I was fine. Why didn't you—" She broke off as Cole put his head in his hands as though he was crying. Without a thought, she went to him and put her arms around him. He was naked from the waist up and wore only the torn long johns from the waist down. Abruptly, he went tumbling backward onto a grassy area, taking Kady with him, holding her very close to his nearly bare body. "I have lost so many people," he said raggedly. "I'm afraid to love anyone because whoever gets close to me dies. It's as though I'm a jinx on the people I love." "Shh," she coaxed, stroking his hair, trying to calm him. "Only my grandmother survived, and that's because she went to Denver to live. Legend is cursed for the Jordans." His big hands buried themselves in her hair as he pulled her to him, holding her as close as he could without breaking her. "I'm afraid that if I love you, something horrible will happen to you too." She tried to pull away from him, but he held her too tightly for her to move. "Nothing will happen to me because I'm not from here," she said, which even to her sounded dumb. "Cole, you don't love me, and I don't love you. I'm going to marry someone else, remember? I'm not even going to stay here. You are going to help me return, aren't you?" It was as though she hadn't spoken, since he continued holding her in a way that felt safe and familiar. Maybe it was the unaccustomed exercise of the day, but Kady suddenly felt very sleepy. She should, of course, get up and build a fire and make some broth from the rabbit bones she'd saved, and she should put down some blankets between them and the cold, hard ground. But as she felt Cole's body next to hers, none of those things seemed very important. She knew she should remember Gregory and her pledges to him, but at the moment all she could think of was Cole's warmth and how good it felt to be in his arms. With her mind drifting, she realized that one of the things she liked best about being near Cole was that when she was with him, she didn't feel fat. When she was in the 20th century, she seemed to be aware of what society termed excess fat every minute of the day. Maybe she felt small because Cole was so large. Not like so many modern men who had so little flesh on them their cheekbones looked like razor blades. Or maybe it was because people in the 19th century didn't seem to want women to have bodies shaped like pipe cleaner dolls. Whatever the reason, Cole made her feel beautiful and voluptuous and so very, very desirable. She almost wished he would talk to me, she whispered, her lips on the warm skin of his neck. If she didn't have something to distract her, she would start kissing him. He didn't seem to notice the cold ground as he caressed her hair and her back, then moved one of his big legs over hers. 3 years after my friend Tarek's death, his father struck it rich with a silver mine. He used the money to build the mosque in honor of his son. The place hasn't had much use since Tarek's father's death, but I take care of it. I have a key, and when we get back to Legend, if you want to, I'll take you inside. It's a beautiful place, serene and full of prayers. The last words trailed off as Cole fell asleep, his arms clasped about Kady. She started to pull away, but his arms were locked about her. She was hungry, and there were things she needed to do, but the warmth of him and the quiet night quickly lulled her to sleep. Kady awoke to the smell of frying fish. Smiling, her eyes still closed, she yawned and stretched and thought she must be in heaven. When Cole kissed her softly, it seemed perfectly normal when her arms went about his neck and she kissed him back in a sweet, closed-lip kiss. "Good morning, Mrs. Jordan," he said softly against her lips. "I loved sleeping with you in my arms. I have never enjoyed a night more." Kady just kept smiling, still not opening her eyes, her hands clasped about his neck. When his hand touched her hip, then moved upward, she let out a little sigh against his lips. It was Cole who pulled away, frowning down at her. "Oh," Kady said, looking up at him. No doubt she had reminded him of what he couldn't do. Reminded him of... "Breakfast is ready," he said, turning away, his frown gone, and his good humor seeming to be restored. It took Kady a few moments to recover herself, and Cole laughed at her when she found she was stiff from sleeping on the ground. He offered to comb the tangles out of her hair, but Kady refused to let him touch her. "You look like a woman who is enjoying her honeymoon," he said, as he handed her 2 beautifully fried trout. Kady almost said that she was enjoying it, but that statement might have been traitorous to Gregory. Since they hadn't really made camp, it was a quick matter to pack before they started walking toward the ruins that Cole had yet to tell her about. They hadn't walked more than a couple of hours before the skies opened up and a freezing mountain rain came pouring down on them. Though they took only minutes to get the tarpaulin up, Cole shouting orders over the noise of the rain, when they crawled under it, they were drenched. Wet and cold, they huddled under the tarp, a blanket draped around them. "I'm hungry," Cole said. As though those words were a clarion call to Kady, which they were, she tossed back the blanket and prepared to go out into the rain to gather greens. With no fire, she couldn't bake biscuits or roast anything. Cole caught her arm, frowning. "You don't expect much from men, do you?" he said with anger in his voice. "I am the provider. I will get the food." With that, he grabbed his bow and arrows and slipped out into the rain. "And where are we going to build a fire?" Kady muttered as she watched the rain pour down around her. Within minutes, Cole returned with a couple of rabbits and set about building a fire under the tarp. Kady pointed out that the smoke from the fire would blow back on them and suffocate them, but Cole, with great patience, told her that if a man was a good woodsman, he knew how to position the fire so the smoke would blow into the rain. His theory worked perfectly for about 15 minutes. Then the wind changed and the smoke blew back on them. To escape it, they tossed the blanket over their heads and hid under it. When Kady started telling him, "I told you so," he began kissing her until they tumbled backward, their bodies entwined. Kady, trying to remember where she was and who she was with, made attempts to push him away while keeping her body stiff. When Cole's kisses didn't make her relax, he threw the blanket back, then rolled away from her, his hands clenched at his sides. "What can I do that would make you forget that man? Kady, do you love him so very, very much that you can see no other man? What did he do to earn every morsel of your love?" Kady opened her mouth to speak, but then closed it. It wasn't right to compare Cole to Gregory, but, truthfully, there had never seemed to be time enough with Gregory. Phones were always ringing, people always knocking on the door. And she was always so tired from standing on her feet all day that most of the time she didn't care about romance. If Gregory gave her a kiss on the back of the neck while she was cooking, that was enough for her. "All right," he said. "Don't answer me." She could see that he was still angry as he sat up and began to tend to the fire. The wind had shifted again, so the smoke was blowing away from them. In spite of herself, Kady thought with regret, no more huddling under a blanket. As she looked at Cole's broad back, bent over the fire, preparing food for them, Kady felt bad for the way she was treating him. He had been so good to her, taking care of her, even marrying her when she could find no way to support herself. If it hadn't been for him, she'd have starved to death in that ungenerous town. Her mind raced over all the nice things he had done for her. Arranging a bath at the hot springs, always protecting her, risking his life when he thought she was hurt. And, as he'd said, this was the only honeymoon he was going to have. "I like you too much," she said softly to his back. "I've never had a man pay as much attention to me as you have. You spoil me, and I'm afraid that I like it." For a moment, she didn't think he'd heard her, but when he turned, a piece of rabbit in his hand, he was smiling at her as though she'd just given him the greatest compliment of his life. Feeling embarrassed, Kady looked down at her lap and not at him. Did he have to be so very good-looking? When Cole had his own food, he stretched out under the tarp, propped himself up on one arm, his long legs seeming to curl around Kady. Then he looked up at her with a bit of a smile. "I want you to tell me everything there is to know about you," At this statement, Kady laughed. But when she saw Cole's face, she knew he was serious. "I have led a very boring life, and it would probably put you to sleep." "I can't imagine that anything you have to say would bore me. I want to know everything about you, and I want to listen." Maybe it was his sincerity, or maybe it was that she wanted to sort out her thoughts and try to understand why what had happened to her had. But she started to talk and tell him about her life. She told him how she always knew she wanted to cook, that she had studied food instead of other subjects at school. She didn't know who the kings and queens or presidents were, but she knew the food from each time period and who the famous chefs were. She went to college to study food, then on to New York on scholarship to study at Peter Kump's cooking school. She told Cole how her goal was to open a small restaurant so she could experiment with food, and she wanted to travel and write cookbooks. When she was 25, Gregory's mother came to her at school and told Kady of her family's steakhouse in Alexandria, Virginia. Mrs. Norman told how the restaurant was a dinosaur in the food world, and she needed someone to turn it around. This appealed to Kady, so she set herself the goal to work at Onions for 3 years, even signing a 3-year contract. And it worked, she told Cole. It took a while, but eventually people began coming to Onions for my food. "And was it pleasant working for Mrs. Norman?" Cole asked softly. Kady hesitated before answering. "Truthfully, it was very difficult," she said, then began to explain. Despite Gregory's mother's claim that she wanted to modernize the restaurant, she didn't really want any changes and resisted all that Kady tried to do. And she was a true skinflint, refusing to purchase new equipment. So Kady had been stuck with a broiler that didn't work half the time and a stove that had been bought used in 1962. "Kady," Cole said, "you were the whole restaurant. Why didn't you threaten to leave if she didn't buy you new equipment?" Kady sighed, then looked skyward. "Why is it that everyone thinks I'm helpless and stupid?" "I don't think—" "Yes, you do. And so did everyone at school when I accepted Mrs. Norman's offer. But I knew exactly what I was doing. I was offered jobs everywhere. But I knew that if I worked for someone like Jean-Louis for the rest of my life, people would point out that I had studied under a master and they would compare me to him. I took the job at Onions out of vanity, pure old-fashioned vanity. I knew that if I could take a horrible old restaurant like that and turn it around, then I alone would get credit. And afterward, I could get a job anywhere as head chef, not as an assistant. Or I could obtain financing to open my own restaurant." Cole smiled at her in a way to acknowledge her intelligence and planning. "So, what happened?" he asked. "Nothing happened. I did what I set out to do," she smiled. "And I got the boss's son in the bargain." "Didn't you say you'd been there 5 years? Did you get a new stove after the 3-year contract was up?" Kady laughed. "Not yet, but I'm working on it. I don't think Mrs. Norman could deny her daughter-in-law a broiler, do you?" She'd meant the words as light-hearted, but Cole didn't smile. "Kady, who owns this restaurant that you work at?" "Don't give me that look, because I know very well where you're heading. After I marry Gregory as his wife, I will own half of all he owns." "Did he ask you to marry him before or after your contract was up?" Kady almost smiled at Cole's refusal to say Gregory's name. "After. But don't start trying to make it seem that Gregory wants to marry me just to keep me cooking for him." Kady took a deep breath because Cole's insinuations were beginning to anger her. "You don't understand about Gregory and me. We are a team. Gregory gives me the freedom to concentrate on the food. Since we met, he's worked hard for Onions. He writes to food critics and courts newspapers and magazines to get write-ups. He gives free meals to people of influence so they'll spread the word. I guess if all my income depended on one woman, I'd do everything I could to keep her too. Well, his income doesn't just depend on me. He's in real estate. Plus, he and his mother could replace me in a minute. Oh? And how many cooks did his mother try to hire before you agreed to take the job? Part of Kady knew she shouldn't answer him, but why should she hide? He could say whatever he wanted to, and it still wouldn't change what she knew to be true. 17. What? I can't hear you. 17. Is that what you wanted to hear? Mrs. Norman went to 3 cooking schools and interviewed 17 graduates, but not one of them wanted the challenge of that restaurant. But that's because they had no vision. They all wanted to work for Wolfgang Puck or some other famous person. Maybe they just saw that Gregory and his dear mother would try to do to them what they have done to you. No one has done anything to me. I'm very happy. And Gregory and I are getting married because we love each other. You don't know how wonderful he is. He has courted me like something out of a novel, with roses and champagne, concerts and plays, and... But he hasn't shelled out for a new stove, has he? And what kind of a buggy does he drive? Not that you will know anything about it, but he drives a new red Porsche that he bought last year. And what is your buggy like? A 10-year-old Ford Escort. Stop it. I didn't get into cooking to make money. And are you saying that no man could possibly love me for myself? That if he loves me, it must be for some reason other than love? I'm just saying that this man you think you love is making money off of you, and that if you marry him, you'll be stuck behind that broken stove for the rest of your life. He'll be the big shot in the restaurant, wearing the nice clothes, glad-handing everyone, and you'll be in the back doing the work. You've already told me he has political ambitions. I'll bet he could meet some pretty important people through your talent. Stop it, Kady whispered. I don't want to hear this. But Cole wouldn't stop. Tell me, does your wedding contract include that you own half the business? She glared at him. My wedding contract will say that we promise to love each other always. Cole acted as though he hadn't heard her. It seems to me that he has very cleverly fixed it, so that if you leave, no one will know your name. You've not made a name for yourself, but a name for his restaurant. And you've made the place so great in these 5 years that it's my guess, if you left, he'd be able to get another chef to carry on where you left off. If he buys a new stove, that is. And you would be left with no money to open your own place. And all you could do would be get a job working for another cook. And that's hard to do once you've been your own boss. You're wrong. Gregory and I are getting married. I'll be half owner of everything. Oh? I think any sane man would do what I did and get that ring on your finger in seconds. Or is he holding on to his freedom because he has everything he could possibly want right now? For the price of an engagement ring, he can keep you hanging on. And you don't even demand a new stove. Stop it. Stop it, Kady shouted. Maybe the anger that raced through her was out of proportion to his questions, but he had hit too close to home, and she couldn't forget the words of her friend Jane. Just because Jane was an accountant, she thought she had the right to ask about everyone's finances. She was hardly off the plane before she'd asked Kady what the profits of the restaurant were and how much Kady's share was. Jane had been appalled to find that Kady received what Jane considered an inadequate salary, wasn't a partner, wasn't sharing financially in the success that her cooking was bringing to Onions, and actually had no idea how well Onions was doing. Kady had dismissed Jane's words with a laugh, saying she'd get it all if she married the boss's son. Kady, "I don't mean to be a cynic," Jane had said. "But if you two divorced, you could be left with nothing. You would have put years of work into that restaurant, yet your home, including the contents, would be in his name because everything was purchased before you were married. If there was a divorce, you'd be left with absolutely nothing. You'd receive what you brought into the marriage, which is exactly nothing." Kady had dismissed her friend's words, but Jane had planted a seed of doubt in Kady's head. "Stop it," Kady said again to Cole, this time in a whisper as she buried her face in her hands. "I don't want to hear any more from anyone about how I should put a price on my love for Gregory." With a contrite look, Cole moved to put his arm around her. "You're my wife, and I want to take care of you, to protect you. Don't husbands do that in your time?" Kady pushed his arm off her shoulders. "You are not my husband." "Yes, I am," Cole said calmly, and pulled her into his arms again, this time not allowing her to pull away. "I may not be when you go back to that man. I'll be dead then. But I most certainly am your husband now." He clasped her to him tightly. "Kady, can't I make you see that I love you? Can't I make you see that I hate this man you say you love? I'll say anything, do anything to discredit him. I'm sure you're right, that he does love you with all his heart. How could he not? But can't I at least please try to make you dislike him? Please?" For a few moments, Kady's head whirled with her thoughts and emotions. She'd never been one of those girls who had men trying to impress her, falling all over themselves to invite her out. She'd always been plump and shy, and she'd had very little contact with men outside a kitchen. "He does love me," she said softly, her head pressed against Cole's strong chest. "And he'd buy a new stove if I insisted. But we're spending a lot of money on the new house, and—" "Whose name is the house in?" Kady couldn't prevent a laugh. "You are a wicked, horrible man," she said. He tipped her face up to look at him. "No, I'm a man who is in love with a woman who loves another." Gently, sweetly, he kissed her. "You should be glad your Gaylord isn't here, or I'm afraid I'd waylay him some dark night and put him out of his misery." "Then they would hang you," she said, looking up at him, feeling his soft breath on her lips. At this precise moment, she couldn't seem to remember who Gregory was. And it was that thought that made her push herself out of his arms. "My goodness," she said brightly. "It stopped raining, so we'll have to leave. And just when I was enjoying myself so much." As Cole laughed, he made a lunge to grab Kady's arm, but she eluded him and crawled out from under the tarp. "Could we go now, please?" she asked as she stared down at him, hands on hips. "Yes, of course," Cole answered innocently as he began to repack. "I live only to grant your every desire." Minutes later, they were packed and ready to start walking. But as Cole bent to shoulder his pack, Kady was almost sure she heard the word coward. She thought about defending herself, but instead she put her nose into the air and looked at the scenery as though Cole Jordan weren't anywhere on the planet. Chapter 10. As they walked, Kady behind Cole, she kept delaying him as she paused frequently to pick plants, examining each one, searching her memory to recall all that she'd learned in school about plants that grew wild. While training to be a chef during the day, she'd often taken courses in botany at a local university during the night. The origin of foods and eating off the land had always fascinated her. She also had a deep belief that for every illness on earth there was also a cure. Someone just had to find the source of that cure. Suddenly, she stopped walking and stared at some plants by the side of the trail. tall, some nearly 6 feet, with pretty slender leaves. "Holy smokes," she said under her breath, blinking, then shaking her head a couple of times to clear it. "What are you staring at?" Cole asked, coming to stand behind her and seeing nothing but everyday weeds. "About 20 years in a Turkish prison," she said, eyes wide. When Cole looked at her in question, she turned to him. "Hemp," she said. "Cannabis." She smiled. "Ever hear of marijuana?" "Can't say as I have. Is it another of your weeds that you plan to try to feed me?" "No, I think I'll pass on this one." Cole started walking again, with Kady following him. "Why don't you tell me about this cannabis of yours?" he said over his shoulder. "And exactly what is it good for?" Laughing, Kady talked as they walked down a trail flanked by the tall plants, telling Cole more than he wanted to know about the problems of the 20th century. A little after sundown, when Kady could hardly see the trail in front of her, Cole put up his hand in warning. Instantly, she halted and listened, but heard nothing. Bending, Cole whispered to her, "The ruins are just ahead, but there are people there. I want you to remain here and wait for me while I see who it is." Without hesitation, Kady did as he said, slipping into the shadows behind some boulders, both packs at her feet. Cole adjusted the quiver of arrows on his back, holding the bow in his left hand. "Stay here, and don't come out until I return," he said. "But what if it's the men who want to hang you?" "If I'm stupid enough to get caught a second time, they should hang me." When Kady gave him a look that told what she thought of that idea, he grinned wide enough for her to see his white teeth in the darkness. "Kiss me goodbye for love?" he asked. "Only with my fingers crossed," she said sweetly, returning his grin. Cole chuckled, then slipped his arm around her waist and pulled her to him. When he kissed her, his lips soft and just barely parted, Kady could feel herself melting against him. "Who cares who the men are?" he murmured against her lips, then pulled her closer and kissed her cheek. "Will you miss me?" "I shall enjoy the peace." She could hear his laugh as he slipped into the darkness. The minute Cole was gone, Kady looked about her, hearing the strange night sounds, and realized that when Cole was gone, she was afraid. What if something happened to him? What if those men came back? What if... Slipping from the boulders as silently as she could, she tiptoed down the trail, stumbling now and then over rocks and holes. Within minutes, she saw light coming from around a bend, and when she was near enough, she stared in wonder at what she saw. Across a small ravine was a sheer mountain of rock, rising high up into the dark sky. At the bottom of the rock, level with Kady, was a deep cut, and inside the natural hollow were the remains of ancient mud dwellings. In front of the old buildings, a fire glowed and 3 men sat around it, tin coffee cups in their hands. Crouching down, Kady looked across the darkness at the men and was thinking that they didn't look very dangerous when she saw something that truly horrified her. Hanging from a wall behind them was the carcass of an eagle. When she moved from behind a tree so she could see better, she saw that there were 6 eagle carcasses spread out, their huge wings lifeless. Kady didn't think about what she was doing. Standing, she put her hands on her hips. "Eagles," she said aloud, making the men look up from the fire and stare into the darkness toward her. Instantly, a hand clamped around Kady's mouth and she was pulled back into deeper darkness. There was no doubt in her mind that the man holding her was Cole. "Why didn't you obey me and stay where I told you to?" he growled into her ear. "No, on second thought, don't bother to answer that. Come on, let's go. They're just hunters, no harm to anyone." Kady didn't move. "No harm to anyone?" she hissed up at him. "What about the eagles?" She said the last word with great feeling. Even in the darkness, she could see Cole's blank look. "You're right. They're hunters, and men alone are not to be trusted. If I didn't have you with me, I'd probably join them, but I don't trust any man around you." Ignoring the compliment, Kady glared up at him. "Are you going to just walk away from this slaughter?" In the dim light, she could see emotions cross Cole's face as he attempted to understand. Finally, enlightenment, then disbelief seemed to register. "Don't tell me you have something against killing a bunch of carrion eaters like those birds." Kady took a deep breath. "The eagle is the symbol of the United States. That bird—" "What?" Cole gasped, bending so low his nose was close to hers. "An eagle stands for our great country? Are you out of your mind? Those birds eat rotting meat. They're little better than vultures, and they are a great menace to the ranchers. They should be shot." With an abrupt turn on her heel, Kady started walking down the path. There had to be a way across the ravine so she could get to the ruins. She had no idea what she was going to do or say to the men when she got there, but she'd think of something to stop the slaughter. Cole grabbed her by the waist, pulling her to him. "Release me or I'll scream," she hissed, struggling futilely against his strong arm. "If you calm down, I'll let you go." When she went limp, he released her, then turned her to look at him. "All right, so you don't approve of shooting eagles, so—" Why did they do that? What good does it do those men to kill those magnificent birds? Even I can't cook an eagle. "Glad to hear that," Cole said. Then when Kady started to turn away, he caught her arm. "All right, it's done now. No one can bring the birds back. The men will sell the feathers and make some money. It's over." "Oh? What about tomorrow? Will they get up tomorrow morning and kill more eagles?" She took a deep breath. "Cole, you just don't know what has happened to the birds and animals in my time. People have built houses on most of the open land, so there are no more nesting places. They use automatic weapons on the poor creatures. I get the picture, but what can I do? Would you like me to pay a high price for the feathers so the men would have no more reason to hunt?" "The higher the price, the more birds they'll kill. I know you can't stop all hunters everywhere from killing them, but can't you stop those men from their butchering just those 3 men?" As Cole looked down into Kady's big pleading eyes, he knew that he might not be able to stop them, but he'd die trying. His mind raced with ideas of how to stop them. Put a few arrows into them? Threaten them that if they ever again killed one of those damned birds, he, Cole Jordan, would personally find each man and kill him? Even as he had the idea, he knew it would take more than one man to put a lifelong fear into those hunters. Money had a way of making men dare anything. As another idea came to Cole, he began to smile. Smile in a way that made Kady know that he meant to do something that wasn't exactly fair and square. Maybe wasn't even legal. "You're not going to hurt anyone, are you?" she whispered. "You wouldn't use those arrows of yours to—" "I want you to swear to me that you will sit right here, be quiet, and watch. Nothing more. You won't get involved. Promise?" "I can't make a promise like that. What if those men try to shoot you?" He tucked a curl behind her ear. "Would you care?" "Of course. If you were dead, who would help me find the petroglyphs so I can get back to the man I love?" Kady knew she was reminding herself of her great love because right now she couldn't seem to remember any world except this one. And maybe she couldn't remember any man except this one. A little frown crossed Cole's face as he took her hands and squeezed them. "Remember that you need me. Please remember that if you make any noise or sudden moves, the men will shoot me. If I were gone, then who would be here to protect you?" "Oh," Kady said, eyes wide. Then from the look on Cole's face, she thought he might be teasing her. Or maybe she was afraid because she'd watched too many westerns where everyone was shooting everyone else. "What are you going to do?" "Something groovy," he said, eyes sparkling. For a moment, Kady looked at him in consternation before she remembered her overly long lecture on the origins of illegal drugs in America. Maybe she had become a bit sidetracked in talking about slang and white go-go boots and crack and rap. Before she could make a reply, he kissed her mouth quickly and sweetly, then slipped silently into the darkness. Settling herself as though she were in the audience at an amphitheater, she watched the men across the ravine prepare themselves for the night. Yawning, Kady couldn't help but envy them and wished she could cuddle up with Cole and... No, she told herself. She wanted to go back to her own bed in Virginia, and tomorrow she'd see Gregory. She did not want to snuggle in a sleeping bag with her husband, with Cole, she corrected herself. She wanted Gregory, not Cole. A movement across the ravine caught Kady's attention, making her sit upright. But what she saw caused her to rub her eyes. A nearly naked man with skin the exact color of the mud buildings behind him silently moved in front of the now sleeping men and tossed a bundle of grass on the fire. Then, removing a pair of eagle wings from where they hung on the walls, he began to fan the flames, making the smoke envelop the sleeping men. With eyes wide, Kady watched, knowing that the weeds on the fire were stalks of wild marijuana. "He certainly does catch on quickly," she thought with no little disgust. As tendrils of the smoke wafted across the ravine, Kady stretched out on her stomach and watched as Cole moved about in the light. He wore nothing but what looked to be a loincloth, his big muscular torso almost totally naked, only the mud drying on his skin covering him. Whether she liked him or not, whether she wanted to be with him or not, she had to admire the beauty of him. "He's my husband," she suddenly thought, then told herself to get that idea out of her head. Husband of convenience only. Gregory was her real husband, or at least soon would be. "Whatever is he doing now?" Kady whispered aloud as she watched Cole take down the wings and bodies of the poor murdered eagles, then disappear behind the old walls. It seemed hours that he was gone, and for a while she watched the men, sleeping in their cloud of drugged smoke. But then Kady also started to drift into sleep. Maybe the smoke was reaching her as well as the men. She awoke to an unearthly screech, coming awake so quickly that she bumped her head on a low tree branch as she looked across into the light. An apparition had leaped from the old ruins, and for a moment Kady's heart beat so wildly that she didn't realize that the creature was Cole. A phantom, vaguely shaped like a man, but as dark as a shadow, vaulted toward the men, its body covered with parts of the eagles until it looked like a 200-pound bird ready to attack. Cole had tied wings onto his arms. More wings encased his strong legs. His face had become the beak of the bird of prey, the distinctive white feathers of the bird covering his head and neck. He looked like a spirit set on avenging the deaths of his murdered brothers. If his appearance weren't enough, there was his screech, the piercing call of an eagle, but louder, more maniacal, that cut the air like one of Cole's knives. The three hunters, in a marijuana stupor, sat up slowly, looked at the gigantic eagle looming over them, then seemed to take an eternity before they could gather their wits enough to be afraid. Cole, who seemed to be enjoying his role of terrorizing the men, spread his winged arms and flapped them over the head of one man until Kady almost felt sorry for the hunter. The other two men didn't need such close persuasion as they leaped up, bumping into the walls as they fought disorientation as well as terror. When they tried to grab their rifles and handguns, Cole's screeches became almost demented, as though the eagle was going to tear them to pieces. Within minutes, the men, their boots under their arms, left everything else and began the mad scramble down the mountain path. And Cole was right behind them, his long arms outstretched as though the eagle he'd become would engulf and devour the men. After the men had fled, Kady sat absolutely still for a long time, staring into the light in front of the ruins, looking at the empty campsite. She was sure she should get up, go find Cole, and tell him his performance was great. She should thank him for terrifying the hunters, because she was sure that those men would never again shoot an eagle. But instead, she just sat where she was. There was something so chilling about Cole's performance that, truthfully, he had frightened her. It was as though he actually were the spirit of those dead eagles. It was as though he'd cast a spell, and the eagle's souls had entered his body and told him how to move. Even his screech had been as much like an eagle's as one could be. Kady expected Cole to come across the ravine to get her, but he didn't. It seemed that every atom of her body was listening for him on the path behind her, but he didn't come. When what seemed like hours had passed, Kady stood and listened, but she could hear no sound of the three hunters or of Cole. As quietly as she could, she started walking toward the end of the ravine and found the little bridge of earth that led to the ruins. She was at the edge of the ruins, looking at the smoldering fire, and realizing that the smoke was drifting her way, when out of the dark trees, Cole came screeching down upon her. He had a knife in his teeth, and what skin that wasn't covered with feathers was caked with cracked mud. He was a formidable sight, and involuntarily Kady stepped back from him. He wasn't a choir boy now. Now he looked like something from the worst nightmare anyone had ever had. Taking another step back, Kady almost fell into the smoky fire. I don't know this man at all, she thought, and when he came closer, she put up her arm as though to protect herself. But Cole, grinning, grabbed her in his strong arms, lifted her off the ground and swung her around. When she struggled against him, he buried his face in her neck, feathers, beak, and all, and said, "Trust me, my little wife. Give me your life and trust me." Kady was still stiff in his arms, repulsed by the feathers and what they represented. But maybe the smoke affected her, because when he began to twirl her about, going round and round, holding her close, she started to relax. "Let go, Kady, my love," he whispered. "Let someone else take care of you. Give yourself to me." "I can't," she answered, but she could feel her body becoming more pliant in his arms. "My life is elsewhere, in another time." She'd meant to say the words with conviction, but instead she began to hug him back, began to feel the way her face fit so perfectly into the curve of his neck. It was beginning to feel right that this man was clad in these gorgeous feathers, for she almost felt that he could fly away with her. "You don't have to be the best little girl in the world," he said. "You don't have to be perfect. You don't have to do anything to make sure people love you. I love you just as you are." "Just as I am," she said, feeling as though burdens in her life were lifting. It was all too much to think of, that she didn't have to be the best cook, the best daughter, the best at everything in the whole world. Maybe it might be... What was the word she'd heard but understood so little? Fun. Yes, that was it. It might be fun, too. Leaning back, Kady looked at Cole for a moment, with the eagle head over his own, the brown feathers of the poor creature's body tied under his chin so only the lower half of his face showed. The dark man in her dreams always had the lower half of his face covered. But Kady was sure that if she had seen the man's mouth, he would have lips just like Cole's. It seemed the most natural thing in the world to bring her mouth down on his and kiss him. She was dizzy with the sensations that ran through her body. Maybe it was the smoke. Maybe it was the thin mountain air. Or maybe it was this beautiful man with his big muscular body that made Kady react with such feelings of sensuality. It seemed quite natural when he put his hands under her seat and lifted her so her legs could slip about his waist. "Kady, I love you. I love you," he whispered again and again as she leaned her head back and allowed him free access to her neck. And Kady knew that at that moment she had never wanted any man as much as she wanted Cole Jordan. Maybe she wasn't in love with him, and maybe the great clouds of marijuana smoke were making her react in a way that wasn't normal for her. All she knew was that she desperately wanted him to make love to her. "It's not true, is it?" she whispered as she buried her face in his neck. "You aren't a eunuch, are you?" "Do you believe everything you're told?" he asked as he hugged her to him. "Pretty much," she said, laughing, then brought her mouth to his to kiss him again. They'd kissed several times since they'd met, but each time it had been chaste, closed-mouth kisses, and they had suited Kady, as she'd wanted nothing more. But now she opened her mouth over his, wanting more than chastity. But Cole didn't respond. He didn't kiss her back. Instead, he set her down on the ground and said, "Want to put on some eagle feathers?" Kady's head was too full of smoke, and maybe lust, too, to respond to his words. No, I don't want to wear the eagle feathers." She started to say more, but Cole put his hand to his forehead and seemed to sway on his feet, and instantly Kady went to him, concerned. "I don't think I like your marijuana smoke," he said as he sat on the ground, his back against the wall of ruins. Smiling, Kady kicked dirt over the fire to bury the last of the embers, and when she returned, Cole had slid to the ground and was sleeping with all the innocence of a child. Without any hesitation, she lay down beside him, and he snuggled her to him as though she were a teddy bear. Smiling, she fell asleep. Chapter 11. Kady awoke to the smell of frying, and she felt so emotionally exhausted from the last several days that she didn't even try to guess what it was that Cole was attempting to cook. Wordlessly, he handed her a thick white square that was a cross between a biscuit and a cracker and about half a pound of bacon. She ate some, but not much. He'd obviously been up for a while because he'd washed off the mud and was wearing clothes. There wasn't an eagle feather anywhere to be seen. After a while, Cole doused the fire, rolled up the goods the men had left behind, and carefully stored them inside one of the ruined houses. Then he bundled his and Kady's belongings and slung the pack over his back. "Ready?" was all he said, and Kady nodded, then got up to follow him. She didn't have to ask Cole why he was so quiet, for she knew he was thinking what she was. It was time to go home. "Cole," she began, but he wouldn't look at her. "I'm a man of my word," he said. "And the 3 days are up." For a moment, his eyes blazed into hers. "Unless you want to stay," he said. But Kady shook her head no. She wanted to go home. "I did something to displease you last night," he said softly. "No, nothing," she lied. "I didn't mean to fall asleep, but the smoke—" "No, it was better that you did," she said, as she looked away from his eyes. But she could see his frown and feel his puzzlement. But what could she have said? That she was disappointed that he hadn't made love to her, when actually she didn't want him to, and when maybe he physically couldn't make love to her? "Kady, your brain is getting too little oxygen in these mountains," she told herself. On the way down the mountain, there was no banter, no attempts by Cole to make her believe Gregory was after something other than just Kady. Cole walked in front of her, and even though she could see that his shoulders drooped, he walked with a step that said he was a man with a purpose. They reached the cabin so quickly that she realized that he had led her up the mountain by a circuitous route that took much longer than necessary. After giving her only 30 minutes or so at the cabin to collect herself, he lifted her into the saddle of his horse, mounted behind her, and they started moving. Once she was in Cole's arms again, leaning back against his strong chest, she began to think of never seeing him again. "It's not that I don't like you and wouldn't want to be your wife," she said, "especially after getting to know you over these last days. And it's not that going to bed with a man means you have to be in love with him. In my world, there are women who think that going on a date with a man means going to bed with him. It's just that I'm different, and I happen to believe in fidelity. Had you and I met under different circumstances, I'm sure I would now be madly in love with you. But I'm engaged to marry another man, so it can't be that way. I just don't want you to feel bad about anything that I may have said." "Kady, shut up." Nodding at his words, she closed her mouth, then did her best to try to concentrate on Gregory. But the safety of Cole's arms and the gentle gait of the horse soon lulled her to sleep. "We're here," Cole said softly into her ear. Slowly, Kady opened her eyes to see a sheer rise of rocks before her that were familiar-looking. The light of day was fading, and she was having trouble seeing clearly, but there, almost hidden under some vines, were the petroglyphs. Cole helped her dismount, then moved to stand beside her. "Is this what you wanted?" he asked softly. Kady refused to hear the pain in his voice. He couldn't possibly be actually in love with her, she told herself. It was just that she was exotic, and men loved the unusual. At the thought of being exotic, Kady almost giggled. Tentatively, she walked toward the rocks, stopping once to glance over her shoulder at Cole. But he was looking at something over her head. Turning, she saw the rocks seem to be fading away, turning into a ghost image. She had seen so many hours of TV and movies that maybe what she was seeing wasn't as terrifying to her as it was to a man who'd never seen an airplane. But even with her experience, she had to steel herself as the rock faded, and in its place was... "It's my apartment," she said aloud, turning back toward Cole, happiness on her face. "That's it! I can go back. I can..." Breaking off, she saw such a bleak look on Cole's face that her heart went out to him. She didn't love him, she told herself, because she was in love with another man. Therefore, it couldn't matter what expression Cole wore. It didn't matter that... Without conscious thought, she ran back and flung her arms around Cole's neck and planted her lips on his as she kissed him. "I will always care about you," she whispered. "All my life. You have been very good to me, and I will always remember you. I wish..." "What?" he demanded, holding on to her tight enough to crack her ribs. "What do you wish?" "That there were two of me," she said. "I wish I could stay here and go back, too. I wish I could live both lives." "Don't go," he started, but Kady stopped him with another quick kiss. Then, with a firm shove, she disentangled herself from his arms. When her feet touched the ground, she started running the few steps toward the entrance through the rock, because she feared that if she didn't go this very instant, she would never go. Before her was the rented apartment with its cheap furniture. She could see the flower tin that the wedding dress had been in on the floor, plus her cook's jacket draped across her couch. The light was on her message machine, so maybe Gregory had called. For all she knew, it was several days since she had disappeared and the police were searching for her. With her hand outstretched, she lifted her foot to take the last step toward her apartment. But suddenly, the dark man on the white horse was there, and unbidden, the thought, "This is the man I love," came into her head. It wasn't blonde Cole or look-alike Gregory she loved, but this man who had been with her most of her life. As always, the lower half of the man's face was covered. In her dreams, his eyes were so expressive that she understood him without words having to be spoken. But now, Kady didn't understand what he was trying to communicate to her. He was in front of her, seemingly close enough to touch, but when she instinctively reached out her hand to touch him, the distance between them increased until he was out of reach. His eyes looked sad, as though he was afraid of seeing the end of something, as though he even feared losing her. There was no hesitation in Kady as she took a step toward him, as always, wanting to go with him, to be with him. But again, the distance between them increased. "How can I reach you?" she whispered, then saw the man lift his hand in invitation. "Will we ever be together?" she asked, holding out her hand, trying to reach him. "Will there be a time for us?" The dark man didn't answer, but his eyes smiled, and there was such love in them that Kady drew in her breath, and when she tried to smile back at him, her breath caught at her throat. More than anything, she wanted to jump onto the horse with him and ride away to wherever he was going. But Cole stopped her. With one great stride, he caught her in his arms and swept her away from the opening. And as quickly as he moved, so did the opening in the rock disappear. 1 second there was a doorway back to her own time, and the next there was only solid rock. At first, Kady couldn't believe what had happened. "No," she whispered, trying to pull away from Cole, but he held her tightly. "No, no, no," she screamed, then began to beat him on the chest with her fists. "I don't want to stay here. I want to go back to my own time. You—" she screamed, then proceeded to call him a few names that he had never before heard a woman say. In fact, from the look on his face, he didn't know some of the words she used. He released his grip on her arms. "Kady, I'm sorry. I didn't mean—" Shoving away from him, she went to the rock to run her hands over the hard, impenetrable surface. Was it open only at certain times of the day? Or only on certain days? What was the key to reopening the rock? "Look, Kady," Cole said, eyes downcast, his demeanor that of a man who was truly sorry for what he'd done. "I am sorry. It's just that I couldn't bear to see you go." Tilting his head, he looked at her through thick lashes. "You can't blame a man because he's in love with you, can you? If you loved me, you'd have helped me do what I want to do. You, Cole Jordan, are a very selfish person. If by that you mean that I want you to stay with me and that I will do everything in my power to keep my wife by my side, then yes, indeedy, I am selfish. When it comes to you, Miss Long, I might be the most selfish man alive." "Do you think that is the key?" "What key?" he asked, confused. "You being alive. Do you think if I rammed one of those knives of yours into that selfish little heart that maybe the rock would open up again and I could go home? To the man I love?" "Men," she almost said. "You could try," he said good-naturedly. Kady threw up her hands in despair. "Now what am I going to do?" she said, mostly to herself. "Live happily ever after with me?" Cole suggested. Kady gave him a look. "I see. Want to try again tomorrow?" "You have left me no other choice." She took a step toward the horse, then turned back. "I want a solemn, sacred vow from you. You must swear to me that you will help me get home." Cole's eyes lit up. "Oh, yes, certainly I'll help you get home." He had agreed much too readily. "What are you up to?" "Kady, my lovely wife, it's late, and you must be tired. How'd you like to take a bath in a copper tub and to sleep on a feather mattress with clean white sheets?" Kady opened her mouth to tell him what he could do with his clean white sheets, but every aching muscle in her body threatened to make her regret such words, so all that squeaked out was a helpless little, "With towels?" "Warm before a fire." "I hate you," she whispered. Cole chuckled. "I can see that you do." With that, he swept her into his arms, then tossed her into the saddle, mounted behind her, and started down a path Kady had never seen before. And although she was furious with him, it was on the path down that she said, "Did you see him?" When he didn't answer, she elaborated, "At the doorway, did you see the man on the horse?" But his look was enough for her to know that Cole had seen no one. With a sigh, Kady turned back toward the road. Chapter 12. Kady reluctantly awoke to the sound of voices, specifically the angry voices of women. For a moment she thought she might still be asleep, because she seemed to be buried in a cocoon of warmth. "Signora Jordan," she heard a man's voice saying. "Signora Jordan, they have come to see you." As Kady fought her way out of the cocoon, she realized she was surrounded by an incredibly deep feather mattress, and it was enveloping her as though it meant to swallow her. After tossing 2 pillows from over her head, and noting that they were so light they made no sound when they hit the floor, she did her best to sit up. But that wasn't easy when every movement made her sink farther into the cloud-like softness. "I'm on my way," she called up to whoever was summoning her, then grabbed the side of the heavily carved mahogany headboard and pulled herself up. But even when she was sitting up, what with being barely over 5 feet tall, she could hardly see over the down comforter, which had to be at least 3 feet thick. "An entire species of geese must have given their lives for this bed," she mumbled, then looked around to see who was speaking. An old man stood there, his face lined with years and weather, and he was watching Kady with eyes twinkling with amusement. "Yes," she said. "What is it?" Between the 2 sentences, she'd had to use her fist to beat the comforter down, as the thing was rising like bread in a hot oven. The old man chuckled as he watched her fight the demon feathers. "The ladies of the town have come to tell you about the boy." The effort of speech had made Kady slide down into the mattress, so she had to right herself, then try to regain her dignity. Truthfully, she didn't remember much about last night. Cole had promised her a bath and bed, and she vaguely remembered warm water, then falling into the soft mattress. "The boy?" she asked. "Cole Jordan," the man said. "You are Signora Jordan." "Yes, I guess I am," she said, smiling at the way this man called Cole the boy. "And I take it that you are Manuel?" Kady gave the growing comforter a couple of hard licks with her fists, then looked around her at the bedroom. This wasn't the house of a poor man. This one room was as big as her whole apartment, and the heavy mahogany furniture must have cost a bundle. The walls were covered with pale blue damask that, unless Kady missed her guess, was silk, and over the dresser was a framed mirror that looked like something from the Paris Opera House. Just as Kady opened her mouth to reply to Manuel, the open door behind him filled with chattering women, who all pushed and shoved to be first into the room. They were talking, but for a moment Kady couldn't hear them, for she was looking at their clothes. Having come from a time period when women seemed to wear nothing but black, and their only embellishment was a small, tasteful necklace and earrings, these women were dazzling. They had fringe on their dresses, sparkling trims, rhinestone buttons, hats with feathers curling around their faces. There were plaids and prints and solids of the most outrageous colors. Blinking, Kady could do nothing but stare at all 5 of them. "And we thought you should know what kind of man you have married," one of the women was concluding. Kady knew she'd missed the entire lecture and was sorry for it, for she would have liked to hear what kind of man Cole Jordan was. "I seem to be a bit disoriented," she said. "Maybe you could start again and tell me everything in detail." The women, all of them young and attractive, a couple of them beautiful, smiled at Kady, then lifted their long, heavy skirts and pretty much climbed into bed with her. This had the effect of lifting her somewhat higher, but the feathers seemed to absorb the extra bodies, and soon the mattress and coverlet were creeping over the brightly colored skirts. "Perhaps we should introduce ourselves. I'm Martha," the prettiest one said, then held out a kid-skin-clad hand for Kady to shake by the fingertips. Kady tried not to think about the oddity of receiving guests while still in bed, but these young women seemed to think nothing of it. The other women introduced themselves as Mabel, Margaret, Myrtle, and Mavis. Kady was lost by the 3rd M. "We think it is our Christian duty to tell you about the man you have married," Martha said, making Kady smile. Were they going to tell her that Cole Jordan was a liar and a manipulator? She already knew that. She also knew how charming he could be, and how sweet, and... "You are never going to believe what he made the whole town do to you," M3 said, and got Kady's attention. It took nearly an hour to get the entire story straight, what with all 5 M's talking at once. Then Manuel interrupting to bring coffee and some divine sopapillas dripping honey. Kady sat in bed, eating and listening, and becoming more angry and disgusted by the moment. It seemed that Legend, Colorado, wasn't actually a mining town. It was a town that belonged to one man, and that man was Cole Jordan. He owned every mine, every house, every shop, every inch of land in the town. And every person in the town worked for Cole, or, according to the M's, was his bounden slave. "Everyone does just what he says. We have to, or he sends us away." "My father has operated Reeves Mercantile for 10 years, but he doesn't own a penny of it," M2 said. "Cole owns everything, all of it. So you can see why we had to do what we did to you." What they had done, based on Cole's orders, was to refuse to give Kady a job, or even a meal, on those 2 horrible days when she'd been searching for both. Thinking back, she remembered that Cole had given something to some boys playing by the side of the road. It seems that he'd paid them nickels to run all over town and tell everyone that anyone who fed Kady or helped her in any way was going to be thrown out of town. And he did this while he was arranging your wedding. He had the whole church decorated and made all the choir show up to sing for his wedding. Betty's mother was ill that day, but she knew better than to cross Cole, since every bite her family eats depends on him. "He trapped you into marrying him. That's what he did," M1 said, her handkerchief to her eyes. "And we hate to see someone of our own sex so mistreated by a man like Cole Jordan." "Do you know what the man you have married is really like?" Martha said, the only one of the M's Kady could fit with a proper name. "I don't think I know nearly enough," Kady answered. "Perhaps you should tell me more. Maybe you can tell me why someone was trying to hang him." "Oh, that," M4 said. "Half the country wants to murder Cole. He won't sell anything to anybody. Once he decides something belongs to him, he keeps it, no matter what he has to do. And that includes keeping money. Why, even with the $30 million he now has—" "Are you all right?" she asked when Kady nearly choked on a mouthful of sopapilla. "$30 million what?" Kady asked when she had recovered. "Dollars, of course. Most of it in gold and silver. Haven't you been listening? He owns 3 very lucrative silver mines, plus every business in town. So, of course, people are always trying to take that money away from him. They get so frustrated when he won't sell anything to them that they just decide to kill him instead." "I can understand their reasoning," Kady said. "So why doesn't he hire bodyguards, men with guns who can protect him?" At that statement, all the women drew back as though she'd said something shocking. Did I say something wrong? In the next second, Kady realized that they had drawn back merely to fill their lungs with oxygen so they could let loose a string of descriptive phrases. "Protect Cole Jordan?" they gasped, then proceeded to tell Kady what she'd already seen. Cole carried so many knives on his person, concealed in every piece of clothing he wore, that once when he walked past some boys playing with magnets, the magnets had flown out of the boys' hands and stuck to Cole. "Have you seen the whip he carries down his back?" M2 asked. "He may have nothing to do with guns, but he makes up for it in other weapons." "And to think I thought he was a choir boy," Kady muttered, which made the women laugh. But the way they laughed made her look at them speculatively. Why had they come to tell her this? If it was true that whatever they owned was actually owned by Cole, why risk his wrath? She looked each of them straight in the eye. "How many of you tried to marry him?" M3 didn't hesitate. "Why, all of us, of course. What young woman wouldn't try to win a handsome man worth $30 million? The 5 of them sat there on the bed and looked at Kady as though they expected her to answer this question, but she could think of no reply. Martha smiled prettily. "I can see that we've startled you. 2 years ago, the 5 of us were pursuing Cole with such vigor that we hated each other, and Cole, that skunk, was playing us one against the other. He'd tell each of us what the other had done to try to win him, so we'd try to outdo the other. We were dressing for Cole, cooking for him, studying ways to entertain him. Our lives were hell." "Martha," M3 said, shocked at the language, but the others nodded solemnly. "It was my mother," M4 said, "who tricked the 5 of us into getting together. Because, you see, by then we were sworn enemies, and letting us see what fools we were making of ourselves over one dreadful man. Cole had no intention of marrying any of us. Yes, he was much too happy to marry one of us, because that would stop all of us from courting him. You can never change a happy man." I guess not," Kady said, never having thought of this before. M2 leaned forward, very serious. "What did you do to make him go to such effort to marry you?" Kady wasn't really sure. "He asked me to marry him, but I told him no. I said I was going to marry another man." "Ah," the women said in unison and looked at Kady as though she were a brilliant strategist. "No, you don't understand. I don't want to marry him. Didn't anyway. And I do love another man. Or maybe 2 other men," she thought, but didn't say so. If it's someone here in town, Cole will discharge him and send him away. No, the man I love lives in Virginia, and in my dreams." At this, the women looked at each other, then back at Kady, as though to say, "Then what are you doing in Colorado?" "Look," Kady said, "I can solve all of this. Do you know someone who knows where there are rocks with carvings on them? Something like this," she said, then used a bit of bread to draw an elk in the honey on her plate. When the women said nothing, she looked up at them and saw they hadn't even looked at her plate. "What's wrong?" she said in a small voice. Martha looked at the others before she spoke. "You might as well know, Mrs. Jordan. Kady, please." "Kady." Martha took a deep breath. "Cole left early this morning, and he's to be gone for days. Heaven only knows where, as he can be quite mysterious at times. And he left word that you are not to leave town." Kady could feel her heart start to pound. "I don't want to leave town. I just want to go for a walk, that's all. I saw these rocks yesterday and thought it would be a nice place for a picnic. We could all go." M3 shook her head. "Cole has said no. You're not to leave the ranch. He's set guards all around the perimeter of the ranch, so you can't leave. And he's taken all the horses, too. You can have anyone from town come to see you, but you can't even go into Legend. He's afraid you'll steal a horse and ride down the mountain to Denver." Kady couldn't comprehend what she was hearing. "Are you trying to tell me that I'm a prisoner?" "Exactly." "Couldn't be more of a prisoner if you were behind bars." Kady sat there, blinking, for several moments. "Wait a minute. This is still America, isn't it? I'm not a criminal, and he doesn't have the right to hold me prisoner. I'm a free person, and I—" "Are you a suffragette?" M3 asked. "I'm a human being, with all the rights and privileges that encompasses." "Maybe in Virginia, but not here in Legend. Here, you're a subject, just like the rest of us." "Oh," Kady said, one eyebrow raised. "We shall see about that. I think Cole Jordan has been dealing with women who don't know the tricks I do. Will you five help me?" The women looked from one to the other, then back at Kady. "No," Martha said. "We're very sorry, but we have too much to lose. Our fathers would kill us if they lost their jobs." "But we're sisters," Kady said. And even to herself that sounded stupid. She didn't know these women, so why should they risk anything for her? "Then I shall do it myself," she said, with all the strength she could muster. "I'll get out of here, you'll see." The five women just sat on the end of the bed and looked at her in pity. Their faces said that Kady would soon find out what they already knew. 2 days, Kady thought, her fists clenched at her side. 2 days of doing absolutely nothing. Another day like this and she was sure she would go mad. After the 5 M's left yesterday morning, Kady was so full of righteous indignation that she had been determined to find the petroglyphs and get out of this time period forever. All she wanted in the world was to get back to Virginia and Gregory. But after a day and a half of trying to escape, she had failed as badly as when she'd tried to get a job in Legend. She certainly had to give it to Cole that when he gave an order, it was obeyed. After the M's had left, she'd found a note Cole had left for her on the dresser, saying he was very sorry, but he'd had to leave, and he'd see her again in about 10 days. There was no mention of her incarceration during that time period, nor had he even had the courtesy to explain where he'd gone and why. For the entire first day, Kady had tried to escape, but truthfully, where was she going? Anyone she asked looked blank when she mentioned the rock carvings. So even if she had managed to steal a horse and ride, she had no idea where to go. She had become so frustrated that last night she'd even written a letter to Cole's grandmother, begging her to come to Legend and help her escape. So now, the afternoon of the second day, Kady sat at the desk in what had to be Cole's office and asked, why me? Why had she been chosen for this outrageous time mix-up? First of all, she wasn't heroine material. She was just a simple girl from Ohio who wanted to cook. There was no great tragedy in her life, or in Cole's for that matter, that needed to be righted. So why was she here? Somewhere around 1 o'clock that day, she'd given up fighting. She had talked, begged, pleaded with every person she saw on the ranch to help her, but they looked at her as though she were crazy. How could she be complaining when she was the mistress of so much? And Kady had to admit that Cole was the owner of a great deal. His house stood on the most beautiful piece of land she had ever seen, and the house itself was breathtaking. There had to be 20 rooms, and each of them was furnished luxuriously in a cozy, comfortable style. It was the house Kady had always dreamed of and had never known how to achieve. Her favorite room, the kitchen, was a dream, with a huge wood-fired iron stove, giant oak work table, 4 ovens built into brick walls, and a pantry big enough to hold a 7-Eleven store. Unfortunately, the cooking utensils consisted of 4 stupendously greasy cast-iron pieces and a few wooden spoons. If things were different, Kady muttered now as she sat in the library office, doodling on a piece of paper with a fat pencil. Thinking back, she remembered the yeast starter she'd made at the cabin, and how she'd thought of making pickles and jams. Kady is such a helpful child, the words echoed in her head, the words she'd heard Jane's mother say 1,000 times. When Kady was a child, her mother had had to work 2 jobs. When Jane's parents had offered to look after her daughter, she'd accepted the favor without hesitation. She never knew that Jane's family treated Kady as little more than an unpaid servant. What was it Cole had said? You don't have to be the best little girl in the world. You don't have to be perfect. You don't have to do anything to make sure people love you. I love you just as you are. Just as you are, she said aloud. To be accepted as you are, isn't that a sort of freedom? And in her heart, she knew that Cole had been telling the truth. She could sit here in his beautiful house for the next 8 days, or 80 years for that matter, and do absolutely nothing if she wanted, and he'd be perfectly pleased. She wasn't sure how she knew this, but she knew that with Cole, she didn't have to earn his love. She didn't have to clean the bathrooms as she'd done for Jane's mother. Didn't have to cook economically as Mrs. Norman demanded. She didn't even have to keep her mouth shut and not complain as she'd had to do with her mother. I can do anything I want, she said, lifting her eyes and staring straight ahead at the bookshelves filled with leather-bound volumes in front of her. Abruptly, she pushed the chair back and stood. Maybe I can't leave this place, but I can bring anything that 1873 Colorado has to offer here to me. As she stood in front of the window to stare out at the view of mountains and valleys, she whispered, So what do I want to do more than anything else in the world? As she looked out the window, she thought of her favorite movie, Babette's Feast. The heroine was a great chef who, for some political reasons, had to hide in a remote village with 2 poor sisters. When Babette inherited some money, enough to allow her to quit her job, instead of being sensible, She'd spent every penny of it on the ingredients to prepare a feast such as no one had ever eaten before. Kady owned the video of that movie and had played it hundreds of times. At each viewing, her imagination went wild as she thought of what she would cook if she had no constraints of money and pleasing the public. I would first have to make an inventory, she thought. I'd have to see what was here and what I could buy. Maybe I can't go to Denver, but others could go for me. Then I'd have to dig pits, make outdoor ovens, and start pickling vegetables. I'd need help in picking mushrooms and salad greens and herbs. And I'd need... By the time she got to the last thought, she was at the desk and making notes. I'll invite the whole town, she said aloud. For 3 days, they will eat at Cole Jordan's expense. She bit the end of the pencil. If you'll eat it, I'll cook it, she wrote. Then mark that out. I won't cook anything cute or endangered, she wrote. No turtles, raccoons, mountain lions, and no bugs. Grabbing the notepad, she left the library and headed for the kitchen. But as her mind raced, so did her feet, and she entered the kitchen in a rush. Manuel and his wife, Dolores, were slowly chopping vegetables for the evening's enchiladas. Do you two know where I can hire people who know these mountains and can gather mushrooms for me? And people who can help with butchering and fish cleaning? Manuel and his wife looked at each other. Then Manuel spoke. In our town of Socorro there are such people. How many people live there? 36. Kady smiled. Can I hire them all? Manuel seemed to have been rendered speechless, but Dolores spoke up. For what? No one will kill Senor Jordan for you. Perhaps Juan would, Manuel said matter-of-factly. Is this what you want? Dolores asked, looking at Kady hard. Kady blinked for a moment, considering this possibility, then shook her head. No, I don't want to kill Cole, even though he deserves it. I want to put on a feast such as no one has ever before dreamed of. I want to experiment. I want to create new recipes and eventually write a cookbook. I want to try every dish I've ever contemplated and see what it tastes like. I want to wrap fish in paper, salt, clay, and in wet leaves. I want to marinate meat in herbs that no one has ever tried before. I want to make mistakes and have some triumphs. I want... She smiled as she looked at the two old people, their faces unreadable. I want freedom. At that, she could see Manuel didn't understand, and that he was about to tell her she couldn't leave the ranch. I want to spend Cole Jordan's money. Lots of it. Will you two help me? Gladly, Manuel said, grinning. All right, then. Come with me, and let's start planning this thing. Oh, and send someone to fetch all the inhabitants of Socorro. Tell them I'm paying everyone $10 an hour. At that, Manuel had to catch his wife to keep her from swooning. Kady wasn't sure, but she figured the average wage in 1873 was $1 or so a week, so $10 an hour was more than they could comprehend. And the babies? Dolores gasped, her husband's arms around her. Bring them, and I'll pay them as taste testers. I'd love to write a baby food cookbook. Come on, time is wasting. In a state of bewilderment, Manuel and his wife followed Kady into the library. Chapter 13. As Cole Jordan rode into Legend, Colorado, he was sure that in the 10 days he had been away, it had become a ghost town. His first thought was that Harwood's men had returned and slaughtered everyone. But if that had happened, there would be evidence of such murder. As he looked into the windows of the hotel and saw no one, he thought maybe everyone had gone through the rock with Kady. But that couldn't have happened because he'd given orders he knew no one would dare disobey. If not violence, then maybe smallpox had wiped them out. Or maybe... He couldn't think of any more things that could have happened to everyone, but the eerie feeling of the empty town was making him nervous. Something horrible had happened. It must have. But he could see no signs of disaster, no burned-out buildings, no one walking about with tragic faces. There was just a deserted town, and no clues as to what had happened to everyone. "Is anyone here?" he shouted, but his voice echoed off the empty buildings and came back to him. Dismounting, he tied his horse up, then went into the mercantile, where he was further shocked. 2/3 of the shelves were empty. Clothes still hung on the racks, and there were boots for sale, just as always. But the grocery part of the store was picked clean, not so much as a can was left. Even the mystery cans that had fallen into a river and had their labels washed off were gone. No barrels of crackers or pickles stood before the counter. Cole went back outside and started walking. The laundry was empty. The barber's chairs had no customers. The freight depot had a wagon in front of it, loaded with ore, but there were no horses attached to it, no driver in the seat. The more he saw, the more anxious he became, and he started running. The livery stable had no horses. The boarding house was empty. No one was at the newspaper office or the telegraph office. The ice cream parlor had no people in it, nor did it have anything to eat. The ice house out back had no milk or cream. In fact, even the ice was gone. He ran past the Jordan line up to Paradise Lane, but he could see that the church and library were as empty as the rest of the town. "Kady," he whispered, fear running through his body. Whatever had happened to the people of this town had also happened to Kady. Turning abruptly, he began to run down the street to get to his horse. He must save Kady. He was in such a blind panic that he ran into Ned Wallace without seeing him, sending them both flying, and the little beer barrel on Ned's shoulder went crashing, its contents spilling on the boardwalk. "Now look what you've done," Ned yelled. "Kady needed that, and now what am I going to tell her? Damnation, but I don't think there are any more full barrels." Cole had fallen hard against the horse rail. What with various injuries he had sustained over the last few days, it took him a moment to regain his awareness. By the time Cole's head cleared, Ned had re-entered the saloon. Cole threw open the swinging doors, but Ned was nowhere in sight. "What the hell is going on?" he bellowed. He received no answer, but he did hear noises in the back. There was a room on the back of the saloon that was usually packed full of bottles and barrels, but now every shelf was empty. A trap door he didn't know existed was thrown up, and at the bottom Cole could see a light. He lost no time climbing down the ladder, where he saw Ned tossing about empty wooden crates, becoming more frustrated by the second. "That was the last one," Ned said angrily. "Now what will Kady do? Today is pasta day, and she wanted to make a sauce with beer and cream. So how the hell is she going to do that now?" Ned stopped ranting long enough to glare at Cole as though he'd committed some unforgivable sin. "I guess it will be up to me to tell her," Ned said in disgust, then stepped past Cole to go up the ladder. Cole, too bewildered to move, stared at the ladder. "What the hell is pasta?" he said under his breath, then grabbed the lantern Ned had left behind and went up the ladder. He caught Ned just as he was leaving the back door of the saloon. "So help me, Wallace, if you don't tell me what's going on, I'll—" "You'll what?" Ned said fiercely. "Make me miss pasta day? And the mesquite is ready today, and I'm in charge of candying the violets, and Juan says the second rising of the brioche is my job, and—" He stopped because Cole had pinned him against a wall and was holding a knife to his throat. "You aren't going anywhere," You're going to sit down and tell me everything. Do you understand me? If you ever want to see this man Pasta again, you'll do what I say." Ned gave Cole a look of disgust, then muttered something about pasta not being a person, and Cole probably couldn't tell puff pastry from strudel dough, but he went back into the empty saloon and sat down. Taking out his big pocket watch, he propped it open on the table. 10 minutes. That's all I can spare." "You can spare all the time that's needed. I want to know everything that's going on, and to start, you can tell me where everyone is." Ned started to rise. "Why don't we just go out to Kady's place and you can see for yourself? That way we won't waste any more of my time." Cole had to count to 10 before replying to that one. "And just where is Kady's place?" "The Jordan Ranch. You know it's—" Ned broke off as he seemed to realize for the first time to whom he was speaking. Sitting back down, he drew a deep breath. "A few things have happened in the days you were away. You know, I figured that out about 2 minutes after I entered town. So now why don't you tell me just exactly what it is that has happened?" Cole thought that if Kady was in any danger, he wanted to know its exact nature, so he could plan how to save her. In the time since he'd arrived in town, he'd prepared himself for anything, whether it was natural disasters, illness, massacres, or even the return of the plagues of Egypt. What he wasn't prepared for was the story that Ned Wallace began to tell him, reluctantly at first, but with increasing gusto as he watched Cole's face, the eyes widening and the jaw dropping down further with every word Ned spoke. Ned wasn't a very good storyteller, as he tended to start in the middle of a story, go in one direction, then backtrack and go in another. Rather like he was trying to draw a spider, Cole thought as he tried to piece together what Ned was telling him. It seemed that Kady had decided to occupy herself during her husband's absence by cooking for the whole town. When Cole first heard this, he'd smiled indulgently. But as the story expanded, he heard things that he didn't like. "She kissed who?" Cole asked. "Hog's Breath Howie," Ned said, by now having lit a pipe and drawing deeply on the stem. Cole was aghast. "But he offered $200 to any of Les's girls who'd kiss him, and none of them would do it. That man's breath has been known to fell horses." It didn't seem to bother Kady, not when he pulled the tarp off that wagon and she saw them pots and pans. It seemed that 3 days after Cole left town, Kady had hired 5 drivers with wagons to go to Denver to buy cooking things for her. "Things nobody had ever heard of," Ned said, sounding as though Kady was buying ingredients for a witch's brew. "But of course, we all know what they are now," he said smugly. He paused long enough to make sure he had Cole's attention. "She wanted things like semolina and olive oil and star anise." Cole leaned closer to Ned, his eyes narrowed. "You want to tell me why my wife was kissing Hog's Breath Howie?" "I'm getting to it. Don't rush me." Ned took another long draw on his pipe. Having the owner of the town at his mercy was a dream come true. Kady gave instructions to the drivers that they were to bring back all kinds of food that they had never heard of. If they saw an Italian family or Chinese or any other color or religion, whatever, the driver was to pay very high prices for it. "Why high prices?" Cole interrupted. "Kady said that the national economy would be helped if you shared your wealth with other people rather than hoarding it," Ned said, eyes twinkling. "Go on," Cole said solemnly. Kady told the drivers that they were to buy any food that sounded strange, anything they'd never heard of. She also gave each man a list of things that she wanted in quantity, like olive oil and great barrels of flour. "Did you know that brown flour with the brand still on it is better for you than white flour?" Cole glared at him. "All right, just be patient, will you? Kady gave the job of finding some decent cookware to Hog's Breath, and you should have seen him. A couple of us tried to warn Kady that old Hoggy wasn't to be trusted, but she wouldn't listen. She put a bag of gold in his hand and told him she was dependent on him. We all thought Hoggy was going to melt, and we were sure we'd never see him again." Ned took another deep draw. "But he fooled all of us. The next day he came back with an incredible story. Seems some man in Denver decided he wanted to open a French restaurant, so he hired 3 French chefs straight from Paris, France, and they arrived with crates full of copper pots." Ned gave Cole a serious look. "Copper conducts heat quicker and more evenly than any other metal except silver. Did you know that?" "Get on with it," Cole said with no humor in his voice. The chefs arrived with all their equipment. Kady calls it batterie de cuisine. But 2 days later, them cooks deserted to go prospecting, leaving all the pots and pans behind. Hog's Breath bought the lot of 'em, and when he showed up at the ranch with a wagon load of saucepans and molds and au gratin dishes, Kady was so overwhelmed she kissed him on the mouth. At this, Ned waited for Cole's reaction to what he thought was a wonderful story, but Cole didn't give any indication that he'd heard. "Who is Juan?" is all Cole asked. "Barella," Ned said in a tone of false innocence. "You must have heard of him." For a moment, all Cole could do was blink. Then he rose, making motions to check all the knives on his body as he moved. Juan Barella was a killer. Would kill a man as soon as look at him. No one knew for sure exactly how much violence he was responsible for, but then no one was stupid enough to ride up to Socorro and investigate, in spite of the huge reward on the man's head. Ned grabbed Cole's arm and motioned for him to sit back down. "You don't have to worry. Kady has him eaten out of her hand, and I mean that for gospel truth. Juan's running the whole show, keeping order over all the workers and the people coming to eat. And he's doing a great job, 'cause he's only had to shoot a couple of people." "Shoot?" Cole said, then started to rise again. "It was only old Lindstrom," Ned explained, making Cole sit back down. There wasn't a man who'd ever met Lindstrom who didn't want to shoot him. If a heavenly angel came to Lindstrom, he'd find something to complain about. "Lindstrom wouldn't eat his field green salad. Said it was no more than a bunch of weeds, so Juan shot him. Just a little bit along the top of his arm. Then Dolores wrapped a bandana around it, and Lindstrom ate his greens." "I see," Cole said. "And what did my wife say to having a man shot for not eating a salad?" "Kady told Juan not to shoot anyone else. But then she said from the looks of the man's teeth, maybe someone should have made him eat his greens a long time ago. She and Juan are the best of friends." When he spoke, Cole's voice was very quiet. "My wife is friends with the most notorious killer in the country? A man who strikes fear in the hearts of everyone who hears his name?" "Kady says that Juan is just trying to support the whole town of Socorro and all his children. His methods are bad, but his motives are good." At this, Ned paused and smiled dreamily. "Kady sure is a wonder. On that first day Juan came down from the mountain with the others from Socorro, none of us ever thought we'd see him, but he said even he was willing to hunt mushrooms if it paid $10 an hour, so he—" "What?" Cole gasped. $10 for 1 hour? "That's what Kady is paying everyone who helps her," Ned said, trying but not succeeding to suppress his smile. He'd been trying to buy the saloon from Cole for 6 years, but Cole wouldn't consider selling or even going into a partnership. "You want to hear about Juan or not?" "Yeah, tell me," Cole growled. "But wait a minute. Are you sure there's no whiskey in this place? I truly do need a drink." "Not a drop," Ned said cheerfully. Kady needs everything. Anyway, about Juan. He showed up first time anyone on the right side of the law had seen him in 10 years, and we all kept looking at him because it was like looking at a legend. I must say he is one fine-looking man. Kady calls him a hunk. Go on, Cole snapped. That first day, the whole town of Socorro came down out of the mountains, and in the back of a wagon there was this little boy that was the spitting image of Juan. So Kady congratulated Juan on having such a beautiful son. Then some old man with a nose like a potato started sputtering and saying the boy was his. Kady apologized, but after she helped the fifth child out of the wagon that looked just like Juan, she started laughing and looked at Juan, and he started laughing too. Cole leaned across the table. Why don't you just tell me the facts? Is Kady all right? More than all right, I'd say. Oh, Lordy, but that woman can make people work. She's had us digging pits and constructing spits. She's got the blacksmith rolling puff pastry, and Les's girls have been pulling strudel dough. You know, don't you, that stuff has to be stretched until you can read a newspaper through it? Ned stopped long enough to chuckle. You know, there ain't nothing that girl can't cook. She give a couple of hunters a list of things they couldn't bring back, like mountain lions and such. So old Ernie got the bright idea of bringing her back a bag full of rattlers. He thought it would be a great joke. You allowed someone to give my wife rattlesnakes? Cole said through clenched teeth. Don't worry. Juan shot their heads off, then Kady cleaned them in a flash, marinated the meat in milk for half a day, then fried 'em. They was right good eatin', if I do say so myself. You ate rattlesnake? Ned leaned forward, his face very serious. Hell, I've eaten snails. When he'd given Cole time to absorb this, he said, Kady mixes 'em with garlic and wild parsley, and they ain't half bad. Snails? Cole whispered. It was either eat them or get shot by Juan, Ned said in defense. And besides, we've all come to trust Kady. You should see what she can do with a dove. She stuffs them with rice, then cooks them over charcoal. Garson made the charcoal. Anyway, them doves are crisp on the outside, and the meat is so tender, Toothless Dan can eat it. For a long moment, Cole sat at the table in silence, looking down at his hands clasped tightly in front of him. What else? He asked softly. Then when Ned didn't answer, he looked at him. What else? He asked louder. Well, everyone in town knows how you tricked Kady into marrying you. They feel real bad about turning her away when she was hungry, so they... Out with it. All the men have been offering to marry her. You know that she's the most beautiful gal to ever come to this town, and if she wanted to open a restaurant, people'd come from miles just to eat her cooking, so she don't need your money. So anyway, all the men have asked her to marry him. Including you? Cole asked nastily. I was one of the first, Ned said with his jaw set, preparing to be told he was fired from his job and to get out of town. But Cole didn't say anything. Instead, he turned away and looked out the window. I don't blame any of you, Cole said after a while. She is beautiful, and there's something about her that makes a man feel good. You know, don't you, that she has no idea what a prize she is, which is, of course, half of her charm. Yeah, we all know, Ned chuckled. Kady thinks she's fat. At that, the two men looked at each other, their eyes alive with laughter. Fat, Cole said, then chuckled as he began to think of all Kady had done. Maybe he should take offense at her action of feeding the entire town at his expense, but he couldn't suppress his humor. Hog's breath? He said, making Ned laugh harder. Thought he was going to drop dead on the spot. And you should see Juan. Kady says he has the lightest hand with pastry she's ever seen. She's trying to get him to open a French bakery and make something called croissants. More butter than bread, but they sure are good. For a moment, Cole stared into space. What did money matter to him? Ever since the murders when he was a kid, he'd been afraid to spend anything. It was as though his whole family had died trying to protect that money, so it was his duty to keep it safe. But Kady had used the money to help people who needed it, and to give joy. He had no doubt that the entire town of Socorro could live for the next 2 years off what she had paid them over these few days. "You ready to go back?" Cole asked Ned. "I seem to have worked up a powerful hunger." "Then Kady's the one to fix that." "I think Kady just might be able to fix everything that's wrong with me." "And maybe the whole town," Ned said under his breath, so Cole couldn't hear him. Cole may have owned the town, but in the last days Kady had given her opinion of what she called Cole's obsessive monopoly. She said she believed in free enterprise. And, as they had seen, Kady put into action what she believed in. "I'm ready," Ned said, as he followed Cole out the door. Chapter 14. What Cole saw when he rode into his own ranch was controlled chaos. At first, he thought it was more chaos than control, until he heard the shouts and a couple of shots fired into the air. It looked as though his ban on guns within the city limits had been forgotten. "I told you to get back in line," came a man's voice. Then Cole had the reins grabbed from his horse as he felt a man's hand on his leg. "You want to let go?" Cole said calmly, looking down at the man with his hand on Cole's calf. "Oh, sorry, Senor Cole," the man said. "But Juan ordered—" "I know what you've been told," Cole answered as he dismounted and tossed the reins to a boy standing nearby. Cole had to practically shove his way through the people there to get into his own house. As far as he could tell, Kady was feeding a certain number of people at a time, and the people who weren't eating stood around outside and waited for the next serving time assigned them. To prevent them from fainting from hunger between meals, they were served trays full of something that seemed to be called hors d'oeuvres. For a moment, Cole thought he was going to have to kill someone to be allowed in the front door, because Juan had decreed that no one was to enter. But after some words were exchanged, Manuel was called to verify Cole's identity. "What the hell have you done to my house?" Cole asked once inside, his back to the door and looking about. In each of the downstairs rooms, all the furniture and rugs had been pushed to the side and covered with sheets, so each could be turned into a makeshift kitchen. People and flowers seemed to be everywhere. "They prepare the food in here, then bake what they can in here, and take the rest outside to bake," Manuel said. "Kady says—" Cole lifted one eyebrow. "I'm sure it's either Kady or Juan," he said with great sarcasm. "Where is she?" Manuel gave him a look that said, "Need you ask?" With great strides, Cole went to the kitchen, then stood in the doorway and watched until he was pushed aside as people ran from one room to another. Any general of an army would have been pleased to have the authority that Kady did as she managed what looked to be 50 or more people moving quickly about the kitchen and entering and leaving through 3 doors. Cole was amazed to see the space so full, but no one was trying to murder anyone else. This was especially astonishing when he recognized 3 men whose faces he'd seen on wanted posters. Juan Barella came in through the outside door, 3 empty trays in his hands. He stopped abruptly, then turned and saw Cole standing to one side of the doorway. Nothing wrong with his instincts, Cole thought, and looking into Juan's dark eyes, Cole knew Juan was questioning whether Cole was going to cause any trouble. Was he going to turn him over to the sheriff? Frowning, Cole nodded toward a pile of crescent-shaped rolls in a basket on a table by the wall. With a bit of a smile, Juan grabbed one and tossed it to Cole, then went to the ovens where, as Cole watched with interest, the hardened killer pulled out 3 huge metal sheets covered with cookies. One by one, people in the kitchen began to see Cole as he stood to one side of the doorway, and each face asked what he was going to do. Would he stop feeding the whole town for free? Would he be so angry that he'd do something horrible, like kick everyone out of the town he owned? But Cole's eyes were on one person, and that was Kady, with her dark hair tumbling down her back, and one of his shirts covering most of her lovely body. The heat of the stove made her skin glow, and he'd never seen her look so meltingly beautiful. "You'll burn those," she said, as she grabbed a copper saucepan that was nearly as big as she was, then slid it to the cool side racks of the stove. "Look at—" She broke off as she caught sight of the person in charge of that saucepan and saw he wasn't looking at the stove. When Kady turned and saw Cole standing there, his heart leaped because he saw in her eyes that she was glad to see him. Maybe it wasn't the love that he wanted to see, but she wasn't angry with him, and she certainly didn't hate him. It took her several seconds before she got her emotions under control, so she could look at him the way she thought she should look at him, which made Cole smile. His little Kady of the shoulds, he thought, always doing what she thought she should do. "Won't you join us?" she asked sweetly. "We're having a bite to eat. I do hope you have time to share a meal with us." There were several snickers at that. Over the last days, it had been agreed upon by the entire town that Cole was an idiot for leaving Kady alone for even seconds. The general opinion was that any man in his right mind would have all the time in the world for a woman like Kady. Cole, not really versed in the ways of women, was pleased by Kady's tone. Maybe things were going to be all right now. Now that she'd seen that Legend wasn't such a bad place, and since she'd seen the advantages of being his wife instead of returning to that Garvin, he was sure she'd come around. Still smiling at Cole, she said a few words to Juan. Then he left the room. "We have a special table just for you," Kady said, "and I am going to prepare your meal with my own hands. No one else will be allowed to touch it." With 2 strides, Cole crossed the room to his wife. He meant to pull her into his arms, but she stepped back, so his kiss touched only her cheek. "You'll have to go now, or I'll never get anything ready," she said with a flutter of her lashes. Cole wanted to take her upstairs to bed, but there had to be at least 100 pairs of eyes watching him, so he just nodded, then went outside. There'd be time for privacy later. Under the cottonwood trees at the back of the house were about 25 tables of different sizes set up, and each table was loaded with delicious-looking food. Cole started toward the biggest table, but one of Juan's cousins held out a chair at a solitary table set deep in the shade of the biggest tree. When Cole was seated, he was aware that he was alone at the table, alone under the tree, and that he was the focal point of all eyes. Martha and Mavis were serving food, and now and then they would look at him, but when he glanced at them, they turned away. On the ride to the ranch, Ned had made Cole laugh by telling him that Kady called the women the 5 M's. Kady, he thought. In a mere 10 days she had changed the town's interest from silver to food, and to Kady herself. His hair still bristled when he thought of Ned's telling him of all the marriage proposals made to Kady. What did they think she was going to do about the husband she already had? After about 30 minutes, Kady came outside, a plate covered with a big napkin in her hand, and a hush fell over the crowd. By now, all of the people from the front of the house had moved to the back so they could watch what was happening. What was Kady going to serve her husband? With feelings of pride, Cole looked at the plate Kady set before him, then took her hand and kissed it as she started to pull the napkin away. At first, Cole could do little more than gape as the napkin revealed what was under it. On his plate were potatoes, carrots, slices of buttered bread, and a rat. A great big black rat that she had rolled in breadcrumbs and fried, but leaving the head and tail intact, so there was no mistaking what it was. As Cole stared in disbelief at the monstrosity on his plate, the people around him began to laugh, and laugh, and laugh. It was as though they had been waiting years to play such a joke on him, and now their pent-up laughter could escape. Slowly, Cole turned to look up at Kady, and saw that she was smiling as though he were what she'd just served, a rat for a rat, so to speak. It was at that moment that Cole changed. Why was he trying to force a woman to love him? Force her to stay here against her will? What did he hope to accomplish with a woman who didn't want to be his wife? In one motion, he was out of his chair and had thrown Kady over his shoulder and started walking toward the stables. For a split second, Juan stepped in his path, but the look Cole gave the man made him step aside. No matter how fierce an outlaw, he didn't want to get between a man and his wife. As Cole strode through the people, they parted for him, and they were still laughing, but now the tone of their laughter had changed. They weren't so much as laughing at him as with him. "Put me down," Kady hissed, and when Cole ignored her, she pinched his side. For this, Cole slapped her smartly on her fanny that was pressed so enticingly against his right ear. For once, Cole was glad to see that no one had paid any attention to his tired horse, and the poor creature was grazing, unattended, on the flowers at the front of the house. Cole threw Kady into the saddle, then mounted behind her. "I thought you could take a joke," she said, when he was behind her and had led the horse away from the house. "That's all it was, a joke. Don't you have a sense of humor?" Cole didn't answer, and after a while Kady stopped trying to talk to him. If he wanted to sulk, then let him, she thought, then folded her arms over her chest and decided that two could play at this silence game as well as one. They had traveled for only minutes before Kady realized where they were going. He was taking her back to the petroglyphs. He was going to send her back to her own time. As soon as she realized where she was going, it was as though her mind started a war with itself. Of course, she wanted to return to Gregory and Onions, and to all the people she knew and loved there. Well, truthfully, there weren't many people outside of Gregory and his mother that she knew very well. And, truthfully, it had been difficult to find women who could be bridesmaids at her wedding. But it was where she belonged. But then, here in legend, she had made new friends. Many, many friends. In the last days, she'd come to know people. For one whole day, she'd sat with women and peeled and chopped vegetables. There wasn't a child or adult from Socorro she didn't know by name, and they appreciated what she had taught them about how to cook foods that grew for free on the mountainsides. And there was Legend itself, a town she planned to help, just as soon as she got it out from under Cole's rule. "There," Cole said coldly as he dismounted, then pulled Kady down to stand beside him. As usual, Cole had taken a shortcut, and they were already at the petroglyphs. When she didn't move around the horse so she could see the rock, he grabbed her hand and pulled her. Before her was the opening, that odd fading of the rock, and beyond it she could see her dim gray apartment, just as she'd left it, the rusty flower box on the floor. How different it looked away from the Colorado sunshine that brightened everything here. "Go on," he said, giving her a little push. "It's what you wanted, isn't it?" "Yes," she said tentatively, but she didn't move. She looked back up at him. "I left some puddings steaming on the back burner, and I didn't take the bread out of the oven. I think I better go back and—" Cole put his hands on her shoulders, making her turn back to the scene before them. "That is where you belong. Not here. You're angry because of the money I spent, aren't you? And the rat. Look, I'm sorry. I'll cook you a dinner that will bring tears to your eyes. You'll see." Again, Cole turned her back toward the opening, slowly but steadily pushing her toward it. When Kady's foot stepped through the opening, she could see that her leg was already in the apartment. Cole's hands were pressing down on her shoulders, refusing to allow her to back up. Maybe the dark man on the horse will show up, she thought, looking about her. But there was no sign of him, and Cole kept pushing. At last, she was standing in her apartment, Cole's hands no longer on her shoulders, and she turned back to look at him. For a moment, her breath caught in her throat, as she feared that she'd see only the wall, but he was still there, looking at her, the sun shining on his blonde hair. As she watched, the opening through time was growing smaller, and Cole seemed to be getting farther away. Suddenly it seemed that 1,000 images went through her head as she remembered him dressed as an eagle. She thought of the ribbon he'd tied to the outhouse, and how he'd prepared a bath for her at the hot springs. He'd raced down the side of a cliff when he thought she was injured. Now, with the opening growing smaller, she looked into his eyes, but she couldn't read them. Why wasn't he holding out his hand to her? Why wasn't he telling her that he loved her? Why wasn't he telling her that he needed her and wanted her as no one else in the world had ever told her? As she looked at him, she saw a stain on his shirt on the left shoulder. It was a stain that was growing darker and larger as she watched, and all of a sudden she understood. Those 10 days he'd been gone, he'd been trying to keep her safe. He had ordered her not to leave the ranch, not because he was a monster, but because he wanted to protect her in case there was any trouble. Maybe protect her in case he didn't return. Kady didn't think about what she was doing. She just leaped. Like a dog jumping through a burning hoop, she dove through the circle that was left in the wall and leaped into Cole's arms. "Kady," was all Cole could manage to say as he held her so tightly her ribs nearly cracked. "Are you sure? Are you sure?" "I don't know," she said honestly. "I don't seem to know the answers to anything anymore." She was kissing his face. "You're hurt and bleeding, and—" He pulled away to look at her. "You came back to be my nurse?" She looked into his eyes. "I really don't know why I came back. I still love—" to keep her from saying the name he kissed her. "Maybe you'll change your mind later, but I'll take what time we have now. Shall we tell it to go away?" Turning in his arms, Kady looked back at the rock and saw that the hole had widened. There was her apartment, her clothes still tossed over the couch, the light on her message machine still on. "You can still go," Cole said softly. "I won't force you to stay here." Tightening her grip on him, she put her head against his neck. "No, I think I'll stay," she said. "At least until I get bored with you." At that he laughed. "As long as I have money, I think you can occupy yourself." "Is that what you think? That I only like your money?" "Of course," he said. "Isn't that what all the women like about me?" "Well, not this woman. I like the way you take care of people, and the way you put others' needs before your own. And I like the way—" She trailed off because she could feel him chuckling against her. "You are a rat," she said, as she kissed his neck. "Come on, Let's go home. I'm hungry. Oh? And who do you think is going to feed you? Martha, Mavis, Myrtle, and... He didn't say any more, because Kady was kissing him and pulling him down to the ground. Behind them, the opening in the rock closed. Chapter 15. Kady murmured over her coffee cup. She and Cole were alone in the kitchen, and they just finished breakfast. In the 3 days since she'd decided to remain in legend, at least until the supernatural force that had brought her here took her away again, they had had a delightful time. They had ridden together and talked, and Cole had taken her all over legend and the surrounding countryside. She had never had such an old-fashioned good time with anyone else. So what if he never tried to make love to her? So what if when they kissed, it never went beyond the closed-mouth stage? That's what she wanted, wasn't it? After all, she was still engaged to marry Gregory, even if she was married to Cole, or something like that. It seems rather sinful just to sit here, she said, looking out the window at the beautiful Colorado mountains. Raising his head from his own coffee cup, Cole looked at her. What else should we be doing? I can't seem to think of a thing, she said with delight, and thought how the modern world was controlled by the clock and the calendar. She didn't know what time it was or even what day of the week. Sure, he said, teasing. We could go for a ride. No, she said, as she got up to refill their cups. You could cook something and we could go on a picnic. At that, Kady laughed. I think the town hates you. Yes, I'm sure they do, he answered, sipping his coffee and watching Kady with adoring eyes. 3 days ago, after Kady had chosen to stay with him, they had returned to the Jordan ranch, and Cole had dismissed everyone from his property. At that moment, he'd been the most hated man in the country. That is, until Juan had stepped in and threatened to shoot anyone who complained because Cole wanted to keep Kady in private. What man does not envy him? Juan had asked, making Cole roll his eyes, glad Kady hadn't heard that comment. Juan finished cooking what had been started, and Manuel took charge of the cleanup, and everyone had gone home with as much food as he could carry, so, in the end, the townspeople were happy enough. We could, Cole said, looking up, his eyes teasing. We could go look for the lost maiden mine. Millions of dollars in gold, and it's very near here. Already found it, she murmured, looking out the window. What? Cole asked, looking at her sharply. You found the lost maiden mine? Not me, she said. They. Cole stared at her. What do you mean, they found the lost maiden mine? It was found in 1982, and it was in all the newspapers and magazines. For a while, the whole country was possessed by maiden fever, as it was called. When she didn't say any more, Cole grabbed her hand and held it tightly, while locking eyes with hers. Okay, she said. I don't remember much about it, really. Some hikers found the gold in a little cave near a rock that looks like the face of an old man. And don't you dare ask me where that is, because I have no idea. I thought the mine was found in Arizona. Cole gave a snort of disgust. The old prospector who said he'd found the mine used to come into the saloon in Legend when I was a kid. What were you doing in a saloon if you were a kid? Getting drunk and doing naughty things with the girls. Now tell me more about this treasure. I don't know much, except... She turned to look at him and was tempted to ask about the naughty things. Did the prospector have a glass eye? A great big ugly one. Why? People thought he must have had, but no one was alive who had seen him, so they weren't sure it was him they found in the cave. When Kady said no more, Cole, in one easy motion, pulled her from the chair and put her on his lap. With her head on his shoulder and his big arms around her, Kady sighed dreamily. The whole thing was wonderfully romantic. There was the legend that this old man had found a mine that was guarded by the spirit of a beautiful Indian maiden, but no one believed him. When she looked at Cole in question, he guffawed. He was a drunk and a cheat at cards, as well as a thief and a liar. Of course no one believed him. The newspaper printed the story because they needed to fill up the space. Obviously, he wasn't always a liar, and you should work on believing in people more. You believe everything anyone tells you, so you're gullible enough for both of us. Now tell me what was romantic about this mine, and how much was in it. Leave it to you to think about the money. Anyway, a couple of hikers saw a bat fly into some rocks and started investigating and found a small cave. Inside were two skeletons, one of a young woman wearing the remnants of a beaded dress, and the other of an old man wearing a leather coat. He had a glass eye and... She looked up at Cole. Even though carbon dating showed the woman's skeleton to be about 100 years older than the man's, they were holding hands when they were found. And that's romantic to you? Two dead people? Skeletons are romantic? Life is romantic. You are a man, that's all that's wrong with you. And since when did you start complaining about that? When Kady smiled, Cole gently kissed her, but she had already learned not to introduce true passion into their kisses. Passion made him pull away. Let's go find it. The mine. Let's go find the mine. But it's... She started to say that the mine had already been found, but that wasn't true, not when now was 1873. What do you want the money for? Don't you have enough? It's not the money. I want the excitement. Finding treasure. That would be wonderful. Oh, wait. What did the people who found it in 1982 do with the money? Some of your good deeds? Kady grimaced. Fought over it. The man and woman who found it were engaged to be married. But after they found the treasure, they spent 10 years in courtrooms fighting over who saw inside the cave first, and therefore owned the lion's share of the loot. In the end, the lawyers got nearly all of it. I think the hikers ended up with about 20 grand each, out of a total of about 13 million. And of course, their lives were a shambles. Raising her head, she looked at him. And what would you do with more millions than you already have? He took a moment before speaking, and when he did, his voice was soft. I'd bury it under the mosque. No one goes there except me, so it would be safe. Then, Kady, if you do go back to your own time, you can come back here and know where to find it. You'd be smarter than to let the lawyers have it. For a moment, Kady was speechless, because she knew that he meant every word of what he was saying. Do you love me, Kady? He whispered, kissing the top of her head. She hesitated before she spoke, as Gregory's face flashed before her eyes. Then she seemed to also see the man in her dreams, the man with the veiled face, who had haunted her most of her life. She began. But he put a finger to her lips, then lifted her chin so he was looking into her eyes. Someday, I want to see love in your eyes when you look at me, he said. Kady started to protest that statement, but Cole wouldn't let her speak. I may not be an expert in love, but I know that when you love someone, you know it. You don't hesitate or have to think about it. Nor does anyone else come to your mind when you think of love. He kissed her softly. When I look into your eyes, I'll always know what is in your heart. His words were so true that they brought tears to Kady's eyes, and she buried her head in his chest to keep him from seeing. "Are those tears you're shedding for me?" Cole asked cheerfully as he pulled her head up to look at him. "I don't think any girl's ever cried over me before." That made Kady laugh. "As far as I can tell, you've made every woman in this town cry." "Me?" he asked innocently. "Well, I've never." "Senora Jordan," came Manuel's voice from outside the door. "Go away," Cole shouted. "We don't want to see anyone." "We haven't seen anyone for 3 days now," she reminded him. "What if the house is on fire?" "Then call the fire brigade," Cole answered as he planted a kiss on Kady's neck. "What is it, Manuel?" Kady called. "The Senora Ruth Jordan wants to meet with you in 1 hour at the hanging tree." It took Kady a few moments to digest this information. First of all, who was Ruth Jordan? Why did she want to meet with Kady? When she looked at Cole, she saw he was smiling at her as though he could read her mind. "Tell him you won't go," he urged. Ignoring him, she tried to solve the riddle. "Your grandmother," she said, her face showing pride that she had remembered without any help from him. "I forgot that I sent her a letter pleading for help. Oh, heavens, but that will take some explaining. And the hanging tree is where I first met you, isn't it?" "Right on all counts," he said, still smiling at her, but his eyes were eating her up, as though he were trying to memorize every curl of her hair, every curve of her face. "I'll be right there," she called to Manuel, then heard the old man go down the hall. "Kady," Cole said, and she knew he was going to try to persuade her to stay with him. "Why doesn't your grandmother come here to the ranch? Why does she want me to meet her so far out of town?" "She refuses to set foot in Legend. She hates the place." Cole said the words without any hint of anger, but Kady knew he must be hurt that his only living relative refused to have anything to do with the town that belonged to Cole, a town that Kady knew very well that Cole loved. She kissed the underside of his chin. "I shall try to persuade her to come home for supper." "Home," Cole whispered, as he set Kady off of his lap and moved to stand before the window, his back to her as he stared sightlessly outside. "She doesn't consider this her home, so she leaves it to be haunted by the spirits of people long dead." In spite of the warmth of the room, Kady shivered at his words. "You have to go with me," she said. "I can't very well meet your grandmother by myself. How long has it been since you two have seen each other?" For a moment, Cole turned toward her, a look of deep melancholy on his face. Then his expression changed, and he smiled. "Why don't you go see her alone, then bring her back here? You can make something wonderful for supper. She'll like having a granddaughter-in-law who can cook." His sadness seemed to have left him as he moved across the kitchen to stand before her, and he smiled warmly as he tucked a curl behind her ear. "She'll love you, Kady, and she'll be very happy that her wayward grandson has at last found a woman he can love for all eternity." Again, Kady had the feeling that something was wrong. "I don't think I will go," she said, as she took one of his big hands in both of hers. "I'll send Manuel to tell her that she must come here and visit both of us." Chuckling, Cole pulled away as he bent to look at her. "You're the woman who faced down Juan Barella, and now you're afraid of meeting my sweet little grandmother all by yourself?" But nothing. She wants to see you first because she wants to tell you about all my bad habits. She'll want to make sure you know what you're in for with a spoiled brat like me. And she'll want to talk to you about money." "Money?"
"Oh, yes, my grandmother believes a woman should have money of her own, so she'll want to settle funds on you. And, besides, if I know my grandmother, she will show up with a ladies' picnic." At that he curled his lip in disgust. Little teacups that break if you try to hold just 4 of them in one hand.
"Know that from experience, do you?" she asked, laughing.
All too well. She said I could break china by looking at it. And she won't have any food worth eating, just little sandwiches and tiny cakes. You can put the whole meal in your mouth at one time.
"And do you know that for a fact, too?" Her eyes were dancing with delight, as Cole's memories were those of a child.
"Yep, sure do. Tarek and I tried it and did it."
Kady laughed as she thought of a lady's elegant tea being decimated by a couple of greedy boys seeing if they could stuff all the food into their mouths at once. "I think I will go. I'll tell her all about the 5 M's and how you played them one against the other, and how I served you a rat for dinner." Suddenly, he grabbed her and pulled her up into his arms.
"And what else are you going to tell her? What good things are you going to report about my character?"
Looking up at him, she caressed his whisker-stubbled cheek. "I shall tell her about how you saved the eagles, and how you have done everything you can to make me welcome." When he didn't move, she knew he wanted more. "And I shall tell her that you love me." Smiling, he kissed her, but when she put her arms around his neck and started to want more, he pulled back.
"My grandmother is very punctual. You'd better get out of here."
Kady's eyes widened. "I could wear the new dress you bought me," she said, looking down at her long skirt that was dusty with age and food-stained, as all her clothing was.
"Kady, my dear, you could go naked and still be the best-dressed woman in the world."
Kady smiled at him in pure delight, for she knew that what he was saying was from his heart. Whenever she'd been to bed with Gregory, she had been careful to keep her modesty, always covering herself up, always thinking how unattractive her plump body was. It was amazing how in 20th century America one's weight became the overruling factor of one's life. But with Cole, she felt beautiful. In fact, the whole town of Legend made her feel beautiful and desirable, as though she were worth everything. With the smile of a temptress, Kady took Cole's hand in hers and led him up the stairs. Maybe he was waiting for something from Kady, such as for her to tell him that she loved him before he made an attempt at seduction. But maybe he was waiting for a signal from her. "Why don't you have a seat?" she said in her Mae West imitation voice, as she went to the big wardrobe and withdrew the many garments that a 19th century woman was supposed to wear. With wide eyes, as though he were watching a striptease, Cole stretched out on the bed, shoved pillows behind his head, and watched Kady get dressed. For her part, for the first time in her life, Kady took an extraordinarily long time dressing in the clothes Cole had bought for her. She even propped each leg, one at a time, on a chair, and very slowly pulled on the stockings that left the upper part of her thighs bare. When she was dressed, she walked over to Cole, who was now staring at her oddly. And when he grabbed her head to pull her down to kiss her deeply, for the first time, she knew what his expression was. Smiling in satisfaction, Kady had to use all her strength to pull away from him. "Hold that thought," she said, breathless from the passion she'd just felt from him. I'll be back as soon as possible." Cole was looking at her with such hot eyes that she wasn't sure she could escape him. It took some strength to back toward the door and fumble with the latch behind her.
"Kady,"
he said as she opened the door,
"remember that I love you."
The way he said it made her heart start to pound.
"And you won't forget me?"
That made her smile.
"I don't think so," she said, smiling in return. "You aren't a man a woman forgets." As she stepped through the door, he called out to her, "Remember that the truth is in a person's eyes." "Yes," she said, then quickly closed the door to the bedroom. Another minute, and she'd never be able to leave. She'd jump into bed with him and never get out. Outside the house, Manuel had a nice docile horse saddled for her, and to Kady's surprise, she found she was to go to the hanging tree by herself, without so much as an escort. After many days of not being given any freedom, this seemed odd, but Manuel just pointed her down the main street of Legend, then told her to take a left on Eternity Road. The hanging tree was at the end of it. With that, the old man turned away and mounted the steps onto the porch, and when Kady looked back, he and Dolores were standing there, their faces filled with sadness. When she was mounted, Kady smiled at them, for she guessed that they were worried that she'd never return. But Kady knew how to get back to her own time, and she knew that she was not going to take that route, not when Cole was waiting for her. She hadn't had much experience with horses, but the animal seemed to know where she was to go, so she just held on to the reins. As she rode away, she turned back and waved at Manuel and Dolores on the porch, and at Cole in the upstairs window. Some of the ranch hands had come in from the stables, and they too were watching her ride away. As Kady turned the corner and was out of their vision, she looked at the road ahead. "Such a bunch of gloomy gusses," she said, then thought how nice it was to finally have freedom. She rode past the library and glanced up the short road toward the beautiful mosque, thinking of Cole's saying he'd bury the treasure from the lost maiden mine there. It was a short ride down Paradise Lane, then a left onto the main road of Kendall Avenue, then another left onto Eternity Road. She passed the firehouse, the telegraph office, and one of the many tent cities temporarily housing mine workers. She passed the Amaryllis mine, then continued on the road, away from all human habitation and toward the mountains. All along the way, people stopped what they were doing and waved at her, making Kady smile and wave back. "I guess I'm famous," she said, laughing. "I guess I'm the woman who fed the town." As she rode, she wondered if someday she'd be written about in one of those tourist brochures that you purchase in ghost towns. But she didn't like to think of Legend as a ghost town, so she put that thought out of her head and concentrated on the scenery. Once the town was behind her, in the distance she saw a carriage, a lovely thing with a roof on it, and a man unhitching the horses. On the ground, sitting on a white tablecloth, was an elegant-looking woman surrounded by all the accoutrements of the old-fashioned afternoon tea. There was a silver teapot and cups so thin that even this far away she could see the sun shining through them. She dismounted some distance from the picnic, tied the horse in the shade near a grassy spot, and went forward to meet her grandmother-in-law. Chapter 16. What apprehension Kady felt about meeting the only living relative of a man she was coming to care a great deal about was soon gone when Ruth Jordan put out her hand in warm friendship. She was a tall, thin woman, wearing an exquisite white dress with big sleeves and a slim, sleek skirt, showing Kady just how out of date the big-skirted fashions of Legend were. As the older woman smiled, Kady saw that her eyes resembled Cole's. What else she could see in those eyes was pain, and Kady remembered too well the horrible tragedy that had befallen Cole's family. In a very short time, this lovely woman had lost everything, and from the look of her, she still hadn't recovered from her losses. "Here, my dear, you must sit down and tell me everything there is to tell about you and my grandson. I want to know everything," she said graciously, motioning toward the cloth on the ground. As Kady took her place and Ruth poured the tea, for a moment or two there was an awkward silence between them. Then, as Kady picked up a teacup, she smiled. "Does my choice of china amuse you?" Ruth asked stiffly. "No, of course not," Kady answered quickly. "I was thinking of the story Cole told me about Tarek and him stuffing all the sandwiches and cakes into their mouths at once. Was he really such a horrid little boy?" As Kady watched Ruth, for some reason she couldn't think of her as Mrs. Jordan, the older woman's face turned pale, as though she were on the verge of fainting. Quickly, Kady put down her cup and reached out her hand, but Ruth pulled away. "Are you all right?" "Yes," Ruth said softly, looking at Kady in an intense way that was exactly like Cole. "My grandson must love you very much if he mentioned his friend to you. He does not usually speak of Tarek. Cole and I talk a great deal, really. He has a lot to say about everything." Ruth put her hand on Kady's. "I am an old woman, and I have not seen my grandson in many years. So, please, tell me everything, from the beginning." At that, Kady laughed. "You wouldn't believe me if I told you." The woman's eyes were as intense as those of the eagles Cole had saved. "Yes, I would," she said. "You must trust me that nothing you tell me will shock me or make me disbelieve you. I must know everything." It was on the tip of Kady's tongue to say that if she wanted to know more about her grandson, then she should swallow her pride and visit him, or better yet, live with him. "With us," she corrected herself. But as Kady looked into the woman's eyes, she couldn't bring herself to give advice. Besides, who was she to judge a woman who had been through what this one had? Kady took a deep breath. "I was born in 1966. As she said this, she watched the woman to see if she was going to scoff, but when she didn't so much as blink, it was as though a dam were released inside Kady. She had no idea how much she'd wanted to talk to someone about what had happened to her. Once Kady started, she couldn't seem to stop, and she must have talked for hours. Ruth was the best listener in the world, graciously refilling Kady's plate every time it was emptied, and never once losing a look of interest so strong that it seemed to consume her. Once in a while she'd ask a polite question such as, "Mavis Benson?" then smile at the answer. She had to suppress laughter when Kady told her of Juan Barella, as though she knew something Kady did not. It was late afternoon by the time Kady finally wound down, and when she looked at the empty dishes, she was embarrassed. "I seem to have eaten everything, and I've taken all your time when you must be anxious to see Cole." She said this as though she didn't know that Ruth Jordan had vowed never again to set foot in Legend. Ruth didn't move, but instead sat on the white damask cloth with her hands folded on her lap, her head down, her eyes hidden from Kady's view. When she did look up at Kady, her eyes were so full of anguish that Kady instinctively pulled back. "I believe you," Ruth said after a moment. At that, Kady smiled. "I don't see how you could. Time travel isn't something that actually happens to a person, except that this time it did." Ruth waved her hand in dismissal, rings flashing in the sun. "Your traveling through time is the easy part to believe. What is difficult to accept is believing that you met my grandson." "But why is that difficult to understand?" "Oh, I see. It's difficult to believe that out of all the people throughout history I could have met, I came back to your grandson. She leaned toward Ruth. I've puzzled over that, too. Why Cole? I've never met anyone who needed me less than he does. He is rich and gorgeous, and he has women dying to love him. He is, after all, very easy to love. And did you love him? Kady looked down at her hands. Is it possible to love two men? Her voice lowered. Maybe even three of them? When Ruth didn't answer, Kady looked up to see that the woman was smiling. Oh, yes, I can guarantee you that, Ruth said, eyes twinkling. I am living proof that a woman can love more than one man. For a long moment, Ruth looked deep into Kady's eyes. You are so young, my dear, so very young and so very innocent. When I look into your eyes, I see no pain. Nothing or no one has hurt you so deeply that your soul has been damaged. Frowning, Kady said, I have lost both my parents and... Ruth cut her off. Natural deaths. No one has ever been taken from you who should not have been. If this is a competition, I hope I lose, Kady answered, still frowning. Ruth didn't say anything for a moment. Then she turned and said loudly, Joseph! From out of the shadows of nearby trees stepped a tall man, gray hair at the temples, wearing a silver-gray uniform. The brandy, please, Joseph. Within seconds, a silver flask and 2 tiny silver cups were handed to Ruth, and she filled one, then handed it to Kady. No, thank you, Kady said. Drinking in the afternoon either puts me to sleep or gives me a headache. I want you to drink this because you are going to need it. Instantly, Kady was alert. Has something